Hello and good mornings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the European Championships in Europe. That seems European Championships in Europe already started off on a flying start there. Well, congratulations. But welcome. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as TheWillHallExp. That there is Matej Big Z Zatlkaj. I have not had my coffee this morning, clearly, but we are here live in Lille, where we're going to send 24 players to the Pro Tour. We managed to start yesterday with 675 players, and today we've invited back 162 of them to battle it out. Lucky players that managed to get themselves a X&3 record or better. That was after 9 rounds of Magic yesterday. Of course, the VODs will be going live shortly. But today we have got 6 rounds of Magic for you. When we find out who is going to be in that coveted top 8, and then they're going to be battling out to find out which 2 players get the 2 slots to the World Championships and which 1 player is going to be walking away with these 2 trophies that you see here in front of me. Matej, how are we feeling today?
Good. Well, interesting metagame. Lots of the very common decks, but a few surprises, and even at the top of the standings. Lotus Field combo, not the traditional one, with triple discontinuity in the main deck.
Let's go. We've got the metagame. We'll start with the metagame first, and then we'll go on to what the prizes are going to be. We'll kind of mix it up for our production team and really screw them up behind the scenes. It's fine. Well, no, they're telling me we are going to do the prizes first, clearly, because this is what we did before. So these are the prizes for the regional championship. So as we said, top $100,000 on the line this weekend. Today, some people are going to be walking away with that money. 64 of them, in fact. All the way down 64th place, $300, going all the way up to first place with 16,000. But it's not about the money.
It is.
Well, it helps. It helps get cover your costs, getting there, get yourself a nice steak dinner here while you're in France. But where's the Pro Tour slots? That's what we want.
Yeah, 24 Pro Tour slots on the line, and most importantly, the World Championship invites on the line. You know, we don't even know yet where the World Championship is going to take place next year, but 2 people can already lock up their slots there, guarantee themselves more money and a chance of even more fame.
Just locking that in at the start of the season, one less burden off your back, right? Like, you can just almost play for fun for the rest of the season. Yeah. But it's not all doom and gloom. If you do go all the way down to 36th place, you get a re-invite to Gwent, which is going to be happening in January. So you can, that's going to be modern, have a little bit of a, revamp, recog. You got so close. Let's try and do one better next time. Try and get ourselves into that top 24 and get an invite. Right, now let's get to the meta game. Let's have a little look what decks managed to convert from day 1 to day 2 and turn up. This is the meta today. So Raktos mid-range still at the top of the standings. Any surprise there for you? Or?
I mean, I was a little surprised it was as popular as this. Other players maybe not so much, but it actually increased its percentage in the metagame. Yesterday it was around 12%. Today at 14%. So by far, the most growing deck from that perspective. Mono White Humans also a big riser as well. They're the number 2 deck in the room afterwards. Ragnar Sacrifice remain popular. Is it Phoenix? I mean, still present, still in top 4, but it had a really big presence. The big winners of day 1, Boros Heroic, now the 5th most present deck in the meta. With 10 players. Only started with 22 players on day 1, so nearly a 50% conversion rate. And Mono Green Devotion, again, also a huge loser. It was the number 2 deck, I think, on day 1. Falls all the way down to 6th here. So as you can see,
there we go. That's on the screen for you. You can see the conversion rate of how many decks from day 1 to day 2 came across. And literally, the main one that sticks out to me there is Mono Green, as you said.
Yeah, Mono Green was tragic yesterday. It's still a solid deck, but didn't really perform well. The other big losers, Azorius Control from 31 to 5, and Azorius Spirits from 43 to 4. Not a great day for Azorius decks.
Also, it's telling me that 5-color Yorin is not the deck you want to be playing. 0 copies, making it in today number 2. All this is going to get posted on the socials, though. So if you're not following Legacy on the socials, make sure you go and follow them on Twitter, Instagram, etc. And this is where all this is going to get posted. So you can take it, share it, and analyze it however you like to do. But we're going to be kicking off the weekend. We've got our players sat down in the feature match area. Who are those 2 players and what are they playing?
Well, we have a special one. We have a kind of like...
He's always special to me.
Yeah, I mean, one big story is Piotr Glogowski. He's playing he's at Phoenix. He's 8-1, and he's facing off against one of the surprise decks of the tournament. Groove Vehicles, not doing that great overall as an archetype, but there are 4 players in day 2, and 3 of them are doing really well at the top table. So let's just jump to the table and let's see how it's going to shape up, because I don't really know how this matchup played out. I haven't seen it for a year. Groove Vehicles completely falling off the map in last year.
And you saw yesterday with the fling effect, like with the Thrill Seeker. Like we saw 2 amazing wins with it yesterday on camera. So yeah, when we go down and we've got players both keeping the opening hand. Looks like there's 7 in each. Maybe it looks like there's 7 in each for both players. Starting off on the right of your screen, that we have going to start off with one of the powerful 1-drops in the format. One of the L's.
You mean Fiery Impulse?
Yep, I meant Fiery Impulse. Of course, I meant Fiery Impulse.
Yeah, that's one of the ways. Like the turn 1 elves, like almost never survive in this format, because if they do, those decks are like kick-started, their power grows so much that they just have to, like, the format is a little bit warped all around that. As we see a Ledger Shredder from Is It Phoenix, a great draw here from Piotr Glogowski, having an answer on turn 1 and then a really good threat on turn 2.
Exactly how I really. But coming back from the other side, we're going to have our own removal. That member is going to do 4 damage and exile it. So not going to be able to be used to utilize things like Treasure Cruise when we get to that stage of the game. But how can we advance our board again here? Maybe another Ledge Shredder? All right, how about this one?
Nice.
With a second spell to grow it by 1 more, potentially. Trespass going to the graveyard.
I mean, they're already filling up the graveyard. You know, like that's one of the 2 kind of discussions with Is It Phoenix decks. Do you want to play what they call the combo, which is Galvanic Iteration together with Temporal Trespass, or do you want to not play those? Maybe have a little bit more removal, a little bit more card draw, and then of course also the discussion Thing in the Ice or Ledger Shredder. Glogowski going with his trusty Ledger Shredders. If you've ever seen him stream, you know he likes that card.
Yeah, again, everyone knows him from streaming. Right? All the emotes are going up in chat at the minute. Very popular streamer of Europe. Very, accomplished player in his own right, in paper as well, and in digital. Remember lost that game to Mengu?
Yeah.
$120,000.
Sure, that hurts.
Yeah, but it stings and it still lives with him because he still brings it out when you talk to him.
Yeah, but we chose specifically Piotr because he's 8-1. He's been championing Phoenix for a while. He actually released a guide just this past week on how to play the deck.
Yep.
So he just almost putting all his cards on the table in terms of like what he's playing, and I know he was considering Boros Heroic as well as another deck, but his trusty Phoenix has brought him to 8 wins on day 1, which is a great way to start this tournament, and especially if you're aiming for those Pro Tour invites. So.
Yeah, which we know he is obviously missing out on the last one. It kind of leaves a bit of taste in your mouth, doesn't it, when you see it? And you're like, oh, I've been there, I've seen that, and now I'm not at the last one. And I need to get there. I need to get on that level. I need to be playing the highest level Magic I possibly can.
Yeah, there was a bit of a misstep there from Adrian Pinar. He didn't have a 3rd land, so he was just able to adventure out the 2 Lovestruck Beasts in a row. But now drew the 3rd land and was able to play and resolve the Lovestruck Beast to finally get some power on the board. Unfortunately, the Phoenix decks can be pretty good at dealing with 5 toughness creatures due to Lightning Axe. It's one of the key removal spells as it can put a Arclight Phoenix in your bin, or you can just grow your graveyard for Treasure Cruise shenanigans. So we'll see if Piotr finds a way to deal with it. It looks like he's going to go for another Consider.
Yep,
he's also going to Connive here.
Stacking Connive trigger is going to go first, of course, so we get to draw a card to discard a card. If it is a non-land card, we get to put a +1/+1 counter on the Ledger Shredder. How important is it with this Ledger Shredder, like, kind of control how big it gets? Because if it gets too big, obviously over on the other side we've got things like the Archon of War. We could end up stealing it and potentially get like a lethal crackback.
Yeah, Chrome War it's pretty nice to steal like a singular blocker, right? Like just clear the way. I did see Piotr Glogowski has a Lightning Axe, so the Chrome War only really good if you already have a decent board presence. I don't think it's particularly good in this sort of matchup. And look at that.
Oh, here comes Treasure Cruise. This is probably the main reason I feel like Canister plays this deck. Like, of course, he loves drawing cards and he loves blue spells. This one doing both of those things for 1 blue mana. Little throwback to
Ancestral Recall.
There you go.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I just need to in-tune myself. I was
just wondering, like,
just getting in tune.
Which draw 3 spell you want me to say?
How many draw 3s for 1 blue are there?
No, for 1 blue, not many. But I mean, I guess
it's 1 blue.
Brainstorm.
There isn't 7 on that card.
Brainstorm
it is
count.
Brainstorm. No, there's
Ideas Unbound. But it's costing mana.
I don't know what that one is.
Okay, good. Of course you don't. Now, there's a interesting play here that Piotr now with deploying his 5th land and having a full grip of spells. Like, he already triggered the Ledger Shredder on his turn. He played actually 3 spells, but now he has the Lightning Axe as well. What he in theory could do if he has another something like an Opt or a Consider, he could also Lightning Axe on the opponent's turn together with another spell. Maybe Connive, or maybe just Adrian's going to play 2 spells on his own. Ledger Shredder doesn't discriminate.
Just passing it back. Just going to get in there. Ledger Shredder. That's going to give me indication that there's something happening on the other side there. There's no way we're not attacking that Ledger Shredder and you don't have anything. So we're expecting something like a Lightning Helix or potentially maybe double removal spell to get rid of these 1/1s off so it can out attack. But doesn't look like that. Looks like we are going to go to combat, turn everything sideways. Here is Lightning Axe, just as you said. One of the best way to deal with the big 5/5 on the other side. Going to discard Hall of the Storm Giants, put that into the graveyard, not a Phoenix, which particularly that's exactly what he would need or want because that is the namesake card of the deck. Just going to take 2 points of damage from these little 1/1s coming across. They're civilians, right? I believe they make 1-1 civilians.
1-1 humans, yeah.
Human citizens, something like that.
Yeah.
Civilians, citizens. something like that. And here comes another one.
Peasants?
Coming down. Peasants.
Usually one, but those are really nice tokens. They look like peasants, right?
Yeah, little farmers.
Yeah, there's the play I mentioned. So now he's going to play the second spell of his turn, get another connive. No, it doesn't make it grow to 6 toughness now.
That's really interesting, right? Is obviously Ledger Shredder is not just on your turn with your spells. It's also on your opponent's turn with their spells and your spells. And your opponent also has to play around this, and you got to remember the triggers on both sides. So it's moving from online Magic to paper Magic, having to remember all these triggers can catch some players out. We were speaking to Martin yesterday about it. He was like, I picked this deck up, and I was like, I've got to remember triggers on my side, their spells, my spells. So we were encouraging here as we see it pour over the pages,
pieces of
the puzzles.
It's actually I didn't realize it's the same kind of alliteration as well, right? But we're going to see some pour of the pages as well soon enough.
Oh,
with
I
Lotus Field
guarantee
combo on table 1.
Yep, our undefeated player of the weekend so far, 9-0, is our a Lotus Field player. I don't have that name to hand. I'm sure you're going to find it for me very shortly. Do you know off the top of your head?
I do.
Let me see if I can find it.
I think it's Marco Ferrara or something similar.
Yep, correct.
Mateo Ferreira, close enough.
And they're playing against Rakdos Sacrifice on our backup feature match. So, depending
Another
on how this
Polish
game goes.
player, I think, yeah. So Poland doing well. I am sure that we have a lot of Poles in the chat. So I'm sure
Skira's going to be floating around in here somewhere.
Yeah,
Skira's going to be in here somewhere. As soon as you mention Poland, that man will turn up.
Yeah. Anyway, so we saw pieces of the puzzle into like there was a Phoenix that was fun, but again also a Treasure Cruise right away. So Canister still with a full grip of cards, and now with the Ledger Shredder being a 4/6, you can block the Lovestruck Beast without any hesitation. So.
I'm having a look, see what sort of graveyard hate. We do have one main deck scavenging use in the main.
Yeah, we saw Adrian Penar actually in the feature match area yesterday. He I think plays the version with the Huntsman's Redemptions, right? So we saw him. He's playing that one scavenging ooze to be able to find it if he needs it.
Yeah, this is the one with the one Skyboat. Yeah,
I think we saw him defeat Samuel Estradi in a really interesting fashion with the Walrus and Thrill Seeker for lots of damage. But there's another Lightning Axe, and now the Phoenix comes down, and I think Piotr is winning this one.
So this is 7 damage coming across. That means it's dropping even down on the right of the screen down to, I believe it's 7, right? Was he not at 14 then?
I think he was. I think he just had 1 attack for 3 from the Ledger.
Okay, so he's at 10. So
10, yeah.
we've got more. It's not a 2-turn clock just yet.
I still see a pieces of the puzzle in hand along a Fiery Impulse and a Slate of Hand. So I think next turn it can be quite likely that if he doesn't draw an Anarchite Phoenix, if he plays a piece of the puzzle, he can find another one, or he try to swing for 10. Alternatively, he can just, he can do it in 2 attacks. There's not really a big threat on the board here for Adrian. And also remember, there's the Fire Impulse in hand. If something would come down.
I'm trying to look at the cards in the deck of how we can get back into this. It's going to have to be some sort of way of cheesing them out, I think, as in getting the Thrill Seeker kind of get down one shot, throw something at you to get this damage in. But here comes Zoka's Chariot. It's going to bring along with it 2 2/2 cat tokens. There they are, lovely. I imagine they are custom tokens of his own cat. I haven't asked him, but I imagine that's what they are.
That'll be cute.
Cat or dog person?
Dog.
Dog?
I don't mind cats though. It's fine. I can do both.
I was born or raised with cats. Let me know, chat. Are you a cat or a dog person? Let me know.
Here's I think Piotr is deciding now. It's maybe I wouldn't say playing pieces of the puzzle is risky. It still seems like he's in really good shape, but he's trying to figure out how to sequence it because
he's trying to find a Phoenix here, right?
Yeah, the Phoenix is just going to be lethal. He did find a Spell Pierce actually. Could be still maybe relevant because of something like the Acron War that we mentioned.
Yeah.
Adrian still doesn't have a lot of mana.
Just think 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6.
One more Phoenix is definitely lethal, but he doesn't have one yet. So he could try to find it with the pieces of the puzzle in the top 5 cards, and he could also just try to spread out the attacks over 2 turns.
So I'm trying to it looks pretty locked up here for Canister. Right? If we find a Phoenix, okay, the game's over. But what if he doesn't? What if he overcommits and attacks and doesn't leave anything on defense.
Okay,
Is there a chance that he can get cheesed out on the way back if a free thrill seeker comes down with the what we've got on the battlefield?
Between the spell peers and there's
There
the
you go.
Phoenix. Oh,
Double
double.
Phoenix. Doesn't matter. It's game over. Okay, we're going to go into a game number 2
Yeah.
shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We're just
He
going to
already
go through
played
the
one
motions.
spell. Now he's
Yeah,
gonna play
let's
two
keep
more.
it.
The Phoenix is gonna come back, and it's GG. And Piotr Kologowski continuing on his good streak from day one.
Well, you know, that's how it works. But the thing is, this is an open deck list tournament, so we do get to look at their decks in between rounds. So we're going to start off with Canis' deck. This is the 75 he has bought this weekend. A lot of one-ofs in the sideboard and a couple of twos. Traditionally, you can't see like a lot of four-ofs in closed deck list tournaments. In open deck list, it's to your advantage to have a few more one-ofs to make your opponent play around them. So talk me through this. Anything you like bringing in this matchup?
I kind of expect Canis to take out the Temporal Trespass and the Galvanic Iteration. That seems like those cards can be pretty easily cut because they can be just a little bit more clunky, and he's going to bring in more answers, especially because he's on the draw. I would expect him to bring in maybe more removal. I'm looking at the Braid, probably also Brotherhood's End, just because can be a pretty clean answer to an Seeker's Chariot, while also killing some of the smaller cards. Maybe if he like we talked about this yesterday, he's going to see his opponent's deck list and see what cards he brings. So I think that's why Abraid's going to come in, because he's going to see Unlicensed Hearse on the other side of the board. That's also making me think that he's maybe going to bring in the Crackling Drakes, which can be not just good at like really attacking for a lot of damage, even through lots of exiled cards, but also they can trade really well if you're on the defensive. They can do pretty well there. And I would be surprised if it was something like Saheeli as well, just to create more blockers on the ground. These decks can be quite tricky in terms of sideboarding.
Okay, well, let's have a little look, see if we can look at the other deck here, because there's something spicy here that I'm actually reading as we go along.
Of course. And
Tranquil's Thrillback.
Yeah, I mean, one of the cards from March of the Machines Aftermath. Kind of like a kicker creature, right? It can do a bunch of different things, but one of the important bits is that if you play for 3 mana, then add another green once it enters the battlefield, you can exile a graveyard. So that could be relevant there as well. I think he's going to bring that in, especially because it's a one-of that you can find with the Huntsman's Redemption as well. It's a kind of like nice option there. There's also the Unlicensed Hearses that we mentioned are gonna probably gonna come in, and I'm gonna.
What about the Oblivion Bolts?
Yeah, maybe
exile effects on them.
There's also Fry as well, like to target the blue creatures there, right?
Yeah. If he is open deck list, so we can see that
counter either, right? So he can
potentially they could kill something like a Thing of Ice.
Yeah, or the Crackling Drake, or the Ledger Shredder. So,
but bolts do exile. That's why I was kind of bringing them. They have a good against the Phoenixes.
Yeah, but there's also sorcery speed, so it's not at its best.
Not at its best. Indeed,
yeah, so it can be pretty difficult to decide how to sideboard. I wouldn't be surprised if all the Crone Wars would be boarded out alongside something like the Bone Crusher Giants as well, and just bringing a heavy sideboard package, like bringing the Hearses, the Fry, the Obliterating Bolts, along with a couple of creatures, like especially the Frillback could be solid there, and just try to land a threat and enter the graveyard and try to ride that to victory.
How good are the vehicles in this matchup? When on the other side, Spell Pierce can just interrupt one of them straight out the bat. If you're paying 5 mana for a Skyboat and there's one mana answer to it.
A Seeker's Chariot is just good on its own, but and he only plays one Sky Sovereign, so it's not like he's that heavy on the vehicle side of things.
Even the Sagas as well. Like I'm looking at 4 different targets here for Spell Pierce. Do you think you'd trim these back because they are very much committed?
I think that's the interesting dynamic. If does Canister decide to shave on Spell Pierce, or does he keep them? I think he's probably likely to keep them, especially because he saw the sideboard cards. He probably wants to have a chance to Spell Pierce the turn to Unlicensed Hearse, for example, right? But he still needs an answer to all those Llanowar Elves just to be able to slow down Adrian from that sense.
Okay, well, let's see how the players are getting on, shuffling up. Looks like they're just coming to the end of the sideboarding. It's good to see that we're coming in at the right time. But if you're just joining us, welcome. We've got 162 players that we invited back for day number 2, all battling out in 6 more rounds of Pioneer action before we have that cut to top 8, where those 8 players are going to battle out to see if they can get themselves to a World Championship invite.
I already anticipate that the record to make top 8 is going to be, I think you need 12 wins and 2 losses. Everyone's going to make it. I think we'll see a bunch of people with like, I think 11. Sorry, it's 14 rounds. No, it's 15 rounds.
15
sorry.
rounds.
So I think 12 wins, 2 losses, and a draw. Like there's going to be a couple of people who will be able to do that sort of thing. And I anticipate a couple of people at 12 wins and 3 losses are going to make it in as well. And I think that for if you go 11 wins, 3 losses, and a draw, you're definitely going to the Pro Tour. You're definitely going to make top 4. There, I assume last round is going to be very tricky. It's probably going to be a bunch of draws on probably on the some of the top tables to guarantee the Pro Tour invite, and maybe on some of the back tables to lock themselves into money or like the qualification for the next RC. But there's going to be lots of matches in between where people are going to be like, if I win, I make it onto the Pro Tour.
That's one of my favorite parts of the weekend that people don't get to see is that last round where they just watch you you're just sat there doing all the math, working it all out on your computer, just like that. Maybe I might record it on my phone and just show people the amount of effort and work that you put in behind the scenes when you're not casting a view. Just getting that data, getting that analytics to the casters and go through. But
yeah, and people are not that great at it anymore. Like it used to be, one of the skills of like during, back in the day.
Back in the day when I used to play music, when I was a little sprog.
It was really like you needed to like learn how to do tiebreaker math in the last round, know when you have to draw, when you have to play, like how the other results are going to impact you. And we saw it at the World Championship. There was a French player, I think Alexei Polo, who drew himself out of top 8 contention. Unfortunate for him, tiebreakers didn't hold up, and he finished 9th. So, and he had a really cool deck as well.
Yeah, it was, but that is happening. I say it's a skill that is lost, but both players here keeping the opening 7 off to the races, starting with the Hydra and playing out a turn 1 elf.
So, do we have Fire Impulse or not?
Of course we do.
Or Spike Field Hazard?
Of course we do. We don't keep Panzer out.
Oh, I think we would have already seen it. So I already kind of feel now that Piotr is deciding on what to play. For a second, it looked like the camera froze.
Yeah.
He was so still.
See
he does. Oh, okay. So he's gonna play the Spike Field.
That just looks like he tapped mad to play a land there. But there you go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my mistake. He didn't flip around before, but it's not a big issue.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It is a Spike Field Hazard. Remember, Exile's the elf, but not too relevant in this one.
I have a suspicion that maybe either has too many lands or not too many lands, right? Because if he's thinking so much, like maybe he was considering that maybe he needed to play the Spike Field Hazard as a land.
So like I like Caster. Very, I think he's an entertaining streamer. I think he's got a very unique dynamic. Talking to him, he's just like he is on stream. Really nice guy. Really up for a laugh. One thing I can't get behind, though, whiteboarded basics.
Oh, I love it.
Can't get behind it.
I only play whiteboarded basics.
Oh,
if
no.
I can.
What is it with all you boomers?
No, whiteboarded basics are great. The one thing I can't get behind is mismatch cards. Like, he tries to play as many different versions of a card as possible.
Come on, come at me, chat. Where's the players that play whiteboarded? Make yourself known so we can ban you in chat. Let's go. Chat's calling you a Giga Chat now. They're calling you Giga Chats for like you're whiteboarded.
For good reason.
Oh no, I'm not about it. Not about it.
I know you have friends who are part of a team called Chat Magic. So
yes,
maybe they need a leader.
No. Whiteboarded mismatched gamer. Okay, let's go. Okay, here we go with powerful 3-drop. We are going to have the Reckless Stormseeker come down. That is going to give itself a +1/+0 and haste. Also start
really
turn
nice
on day or night. So one more thing to track on this.
Yeah,
in this game.
it's a bit annoying to track day and night, but it's a really powerful effect. Even if you don't flip the Stormseeker into like a really beefy creature. I think just being able to haste out a lot of the other guys is good. And here's one of the sideboard cards I did mention that I was suspecting that we would see, and it's the Brotherhood's End. Pretty good at dealing with a bit of wider boards, but now good also to get rid of a Reckless Stormseeker. It just makes me think that maybe Piotr has a bit of a clunky hand.
So she's playing out that way.
Yeah, and there's one of the new cards from Wilds of Eldraine. I think we saw around 2025 Wilds of Eldraine cards being played on day 1.
We've got quite a nice bunch of graphics coming up over the weekend of working out the conversion rates. What's the most played cards from the last set that's turned up this weekend, and how they've kind of transmuted into the Pioneer format. But we're going to start down here.
Yeah, Huntsman Redemption come down. This is one of the big ones for the Gruul Vehicles deck. You might be wondering like why would they play it like 3 mana 3/3? It's fine, nothing like too spectacular. The second chapter is great because you can sacrifice a creature, you can sacrifice a mana elf that's already done his job, you can sacrifice a mutable very cheaply, or even a lair of the Hydra, and you can find one of your big hitters. It can be a Stormseeker, it can be a Lovestruck Beast. We see one-offs such as the Scavenging Ooze being able to be found, or sometimes you can just find a basic land if you need another land. The good thing is that Chapter 2 triggers in your main phase, so you can actually float mana from your line of elves to play, to find something else. So it's kind of nice there. And the third ability also might not seem much, but you can give 2 creatures +2/+2 and trample. And we saw that combined with something like
Oh yeah, we saw some big hitters.
like with the
Thrill
Ball Giant,
Seeker.
the Will Seeker. It's like it just makes your creature massive, tramples over, then you can still fling it at your opponent's face. This card really surprised me about around how efficient it was. One more combo I'm going to mention, if you didn't see yesterday, you can combine this with a Crone War. If you have a Crone War, you can steal your opponent's creature, and if you manage to time it correctly, you can use Chapter 2 to sacrifice the creature that you stole. So kind of like a classic limited play of steal a creature and sack it.
Okay, here is a bolt, obliterating bolt, exiling the Finger Nice. I was going to ask you about Finger Nice and how important it is in this matchup. How when do you sort of time that last counter? Do you try and do it when they at the optimal moment? Do you do it just try and get damage in? But we're going to end the turn, get that beast off with the Lightning Axe, ditching a Arclight Phoenix into the graveyard as we get to untap. That's exactly where we want it. Can we get it back out the graveyard now?
We'll see.
Only 3 cards in hand, though.
Yeah, there's 3 cards. I think Treasure Cruise is going to be important. A piece of the puzzle is amazing. It is
exactly what you want.
Empty board. Can he find? Okay, he already found 2.
Sleight of hand.
Spell Pierce as well.
I think I have sleight of hand. Yeah, Treasure Cruise. I think these are the ones I would have gone. But nice to know that Spell Pierces are still in on the other side. And shit, I'm not even putting this Treasure Cruise in my hand. I'm casting it straight away. I'm refilling, especially where you've got nothing on the battlefield besides that Saga that is going to do diddly squat. Day Knight's still going to stay day, though, because multiple spells cast this turn. Is only the second spell of the turn, so potentially if we can get a land drop and cast potentially the Sleight of Hand, I guess, we can get the Phoenix back. Do we have the land drop? We do.
Aurora.
Aurora as well.
This was consider what a great turn for Piotr here. Completely turning down. His hand was a little bit clunky, but he did have a bit of removal. The thing in the ice to distract his opponent. Now the Phoenix already starts rumbling in. Now when the chapter triggers from the Huntsman Redemption, not going to do anything.
Talk to me about. We knew that there was a sleight of hand in hand for Canister. Why did he go with Consider as his last spell and not the Sleight of Hand?
I would be curious as well. I prefer keeping instants, for the future for some legendary turns and whatnot. But yeah,
maybe he was trying to hit like if he had another Phoenix on top, he could have put it in for his last one. Yeah.
Yeah, but now we see a Seeker's Cherry on the other side.
We're going to see a lot of this, I think, especially today as we're moving towards the final round, try and find out who is going to get into those Pro Tour slots, who's going to get into the top 8, and then eventually walk away with World Championship invites. Sleight of Hand finding a Lightning Axe.
So many cards in hand.
Scry 1, that's going to go to the bottom, don't want that. Draw for... Didn't get a good look at that draw was. Another Treasure Cruise.
Another Treasure Cruise, and a graveyard that's already quite full.
And it rains, it pours. Treasure Cruise and multiples are just so backbreaking time.
Yep, Fire Impulse on one of the cats just to make sure that the Seeker's Chariot is a bit more under
Spell
control.
Mastery is obviously turned on before we do that, so it does do frame damage. It will be exiled. Now we're going to exile these 7 cards. 1 blue mana, draw 3 cards. That's an Arclight Phoenix. That was another red card. Didn't get a good look at what it was. And a Sleight of Hand. Might be another Brotherhood's End, actually.
You can see why players like playing Phoenix. Like it feels like blue-white Phoenix is one of the decks that for like pro players like choose to play.
Yes.
We saw John Emmanuel Duprat playing Phoenix as well. A few others. Ben Jones, here Rumble, all those players who they just really like drawing cards. It was such a boomer thing to do, right?
I like to kill my opponent with loads of cards in their hand. I'm at that stage of my career. But how can we kind of refill the board here after it being dealt with? The Chariot obviously can't be crewed just yet. Only the lonely 2/2 wolf, or no, it's a cat on the battlefield, and it's just going to get in there. 2 damage, dropping Canister down to 13. And unlicensed test. A little late to the party, but it does hit the battlefield. Any abrades on the other side, we'll find out very shortly. I think I did see a Brotherhood's End in hand, so that could get it off the battlefield if we wanted to go that route. Remember, it doesn't just do 3 damage to all creatures. It also can destroy all artifacts, CMC 3 or less.
Yes, correct. So it's out of range of the Seeker's Chariot.
So Phoenix coming across, dropping down to 11. 3 mana. It is the Brotherhood's End.
Okay. What are we going to see?
You can only choose one mode of this, right? We can't do
true.
3 damage to everything.
Yep.
We're all pretty sure we know which one's going to do. Destroy all artifacts if it makes us 3 or less. We're going to eat that last treasure cruise. Just get that out there before this does go bye-bye. Not optimal, but, you know, I've got so many cards in my hand, I can afford to just do this 1 for 1.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
That's, like, you know, you want to maximize your Brotherhood, and, you know, you want to get those three for ones, right? Like, wipe multiple permanents off the board. But sometimes just getting rid of one unlicensed herd is good enough.
Okay, there's our 5th land drop. Have we been missing that? Because that'll give us the ability to start double spelling and getting on the board.
Doesn't look that way. No, it doesn't look like there's a creature. Otherwise, we probably would have seen one in a Crewing of the Chariot.
3 mana.
Okay, Gigantha. Oh, that's a really weak turn.
Yeah, I would say not the strongest turn I've ever seen, but day does become night. Remember that trigger does get flipped over. Untapping our Phoenix. I think that was another impulse off the top. So lots of removal here for cast on the left of your screen. He's going to start off by casting a Sleight of Hands, it looks. Yep, Sleight of Hand. Card obviously just been reprinted in the latest select. One of them is a Phoenix.
Yeah, that card been around forever. Oh, actually puts a Phoenix on the bottom, I think.
Doesn't want to increase his clock. Might be another Lightning Axe as well. Has so much removal in hand here.
He has a full grip. Like, he had 7 cards. I think he has now 8. Yeah,
I think you're correct. So he's going to have to buy at least one more spell off this turn if he doesn't have a land drop, or discard to hand size. Okay, he does have the land drop. Phoenix coming across, drop down to 8.
You're on turn 10, and you're like, I have 7 cards in my hand. Go. It doesn't feel great. Okay, Thing in the Ice.
Promo Thing in Ice from the RC season. That's going to eat a Rendon Volley. This is going to make sense now why these cards are stuck in her hand. It's cards like these that can only, of course, target blue or white creatures, cannot target the red Phoenix.
That kind of explains why Adrian wasn't really doing much. He probably has a bunch of answers, and that was something I was speaking to when we talked about sideboarding. Like, you can't really overboard. Like, you have to be quite careful about that.
That's a really hard skill, I think, in Magic to learn, though. Like, I think too many people do over sideboard. They bring in like 8 cards and dilute the actual game plan of their deck, and then wonder why they didn't lose, and they get stuck with all these like answer cards. Didn't draw the gas that they needed to actually win the game.
Yeah, it's actually one of the biggest issues of players who are starting to play tournaments, like over preparing for some matches.
You got any tips for him?
Yeah, just make sideboard plans. Like, count out what you want to board out, what you want to board in, and just make sure you don't go too overboard.
Okay, we're going to see Giganta come down here. That's going to animate the Chariot, but as it is animated and becomes a creature, it does not get the chance to attack, as it is going to take a Lightning Axe to the face, discarding a Arclight Phoenix. Impulse is going to get rid of the lonely cat left on the battlefield.
And I think we're going to see like another Treasure Cruise or something similar, because the graveyard's pretty long. There's another Phoenix in the graveyard.
3rd Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, there we go.
It just doesn't feel fair. It just doesn't feel fair. I'd like to draw another 3 cards, please. Still got land drop for the turn if we do have them. Just making sure we count. 1, 2, and 3. That was a Ledger Shredder. I believe a land and a puzzles.
Pieces of the puzzle, yeah. Still a full grip.
I think he's not had a full grip this whole game.
Yeah.
It's always been at least 4 or 5 cards in the hand. 6 currently trying to work out, is there a way I can get lethal this turn? We know that there was 1 Phoenix in the graveyard. 1 spell has been cast so far this turn, so if we get 2 more, that one in the graveyard will come out. But is there any way we can get a 3rd in the graveyard? We know there's 1 at the bottom of the deck.
I don't think he has to rush it in that sense.
That's the other one, you know, is patience. Knowing, having the discipline to not try and get there in 1 shot, work out in 2 turns I'll be able to get there. Can I stop? Am I in any danger of...
Oh, actually pass is interesting.
Oh, okay, it doesn't even attack.
Yeah, that's for me. That's completely, you know, that's one way to do it. He can just block with his Arclight Phoenix. He just like wants to make sure that he doesn't, you know, randomly like die to, I don't know, something like in a Crone War, Reckless Storm Seeker, right? Like some crazy.
Okay, Skyboat.
Sky Sovereign is nice here.
That's going to be 5 mana. Has the ETB, does 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. It's going to go after Ledger Shredder. First spell of the turn. Can cast 2 spells in response? Cannot. Ledger Shredder's down. Only 1 card left in hand, though. And...
He also has a Mute of Old among his lands there. But passes the turn, wants to Probably recognizing the fact that, yeah, if another Phoenix comes down, he's going to have to probably block.
Yeah, Mutavolt's good, but it's not big enough to crew the Sky Sovereign. We're going to start with 4 of the pieces of the puzzle, sorry.
Reveals 5 spells, always nice.
Does he have Spell Mastery? Yeah.
Yeah, now he does.
Now he does.
Yep. But he found the Lightning Edge, which is important. Can deal with either the Giganta or the Sky Sovereign. It's kind of a tricky timing situation. If he plays Lightning Axe now, so that he can bring back his Phoenix, the Sky Sovereign can get crewed in response, and then it's blocking. So he probably has to decide how he wants to sequence this. Starts off with a Consider.
It's never good when your opponent counts their graveyard.
Yeah.
Like, you got the 4th Treasure Cruise, really? Yep, yes, I do.
I think he also has the Ether Gust, by the way.
Oh, so we could
Also a Treasure Cruise, of course.
So we could potentially go like Lightning Axe, no, Ether Gust, bounce it, cruise in response, Lightning Axe the boat, but besides we're going to start off with a Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, I'll let Piotr play this. You know, I've been saying this for a year on these Legacy European Championship tournaments. I feel like I'm really not in a place to say how they should play their Is It Phoenix deck. Usually the players are much better than I am at navigating the deck, and it's also so tricky and very dependent on who's playing it. Like even the Is It Phoenix players have different styles of play. Like the way they decide how they want to play it out. Like when they want to get more aggressive, when they want to get more defensive, and so on.
Yep, fully agree. So we're moving to combat. Second Phoenix comes out of the graveyard.
That's also could be quite a tricky situation.
Well, I think he's going to go to combat, and as soon as it gets crewed, we can kill it in response with the Lightning Axe that we have.
He can also just attack with 1.
I think that's what he is working out. He's like, could I die on the backswing? So I just go with both Phoenixes first.
Okay.
I'd like to crew the Sky Sovereign.
It's not going to be a surprise when we see a Lightning Axe come down.
So I think maybe, okay, we're going to do this and maybe use an impulse. So we have the Lightning Axe for the Giganta.
Yeah, again, a very heads-up play as well.
Very disciplined play.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is trying to get the most out of all your cards here.
Definitely.
Land drop for the turn. We're going to play the red side. I've got lots of burn in my hand. Is that what that's telling me?
I mean,
didn't play it out.
Interesting. Yeah, so many cards and options in hand, and like a lot of the cards that Piotr has, Adrian knows about them. So
let's have a look. How are we going to move forward? 7 mana, one of them being a Mutavault. So got quite a bit of power on the battlefield. I think the card I'm scared of here from Canister has got to be the Thrill Seeker. We saw it steal games yesterday. We could potentially see it steal this game right here. If it come down, I suppose we can kill what it targets in response to the counters going on it, the backup counters. Here's 3 mana.
Lovestruck Beast, all right.
Okay, not making the 1/1. It's able to crew Sky Sovereign. This is going to be 11 damage coming across.
Well, we know it's not going to come across. We're going to see Lightning Axe.
Lightning Axe taking out the Sky Sovereign.
Now just a swing with Gigantan. The Mutavault stays home. Interesting.
Giganta's 5. It's still Thrill Seeker. Thrill Seeker here could do...
Yeah, called it, but there's the Ether Gust.
Hit that back on top or bottom of your library. Put it on top. Yeah, so we kept it in hand. That again, disciplined over on the other side, trying to get that sneaky little bit of damage in there, playing it safe.
But now, he's showing that he has considered then a Fire Impulse. That's enough to bring back the Phoenix and swing for 6. And
I love how he shows it. He just like the stroke.
Fans it out.
This is my hand. I've played 4 Treasure Cruises this game. I've got too many cards in my hand. I can definitely get these Phoenix back, and he's going to take this game down at 2-0, advancing himself to 9-1, giving himself one step closer to those Pro Tour invites that he wants. But I'm sure he would also love one of the world invites out on the line. And I'd love to see him at the World Championships as well.
Yeah, he definitely deserves to be a part of that tournament. He's a great player, a great entertainer as well. Although I will say, and I'm going to call it out publicly, his music selection is a bit questionable.
I don't think he selects it though. I think that's part of his meme. It's his chat that selects it. His chat does the requests, and
I guess.
But I know what you mean. It's like I want to listen to Canada. I don't listen to the music. The music's very memey at times, but it happens. Welcome back to Move, ladies and gentlemen. Will Hall, Matej, Zatlkaj. We'll bring you round number 10 of action this weekend. Pioneer all weekend long. We've got 6 rounds for you today before we cut to that top 8. We're just trying to refill the tables now, get some more matches in there. So while we're waiting, potentially we can get the meta on the screen for everybody to have a little look at. We can see what decks managed to convert from day 1 to day 2. What is what we're going to be seeing a lot, what decks we're going to try and get on camera. If you want to see a deck in particular on screen or in the feature match area, let us know in chat. We do listen. We'll try and move them over because we want to give you exactly what you want to see.
I don't listen.
No, it's always an uphill battle with you. It's always an uphill battle.
You know me well.
I do. I have my own little ways of massaging my thoughts into your brain occasionally, but here we are. After yesterday in the Meta, we've seen a lot of decks fall off the radar. Just in general, for over yesterday, we thought, okay, these decks were actually going to become in the last RC. This weekend is kind of stepped up. Boros Heroic, we need to talk about this deck. Like, you know what I mean? It gained a new toy. It gained a new toy. This is the deck that me and you think if we were playing this weekend, this is the deck that me and you would have played. Mainly Monstrous Rage.
Monstrous Rage.
It's so good in that deck. It's got multiple triggers, giving something trample. You've gained we now use the new. It's not even got heroic, but kind of's got that pseudo heroic, where you can discard a card. You kind of convey a little bit.
Yep.
But double strike on that, giving that double strike, giving it trample against some decks like mono green that's got no interaction. They're going to try and ramp out. You can potentially win on turn 3 with that card. It's super explosive, super powerful. How do you think each set is always slightly changing one deck? As in we just had that set, now bringing some more decks to the front foot. What sort of decks are losing out? What decks didn't gain anything in the last set?
We saw Mono Green Devotion really didn't get any particularly new cards, or Azorius Spirits also didn't get anything. Like, to be fair, even Rakdos Midrange didn't get much, but it still became a popular deck just because like Rakdos Midrange seemed like it got a resurgence with thanks to the presence of Phoenix and maybe the creature decks where Rakdos midrange can operate really well in there. Though we saw some players adding a card called The End, so removal spell that also can exile a bunch of other stuff. We saw some Rakdos players actually playing Decadent Dragon, but I don't think those versions did particularly well. But I haven't yet checked the day 2 decks from that perspective. And one of the cards that I really liked seeing was Up the Beanstalk. We saw it in a bunch of different decks. This
card is broken. Every time I see it, someone wins with this card. I haven't seen that deck lose yet. It's so good.
I mean, Mark Tobias did some losing yesterday. We only saw
it on camera. I haven't seen him lose. I just heard he lose. I heard it's a rumor. Obviously, Mark playing one of the spicy decks in the room. We'll see if he keeps winning, we can get him on camera for you. We are just filling up our backup feature match table. They're just sitting down and getting ready. It might be over real quick, though, because it is going to be Boros Heroic. Piloted actually by the person I came here with this weekend. One of my good friends. If it's a team event, I'm always partnering with him. He's part of my like trios of teams. It's going to be Jake Barron, and he is going to be going against Karuga Fires. I haven't seen that yet this weekend.
Karuga Fires was also one of the decks that didn't have a particularly good conversion. It was only played by 8 people coming into day 1. But I think 3 people made it through to day 2, which is actually not that bad considering it's one of the more rogue decks out there. Together with there was also Enigmatic Incarnation, which is a very similar style of deck. But it had 3 people in day 1 and 2 made it through. So really good conversion rate there.
There he is on the left of our screen. That is Jake Barron.
Yeah,
they are not 9-0. Their records need to be changed here slightly. I believe he's X and 3, X and 2, something along those lines. But I think by the sounds of it, they're probably going into game 2 or game 3. This Kruger's deck can take a while to win.
Yeah, one of the things that I want to point out about Boros Heroic, 10 people out of 22 made it in day 2, so really good conversion rate.
Really good conversion
rate. However, I would say there's not a lot of Boros Heroic on the top tables. Like a lot of the people who made it in are like 6-3, 7-2 coming into this round. Actually, 3 of my friends that I were pushing to play Boros Heroic all made day 2 on the deck.
Nice.
But they're now all 7-3 after this round of finish. So two of them came in at 7-2 and lost. One came 6-3-1. So you can find a lot of these decks floating around those tables.
It doesn't really have a great late game. It doesn't play very many lands. Like Jake's deck's only playing 18 lands. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it does lose to itself
a lot. At least the double-faced cards.
I think it's got 1 or 2 Spikefield hazards in the deck, which and tap lands is not where you want to be in an aggressive strategy. This deck it reminds me of playing Infect a lot. I need creatures and I need spells. It's if I have one creature and it dies, I'm going to be stuck here with spells in my hand. Depending on knowing the matchup, if I'm against a Rakdos deck, I know I need a creature heavy hand. If I'm against a deck that doesn't interact much, then I know I need to have a spell heavy hand. This is open deck list, so both players are fully aware of what their opponent is playing. The full 75 cards
There
is
we
available
go.
to them.
6 and 3. It's probably good.
Yeah.
We're probably going to game 3, so I think it's 1-1.
Game 3.
Let's go.
Let's give them the thumbs up. Let's get down to the match. Let's see
Yeah,
who
we
is
see
going to be
only
on the play.
the companion face-off Giganta against Karuga.
Who's your favorite companion out of these two?
I like Karuga. It's kind of cool.
All right, Hoplite
Ooh.
is starting off for Jake on the left of our screen here. Looks like both players took a mulligan.
Yeah, it looks like a turn 1 favorite hotpoint where you want to be. A lot of glare on the right side of the table. We have really nice weather here in Lille, France. It's very pleasant outside, but we do get a lot of light in, which can be difficult to mitigate. As I assume Matej Avion just played his second Triumph there, or Triumph-like land.
That's good for Jake. Not no turn 1 sort of change the rocks or anything along those lines. No sort of ley line bindings, of course, able to come down. 2 mana here. Jake is going to take 1 point damage, and he's going to get down. Is it a lieutenant, that one?
It's the 10th District Legionnaire now.
Legionnaire, that's it. Legionnaire, not lieutenant. Legionnaire
you should know your
yeah,
military names,
there's
right?
lieutenants and legionnaires and all sorts of stuff going on in this deck. 3 damage coming across, though. Completely tapped out, so we are vulnerable to things like ley lines, binding, chains to the rocks.
Yeah, or some sweepers as well. I assume that after sideboard, the Karuga deck, maybe he's bringing stuff like
Temper
Lockdown.
Definitely.
That card's really good in this matchup. Are we going to see a ley line binding coming main phase?
Obviously, again, it does play a lot like Infect. You need to do this main phase because if you let them untap, they have access to things like God's Willing, protection spells, and it can just end up fizzling. But it does tell me over on Jake's side that, okay, you probably don't have a Temple Lockdown, or you might have cast it that turn. As in, you might not have cast the Leyline Binding that turn.
Yeah, it really depends on what cards Matej has in his hand, as well as I know that the heroic decks usually have Destroy Evils. The deck that my buddies have brought in is actually not Bring to Light, but I forgot what it's called. But it's 1 mana, can destroy an enchantment or put it 1/1 creature.
Bring the Light? No, I'm not even joking. It's like destroy target enchantment or gain 4 life, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but I haven't seen Jake's version. So I assume he's gonna.
Canister did win his the round 1 feature match. If you just tune in or tune it back in. Jake's gone with the Destroy Evils as his way to destroy enchantments in his list. 4 mana now, though. What can we do with this? Remember, there's a nice little combo with the Enigmatic Fires. If we do get the namesake card of the deck into play, then we can sacrifice that Leyline's Binding and go get ourselves something spicy like an Atraxa.
Ooh.
Or even a Korma. The Cosmos Serpent.
Yeah, I assume that's probably going to be sideboarded out in this sort of matchup.
It's got the ability to tap things down. It's a little bit of spice in there. We'll see which way we want to go. It is going to be, how about Supreme Verdict? Do we have a way to give this indestructible? Did we board anything in? Jake says, nope, they're going to go to the graveyard. Turn 4, Supreme Verdict.
Supreme Verdict, quite good. I mean, it's a little slow, but it looks like Jake still has creatures to deploy. Though too many lands.
I think he's got a few spells. I don't think he's got another creature, and this is
I think I saw a 10 District Legionnaire, so I think we're going
this shocking in tells me you're probably right.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the Legionnaire again. And I think he's probably going to play an Ancestral Anger on it, just to be able to scry and draw a spell. Maybe God's Willing could be nice here, just to be able to protect against further ley line
I think he's
binding.
already got a God's Willing in hand, but yeah,
nice.
multiple of these is going to be ideal. Remember, counter does go on this
have a
because
God's
heroic.
Willing, yeah.
Heroic mechanic we haven't seen a lot since it was in Standard. But if we target the creature just for targeting it, it gets an ability trigger. This one in particular gives it not only a +1/+1 counter, but the ability to scry 1 as well.
Yeah, he did find a Destroy Evil that I was mentioning, so he's
good.
able to blow up the leyline binding if he wants to. But now is a crucial turn for Matej Avignon on Karuga Fires. We know that Fires of Invention is the namesake card.
There it is off the top, literally with a turn. I see land. I see is that another Enigmatic?
Let's see.
Definitely looks like we got a couple 4-drops in hand.
He can start. He's a little nervous there.
Yeah,
His hands are shaking a little bit.
It's on camera, a lot on the line. Remember, both these players are still live, we think, to get into top 8. If they went on a clean run today undefeated, they can get themselves in top 8. Nothing's set in stone, but we do believe that 12 and 3 is, you're looking very good, or with a good chance of getting into the top 8. And of course, once you're into that top 8, you can be battling out for not only the prize money, the glory, but 2 world invites and these trophies sat here in front of us.
It's the final like standings and cuts needed to top 8 is going to vary. We saw a lot of draws on day
Yes,
one.
a lot of draws.
So that's going to skew the numbers a little bit, especially if we keep getting those amounts of draws on day 2 as well. There were several people who picked up 3 draws in 9 rounds, which is rough.
I know definitely, at least for Jake here, the first thing on his mind is he wants to get that Pro Tour invite. He always comes so close. He's come 9th in 3 tournaments in a row that where it comes to PT invites. So he's 1 step away. He's just on the cusp of getting that PT invite. Here comes the Fires. Here comes the 5th land.
The enigmatic incarnation, Now he's going to able to sacrifice the ley line binding, find him a 7-drop creature.
If he gets a Traxxas, obviously Jake's got a way to with Destroy Evil to get it off the battlefield.
Yeah, true.
Potentially could have a big explosive turn here and manage to take it down with 2 Legionnaires on the battlefield.
Could be. This is, I wouldn't. It's probably a risky play. I would call what it, I don't know what else might you have in your
it's a Traxxas. That's it. The only 2 things we can find for 7 is the Atraxa and
I was just wondering if he has anything else rather than the enigmatic incarnation. Could have played another 4-drop, but didn't. Went for the Atraxa here, which seems good here, but the Destroyable can be pretty nice here. And maybe Jake already has to think about actually playing the God's Willing on his upkeep.
Well, he could play it now, end of turn, get the counter, get the double scry.
Yep.
2 mana, destroy the Atraxa.
And then something like a Defiant Strike or Monstrous Rage.
Monstrous Rage would be pretty
lethal.
good.
Yeah.
That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Let's just resolve the Atraxa first.
7, 8. There's a chance. There's still a lot of magic to be played here. Of course, Atraxa, the big 7/7, Phyrexian General, Flying Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink. When at ETBs, you get to look at the top 10 cards of your library
Look at that.
and to pick 1 of each creature card type into your hand. There is 1 enchantment, a bunch of land, and 1 sorcery, I believe that is.
There's 1 card that we haven't seen actually at all so far. It's Blot Out. It's from the Aftermath set. It's kind of like Edict for the biggest creature or planeswalker play controls. They have to play it. I mean, they have to play removal spells that cost 3 or more just because of Karuga. So this is one of the new additions. It costs black mana. There was always a bunch of other cards vying for these slots. We saw a lot of Bone Crusher Giants in the past in this sort of deck. But let's see now if so he doesn't.
Are we going to? No. We're not going to do it end of turn.
I would probably end of turn it or upkeep it at least.
Another Legionnaire.
Not great.
Jake, having a look. How can we get through this turn?
Especially when he saw, I think one of the lockdowns was put in hand. If I didn't miss that.
So getting rid of that.
Evil.
Get it off the battlefield. That's step 1.
Just swing
this
for
is 5 damage coming across. Jake's deciding, is there anything else I want to be doing with this? Obviously, Destroy will have multiple targets there on the battlefield. 2 enchantments and the Atraxa.
Definitely overworked in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
It has to do a lot of stuff there.
So 5 damage is going to come across. We know about the 1 removal. We know about the Temple Lockdown.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the double scry there, just to maybe to try to find something else. There we have the Giganta. Okay.
Kind of accepting our fate. Like, we kind of accept that these creatures are not going to be sticking around much longer.
Yeah, he probably anticipating the temporary lockdown.
Oh, with the Leyline binding off the top as well.
I can find another 7-drop if he has 1 in his hand as well.
I don't think there's any more 7-drops. And if the Serpent got sideboarded out, is there any in the sideboard that could have come in?
Lockdown for free thanks to the Fires of Invention. And a Kenrith.
Oh, Kenrith is awesome here. Multiple different abilities, in fact 5 different abilities on this one. One of them, of course, is going to be the gain life, which might be super relevant in this.
And also, hey, reanimate my Atraxa.
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
That was the reason why I was pushing so hard on the double scry with the God's Willing, because this is exactly the sort of situation where yeah, I mean, there's still maybe a chance to win.
As in, we go Legionnaire, God's Willing, Pro White.
Monsters Rage. That's exactly 7.
Okay. You're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance, yeah. But Kenrith was used to reanimate.
Oh, no, through the Leyland's bind. Oh, no, we can't cast it because of the fires.
You can't cast it for the fires, exactly. So The coast is going to be cleared. There,
Oh, hold on. Can't we just play one red and give everything haste?
in theory, yeah.
Of the Kendra, we can give all
Yeah,
our
true.
creatures
True.
haste.
I forgot to see that he still has red mana open, so I think it's going to be relevant because we're going to probably go for a really big swing there. Also has the Iganjo there as well.
Yeah, I think
Now it's
that's going to be 13 damage coming across, which is going to be too much for Jake to be able to gain out of, because of course the Traxxas does have life link, so we're going back up to 14. Yeah, I think the end of turn, God's willing, should have been the turn. Just get that double scry. He'll be kicking himself if the top card is something like a monstrous
I'll mention
rage
this. You know, people are there's the haste, there's the big swing now, and there's the handshake. And you know, people are maybe going to love Boros Rogue, like a silly aggro deck. You know, you don't need any brain cells to play it. I would say Boros Rogue is actually really difficult because you have so many lines of play in your first 3 turns, like to try to calculate the amount of damage, how to maximize, how to play around, you know, when should you leave God's Willing up, when you shouldn't. I think it's a really difficult deck to play, like surprisingly so, but very rewarding if you manage to, you know, get those right lines. It's it's quite amazing.
Well, unfortunately for Jake, doesn't manage to go there. It does drop down to 6 and 4 now, but again, we do have more feature match action for you all here.
Nice.
Azorius Spirits versus Lotus Control, or Lotus Combo. Control, should we call it?
I think we call it Azorius Lotus Field on the left side, and against Azorius Spirits. Both decks not super present. Look at that, already 3 Lotus Fields, well, 2 and a Thespian Stage,
but
mimicking one.
This is the control build, right? This isn't the
it's a control build.
The
it's not a
cheating out Lotus.
Yes, exactly. So to go for Teferis, discontinuities, and so on.
What's the advantages of this over the traditional Azorius control? Obviously, we've seen them not picking up good results in going into day number 2.
You have a lot more explosive turns. Like you can, you know, sometimes the traditional control decks, you know, stumble in the early turns or can't really get back. Whereas the Lotus Field version can, you know, if it lands an early Lotus Field, it can come back much earlier. It has big swings. Yeah, stuff like Farewell can play some more expensive cards to really swing the tide. But we'll see if Tian Famun has some ways to use all of that mana. He's going to untap into 10 mana.
Talk to me about Strict Prospector.
Strict Proctor?
Proxer, sorry. And why is that? Why that's in the deck?
Well, because of it's a combo with Lotus Field. I can pull it up actually, just so everyone.
Just an interesting interaction. You say you know, control deck, and you don't normally see too many creatures in them, but this one full 4 copies in the main.
Yeah, just because it's whenever permanent entering the battlefield causes the triggered ability to trigger, you counter that unless the control pays 2. Well, if you have a Strict Proctor out on turn 3 and then you play a Lotus Field, you can just counter your own ability. You don't have to pay the 2 mana. That means that you don't have to sacrifice 2 lands to the Lotus Field, and you can just keep it around. And once you untap, you basically get a huge leg up on mana, combined with Thespian Stage, which can copy the Lotus Fields. It's a really nice kind of combo.
Nice.
The deck also plays Discontinuity, which is a 6 mana spell that's end of turn, but you can play it on your own turn for 2 mana. I'm going to pull that one up as well.
So I do see one card in hand. This is one of my favorite cards in an open deck this format, Settle the Wreckage. Very, you know, knowing your opponent has that, and if they keep 4 mana open, especially this deck, you know, is it the Wandering Emperor? Is it a Settle the Wreckage? Is it just counter magic? Real hard. It could be, you know, a Memory Deluge, in fact. So many different cards can be played at instant speed, especially when there's 4 mana up on the other side.
Yeah, and it's also not that great in open deck lists, or not as good in open deck lists. Just because, like, if your opponent knows you have a Settle the Wreckage.
Oh, no. I think it's great in Settle. Like, it makes them think, they're not going to swing out with the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, it could be one way, but your opponent can also, like, try to play around a little bit more, right? So.
Obviously, I always refer back to the LSV play.
Of course, that's a classic. If you haven't seen it,
I think it's top 2 plays of all time, in my opinion.
It's top 5, yeah.
It was the way he sold it, baited it, got the token, moved it back and forth, counted it, done the and it was like, cool, slammed it, absolutely got him. See a farewell in hand as well.
Yeah, it's nice here, especially now that the wedding announcement is flipping. But 6 mana open for the Spirits deck usually, you know, means some kind of counter magic or instant speed. But there's so much mana available for Tian Famun. Look at, careful, the Castle Armor should come into play tapped. No planes. Good call from Mikhail on the other side. Now we're gonna see the farewell here.
Do we have an answer? Doesn't look like we do. So we've got Destroy Evil and a
And one more card.
Spell Queller.
Okay. Spell Queller is...
There's a lot going on in this brain right now. Spell Queller, like, which spirit is it? I was like, Rattle Chains? No, it's not Rattle Chains. Yeah, okay, it's Spell Queller. Spell Queller, obviously, only CMC 4 or less can be counted.
Yeah, also enchantments were now exiled.
Not graveyards, though. You know, obviously not too relevant over on the spirit side, but very relevant over on our blue-white control side. You can see a Memory Deluge, double one Memory Deluge in that graveyard. Spell Queller just as a 2/3. Okay, it's really people can't see it, but when a card like that hits the battlefield, you see me and you both moving to our screens to be like, that one is.
Yeah, so Discontinuity was played just for 2 mana because it was still Tianfamun's turn. He played a Farewell, and then once everything was wiped, the Spell Queller was coming down to put some pressure on Tianfamun, but he actually just ended the turn with Discontinuity. Now Invasion of Gobakan was played to reveal a stacked hand with Settle the Wreckage, Teferi, and one more card. So, yeah.
One kind of, and just passing the turn back. It looks like we are on turns. You can see that red dice there by the decks getting turned. So turn number 3 now. Okay, so we didn't turn it last time. So turn number 3. So this is we got 2 turns to try and win this game. Can we pull it off? 16 is going to be pretty hard to do, but you know we're going to start.
Yeah, still complete Teferi through the invasion because it costs 7, and as I said, like this deck can operate on a lot of mana. Also going to untap 2 lands at the end of turn.
What's the win cons in this deck? Let's have a little look. We've got Hall of the Storm Giant. We've got a Dream Trawler.
Yep. Not that many win cons.
Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, or Teferi.
Hullbreaker Horror maybe came in.
This sort of matchup,
Dragon Lord Dramoka.
it's probably not. Maybe. It can't be countered.
Big
Pretty
Life
big.
Inker, Flying. But no, just passing turn back. Turn 4 of extra turns. Not aware of any slow play warnings here. So
Just going to head to draw. We talked. It's already pretty respectable that Tianfamun has not picked up any draw so far with his deck.
No, but
compared to some of the other people playing this deck.
flashback this Memory Deluge.
Yep.
Does this they're still going to be in contention with a draw at least to get a PT invite, right? We believe.
Fair. Yeah, I mean, like it doesn't really make sense to.
X3 and 1 is still, if they win out, could get themselves into the top 24. Remember, the top 24 players this weekend do gain Pro Tour invite.
And top 36 get an invite to the next regional championship and some nice cash prizes as well. I have to say, like the minimum payout is $300 for.
Yeah, we don't mention that enough, that they actually get the re-invite to the next RC. You know what I mean? That in itself is a whole season of grinding you don't need to do just to be able to get to the event. Obviously, you're a little bit disappointed you don't get that PT invite, but this is magic. You know, we want only the top players at the Pro Tour, and all the invites do need to be earned. As Hall of Storm Giants is the draw for the turn. Turn number 5. Just going through the motions here before we get the awkward handshake.
There's nothing really that can be done. And Tianfamun just going to pass the turn. It's going to the extra turns are going to finish, and they're going to write it up as a draw, I believe. I mean,
unless we're missing something.
Yeah.
Fireball effect. There is a one-off Besagio in here.
I don't know what Tianfamun is digging for here. I don't think he has a win con, especially not one for 4 mana.
I'm on camera.
Like, he's on camera. Yeah,
I'm taking my time. I'm getting all this extra I can have. It's not every day you get to be on a feature match here at the Legacy European Tour. And when I do, I want to be able to get all my friends watching. I want to be able to show it. I'm going to watch it on YouTube. I'm going to send it to all my friends. Look, this is me on camera. This is what I do. I travel the world. I play this card game. And look, I'm good enough to get a feature match. And I'm doing extremely well this weekend.
We'll see. I mean, Tianfamun is, for me, a known player. I think he was part of a World Magic Cup team that won, actually, the World Magic Cup together with Mengucci. He's one of Andrea Mengucci's friends.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sure he's rooting his friend Tianfamun on. And now they're going to be like, hey, look, my hand is really good. Do you want to concede? And then they're probably going to be like, probably not. And they're just going to write a draw.
Like, I've still got all of these. I don't think you've got a chance of winning this match. Yeah. It's going to go for that awkward bit. But, you know, I think it's going to end up in a draw. So there's no point watching this little bit. We might as well come back to the booth. Because, you know, they're just going to go through. We'll tell you exactly what actually does happen at the conclusion of that game, they're just going to be talking back and forth. And instead of
Yeah.
watching that, you might as well look at our beautiful faces. Welcome back to the booth. Will Hall, Matej, Zatlkaj. That is going to be round number 10. Remember, we've got 6 rounds of Pioneer action today before we have that cut to top 8, where we are going to have the top 8 battling out to see who will get the 2 world invites and who's going to walk away with these trophies here in front of us and call himself the European champion when they walk into Chicago. Pretty nice title to have.
Yeah, I would love to have that sort of title. It's definitely on my bucket list, and we haven't had the last like proper European Championship sanctioned by Wizards of the Coast back in the day. The last one was in 2003, so this is kind of a revival of that sort of regional feel. And since we started these regional championships, and I quite like it that you get to be like the regional champion. You can just say like, hey, you're the European champion.
Hey, here's some players to watch. Obviously, we were following a load of them yesterday. Here is another, our 10-0 undefeated player. Still with Lotus combo is getting there. We obviously saw Canister manage to take down his game, advancing 9-1. A lot of other good names on here, having pretty good records, giving themselves a shot. I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that was all 6 players were in the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. Like they already have a really huge leg up on everyone else. One player I want to shout out, I think, is Gabriel Soto. He's also playing Phoenix, just like Piotr Glogowski. And I believe that Frank was telling me that Gabriel Soto is actually running the fairies from you said the Picklock Canister.
Yeah, but again, one of those it was kind of like nobody's radar, but I guess someone was testing it online and it looked
Playing
like pretty
limited,
good. Yeah,
and being like, yeah, it's kind of good.
Yeah, and it works out. So I do have confirmation that it was a draw at the conclusion of that game. No one managed, conceded to the other one, so it definitely was going to be a draw there. But not knocking both players out of top 8 potentially, but definitely still gives them a shot at getting a Pro Tour invite. That's going to be it for round number 10 from myself and from Matej. We'll make sure you stick around for round number 11 coming up super shortly. See you all soon.
Welcome. Welcome on day 2. I'm Alia. I'm here with the Hall of Famer, Martin. We are in a Legacy European Championship in the round number 2. And well, today is playing 162 players, and we have a lot huge of new cards in being same game. Martin, Wars of Eldraine was released weeks ago, and well, what cards are the most played cards here?
Yeah, let's take a look at the slide. We have a slide ready for you. What are the most impactful cards from Wilds of Eldraine in Pioneer? Sleight of Hand, the most played card, 194 copies. That is a card that pretty much fit really well into the Izzet Phoenix deck, so you're going to be able to find that there. I don't think most other decks are really interested in that kind of effect, so pretty much just Phoenix. Up the Beanstalk, second most played card. That's actually pretty surprising to me. We've seen that in a bunch of decks like Omnath, Bring to Light, that type of stuff. Monstrous Rage 96, the Boros Heroic deck. I think, if you ask me, would be the breakout deck of the weekend. The End, also a card that you can find in the Rakdos mid-range decks. Imodane's Recruiter, that fits really well into the Boros Convoke deck. So if you look at the top 5, it is 2 Boros cards. So both Boros decks got a nice boost from Wilds of Eldraine. Picklock Prankster, another card that we can find in it is at Phoenix. And then we find 40, 30, 20-ish copies of cards. That is not that much considering we had almost 700 players here.
Yeah, standards for me. Quick study here.
Quick study, yeah, that is Guillaume Wapatapos playing four copies in his blue-black control deck list. I saw that the conversion rate for Dimir control was not all that great. Guillaume was the only person out of, I think, 9 competitors that registered blue-black control that made it into day 2. So quick study. Maybe you should stick to casting that card in limited. Yeah. All right, so for the feature matches, we have the, I believe, still undefeated Mateo Ferreira on the Lotus Field combo deck playing against Alessandro Cecconi playing Rakdos midrange. So 2 decks that were very popular in the previous season coming into Pro Tour Phyrexia. I think Rakdos midrange was perceived as one of the best decks in the format. Lotus Field combo, possibly the actual best deck in the format. Of course, at that tournament, Reduk ended up winning with Izzet Creativity. But here we are with Lotus Field against Rakdos midrange yet again. The metagame is very diverse. We have Rakdos at roughly 12% of the metagame. I think Lotus Field was one of the top 5 most played decks as well.
Well, mulligan for Mateo Ferreira. Shout out to the Spanish community that are cheering, rooting for this player.
Mateo has been playing the deck really well. I've been watching him even in the rounds when he was not on the stream, and yeah, he's very experienced with the deck. He plays it very fast. He plays it very efficiently, very proficiently. He knows exactly what to do in every situation. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him in the top 8. Of course, we have still 4 more rounds. We're looking at roughly a record of 12-2-1. To get into the top 8, possibly 13-2, depending on how the tiebreakers shake out.
Yes, Mateo Ferreira playing this deck looks so dynamic, so fast. He always take all the decisions very fast and clearly, in my opinion. Well, second mulligan for Mateo. Mulligan to 6 cards.
And you might be thinking, okay, well, Mateo's really unlucky, taking another mulligan. This is just how the deck works. If you're playing a deck like the Lotus Field combo or, Wizardtron in Modern, those are the types of decks where you mulligan to find the one powerful card in your deck, Lotus Field, that just makes everything in your deck much better. In the case of Tron, you're also just looking for the 3 Tron lands, and it usually pays off to aggressively mulligan to try to find those pieces rather than keep a hand that has 2 forests and nothing else you can really do to find the Lotus. So Mateo mulliganing to 5, but that doesn't mean that it's not really going to be a game. as long as he finds the Lotus, I think he's going to be happy keeping a 5-card hand.
Yes. Ooh, aggressive mulligan here. Mulligan to a hand for only for 4 cards. 4 cards against 7 cards. The combo is pretty aggressive with these hands.
Mateo knows that playing against Rakdos midrange. Keep in mind it is open deck list, so knowing I'm up against Rakdos midrange, makes me think I'm going to have a lot of time. It's not a deck that is very aggressive. Sure, they can have a nice curve with Blood-Tide Harvester into Fable of the Mirror Breaker and maybe Shield Red, but that should still give you 4, 5, or 6 turns.
Well, a lot of lands in these 4 cards.
Yeah, I think Mateo really wants to keep a lot of lands in his hand because we know that Rakdos midrange has cards like Thoughtseize or Duress, so even a 4-card hand of 3 lands and a Lotus Field is probably better than Island Forest and 2 spells.
Yes, absolutely. Well, let's go to Rumble. Yes, Yavimaya Coast. Nice to see the old Palins again here in Pioneer. No discards for Alessandro. Clan and Harvester. Absolutely, yes.
So Alessandro is going to be trying to race Mateo's Goldfish. Obviously, on 4 cards, the Goldfish is not going to be turn 3 or turn 4. We know the deck is capable of some very busted draws, but obviously, if your resources are this limited, you're probably not looking at a turn 4 Goldfish. Alessandro will want to just try to pressure Mateo as much as possible. Ideally, curving out with 3 creatures in a row. Let's see if he does have the Fable.
One Fable, yes. Fable of the Mirror Breaker could be the best card in Pioneer right now. Well, right now on for so long. T-Spin. Mateo can copy this Lotus Field right now.
Yeah, so a pretty decent start for Mateo despite being on 4 cards. He did find the Lotus. Now he has a Thespian stage. He still has a decent amount of time. Only down to 17, likely taking 5 this turn. So if Alessandro plays something like a Shield Red, then Mateo would be at 12, 9 damage coming through, 1 draw step. So yeah, very likely only has 1 more turn
Alessandro
left.
discard 2 removals. Removals against Lotus Field combo is like a mulligan. Mateo is hurrying up his opponent. Come on, let's play. Sometimes the combo have spent a lot of time playing cards.
Mateo fires off a Tawara channeling to get rid of the Fable token, which definitely seems reasonable. That's gonna deny Alessandro a treasure token. It's also gonna preserve his life total a little bit, but that might have been the only answer for a possible Shield Dread. And we know that if Shield Dread is on the battlefield and you start casting cards like Pour Over the Pages, then you don't really have that much time left. But it doesn't look like Alessandro is gonna be able to add that to the board, opting to crack the blood token instead. Now he has a choice between another Fable or I think that was a Bonecrusher Giant. Bonecrusher attacks for 4. I think right now presenting a turn 2 lethal is
Graveyard Trespasser here.
okay. Yeah, presenting a turn 2 lethal is exactly what Alessandro wants to do. So this would be 6 or 7 points of damage coming through with that stomp in hand. Alessandro does have the kill in 2 turns, so Matej has this turn, possibly one more. We'll see if he has something like pour over the pages to start chaining some card draw spells, floating some mana.
Where Graveyard Trespasser is flipping, and the Fable 2 is flipping right now. 3 creatures in Alessandro table and attack for 7 damage. The next turn, Matej could be will try to take the victory of the game. Will receive have something to draw card and Shieldred.
Yeah, that Shieldred is a big problem for Matej, but this really tells you how this matchup goes. Matej mulligan to 4, and he still had plenty of time to try to go off, or to try to find the right pieces. Obviously, he is down on resources quite a bit, but the Ragnos midrange deck is really not very fast. So you typically do have 5 or 6 turns, and given that the Lotus Field combo deck is very hard to disrupt, you can't really target Lotus Field as it has hexproof. This is typically a pretty decent match for the Lotus Field player, especially in the first game. We'll see if Alessandro has anything in the sideboard, some type of extraction effect or something like Alpine Moon to stop Lotus Field in game 2.
Time to sideboard. Matej.
Let's see if we can take a look at the deck list.
It's good to see the sideboard plans.
All right, here we go. So this is Matej's list. Playing against Ragnos midrange, I think I would want to bring in some more value cards out of the sideboard. Perhaps Dragon Lord Dromoka could be okay. Voyaging Satyr is certainly a possibility. Maybe some of the sweepers. I think I would rather have the sweepers on the draw than on the play. On the play, I would maybe try to be a little bit more proactive, but it is certainly possible we're going to see those come in as well. Something interesting about Matej's list is that he is running 3 copies of Discontinuity in the main. That is a nice little combo with Lotus Field. On the 3rd turn, you can play Lotus Field, put the trigger on the stack. Since it's your turn, Discontinuity costs 4 less, so you're going to be able to cast it for 2 end the turn and end up with 5 mana sources in play. Here we're taking a look at Alessandro's list. Out of the sideboard, definitely the discard spells are coming in. 3 copies of Duress, 3 copies of Goblank. Reckoner, Bankbuster, a little slow, but at the same time, you want as many 2-drops as possible. You can crew it with the 3-drop if you have Graveyard Trespasser or Bonecrusher Giant. So I would be considering bringing that in as well. Other than that, it looks like a pretty stock list. 3 copies of Shieldred. You just want to board some slow cards out and some of the removal spells. I think it's fine to keep some of the removal spells that deal with Arboreal Grazer. But outside of that, you don't really want to draw too many. Like 1 removal spell in hand is okay, but you don't really want to have 3 by turn 5 or something like that.
Well, second game here, Alessandro is putting in the deck a lot of cards from the sideboard, making piles. All the players is doing that.
Pile shuffling has been very popular here in the last 2 days. I swear to God, every time we watch a feature match, somebody is pile shuffling. You are allowed to do that once per game. But if you want to shuffle your deck, there are better ways to do it, more efficient ways to do it. If you want to counter your deck, there are faster ways to do that as well. Keep in mind that the rounds are only 50 minutes.
Sounds tiny enough, but sometimes combo spend a lot of time but Matej plays so fast this deck. Yesterday we watched him playing so well here in feature match. Well, remember, we are in the round 11 here in the regional championship. The European champion will be win today in this Legacy European Championship. Well, a lot of players playing today.
Yeah, I believe we have a little over 162 players competing for the slot, 2 slots for Worlds, 1 title of the European champion, and top 24 players will qualify for Pro Tour Chicago in February.
The world's the lovely dreams for Magic players.
So roughly 1 in 7 people today are going to be happy, going away with the slot for the Pro Tour. 8 people will be very happy because the top 8 has some really nice prizes, and 2 people will be incredibly happy, not only getting $16,000 or $10,000 in the finals, but also going to Worlds, which won last year or last week was actually $1 million tournament. So that is a pretty nice tournament to qualify for.
Huge prize pools. Well, second game here, Ragdos mid-range is playing a .6 on the Mateo Ferreira's hand. .6 you. Like the Great Dukes article, highly recommend if you want to play very good the .6 card. And, well, Hidden Strings is a very good choice here.
Yeah, this hand has all the cards that Mateo is looking for. 2 lands and a Lotus Field, so you can't really interact with that. There's a Sylvan Scrying, that doesn't look that appealing if you already have the Lotus Field, but I mean it can still get you a Thespian stage to copy that in the future. Omniscience, you kind of rather want to have that card in your deck than in your hand because you would rather find it with the Ultimatum later on. Alessandro decides to discard that from Mateo's hand, hoping to sort of disrupt the combo later on. When you play the Ultimatum, maybe you won't be able to have too good of a turn if the Omniscience is not in your deck, and you're gonna have to take an extra turn trying to return it to your hand or something along those lines.
Sylvan Scrying, looking for Thespian stage. And go. Ramp turn for Mateo. And now draw. Ooh, another combo card in the hands of Mateo. Emergent Ultimatum.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice draw. With the Thespian stage, he's going to be up to 7 mana in no time.
Is this Chandra? I guess Chandra is now bottom of the library. Bone Crusher Giant. Stomp to damage. Draw land and Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And for sure.
I believe that is a Fable, so Alessandro deciding I would rather play Fable here, get the looting effect on turn 2. Try to dig a little deeper into my deck over playing the Bone Crusher Giant, which would put Mateo on a much faster clock. And Mateo is already floating some mana, cycling Vizier. That's +1 blue. Thespian stage copies the Lotus, leaving 2 mana in the pool. Let's see if we have I think there was a Hidden Strings in his hand. Yeah, so he's able to untap both of the Lotuses now. 6. That is a Chandra. No big deal. Turn 4.
Chandra in 7.
Wow, and he gets to play Peril's Voyage, copy it with Chandra, bounce both of those permanents into Alessandro's hands. So Alessandro currently has no board, while Mateo has a Planeswalker in play and 6 mana available to him next turn. You can find all deck lists already on MTG Melee. If you look at the Legacy European Championship hub, you can find deck lists from the LCQ yesterday, deck lists from 2 days ago, deck list from the Regional Championship, all 670-ish players. We also have a grand qualifier today and I believe there's a modern event as well. So for all you deck list lovers, there's a lot of deck lists, a lot of new deck, a lot of new cards from Wilds of Eldraine. We saw that Sleight of Hand was the most played card. Make sure you take a look at it.
Graveyard, Trespasser, exiling Omniscience of the graveyard of for Mateo.
All right, here it comes. Float to black, I believe. Pour over the pages. Discard Impulse. Untap the Lotuses. Chandra copies the pour over the pages, so floating even more mana. Triple green. There's the ultimatum. It's a Dark Petition. Leer.
More
and pour over the pages.
More pour over the pages. Digging on the deck, looking for more very good cards for try to play the combo. Go through the combo. Okay,
I think Alessandro sees the writing on the wall, says, all right, well, you're going to be able to draw all the cards with Leer, with Chandra on the battlefield. Everything gets copied, so I'm just going to scoop it up. That puts Mateo to 11-0. Cruising through the tournament, in a very good position to top 8. I think he's only going to need one more win and possibly a draw, while Alessandro goes to 9-2. Still a pretty good record. If he wins the next 3, he might be able to draw in the last round. We'll see if we have any backup feature matches for you. Oh wait! No, wait. It's 1-1, right? Why did I think Matej was? No, never mind. I thought Matej won game 1. I got confused. Sorry, guys. That is definitely my fault. I was just expecting Matej to win game 1, thinking about this matchup coming in. We are at 1-1. We're going to game 3. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. Nobody stopped me. What is going on?
Well, a lot of piles here. Mateo is doing piles. Alessandro is doing piles. Random is in the decks.
Players do like to pile shuffle at this tournament for some reason.
Europeans like to the piles, it seems.
The win condition in the Lotus Field deck, sometimes, most of the time now, players win with Chandra. You can activate Chandra to shoot your opponent for 5, removing all the loyalty counters. Chandra goes to the graveyard. You can play Bala Get Recovery, get Chandra back into your hand, replay it again. You can do that usually 3 times. There's usually 3 or 4 copies of Bala Get Recovery in the deck, so you can keep returning it to your hand, deal 20 to your opponent. You can also use Leer to then flashback the Bala Get Recovery. So you can do this more than 4 times, and that should usually be good enough to finish off the opponent.
Well, cut and shuffle. The last one game for this run. A lot of time. The timer, 32 minutes remains. Time enough to go through the combo. And time enough to win for the Rakdos mid-range deck. Let's go to see the hands.
Yeah, Mattel says, okay, my hand's not good enough. I think there was a Lotus Field, but no other lands, maybe just one. This is a deck that does mulligan very aggressively, so we're gonna be looking at a little bit more shuffling. But the rule of thumb with these decks, if you're playing Lotus Field, should be that if you don't have any way to get Lotus by turn 3 with a Sylvan Scrying or just have it in your hand naturally, should just be a mulligan, especially on 7 cards. If you're on 6 or 5. You could be a little bit more loose with the hand depending on the matchup, but in most situations, if the hand contains Lotus Field, it is going to be so much better than a hand without it that it does make sense to take another mulligan if you don't have it. Same with Tron. If you're playing Wars of Tron in Modern, the rule of thumb should be that on 7 or 6 cards, if you don't have access to full Tron by turn 4, you should just take a mulligan.
The hand of Alexandra with a lot of cards costing 3 mana Looks a bit clunky, in my opinion. What's happened? He's thinking of what the card putting down and go to 6 cards in hand. Okay, we can run. Not discard spells.
Yeah, I think this was the first match I've ever seen of Rakdos midrange not having Thoughtseize on turn 1 in either of the 3 games.
Land Harvester. T-Spin.
There it is, Sylvan Scrying for Lotus Field, so Matej is set up pretty well.
All the lands. Okay, good. Go ahead. Alessandro, untap, take turn, and Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize can't discard the Lotus.
Let's see if Alessandro can follow up with another creature on turn 3. That's exactly what he needs. Just pressure Matej, put him on a fast clock, force him to start the combo when he's not exactly sure if he's going to be able to get enough mana. If I have a choice between Bone Crusher Giant and Fable of the Mirror Breaker, I think I'm going for the Bone Crusher just to put my opponent on like a 2-turn clock, 3-ish turn clock. Here, if you play Bone Crusher, the opponent's at 17, so you attack twice. That's 14. You need to find 3 more points of damage between Stomp. You know, maybe like a creature land in there. I think that would be a decent chance to find that. Alessandro goes for the Fable, which is going to be able to dig deeper into the deck. So this way he gets to find more cards like Thoughtseize or perhaps the Gold Blank or some other ways to disrupt Matej. Meanwhile, Matej had the discontinuity on turn 3, so that puts Lotus Field into play without the need to sacrifice the 2 lands. Now he's up to 5 mana sources.
Very sweet for Matej with these 3 lands in table. And we can see Alessandro is looting in the second stage of the Fable. Well, Duress. The ultimatum is one of the card case for the combo deck.
Yeah, Matej has a lot of card draw spells here. He doesn't really have a lot of ways to make more mana though, so you can definitely make a case for Impulse here. To try to find something like a Vizier or Hidden Strings. Obviously, Pour Over the Pages seems like the most useful card at the moment. You can cast it for 5, untap the Lotus Field and the Thespian stage. So I wouldn't be surprised if Alessandro takes the Pour Over the Pages. You can also take the Ultimatum and maybe try to sort of think ahead. Okay, well I'm gonna let you draw cards, but I'm gonna take the one big card that you can cast. Maybe you'll just fail to find another card like that. Then again, there is Balaget Recovery, so if Matej gets to a lot of mana, he can start returning cards from his graveyard back to his hand. So awkward situation for Alessandro. I think the most appealing card to take is still the Pour Over the Pages, but we'll see what he decides.
Choose wisely with this Duress. Whoa, this is a Thoughtseize in Alexander's hands. He can discard 2 cards this turn. And also doing the decision. Okay.
All right, there it is. So Pour Over the Pages gets taken away from Mateo's hand, but at 17 life, he still has quite a lot of time to set up for the big combo turn. Takes 5, goes to 12. Doesn't look like Alessandro is going to be able to present lethal for next turn. I think he does have a Bone Crusher Giant in play. In hand, I mean.
He's doing maths. Doing the maths. Doing the maths for win this game. And Bone Crusher Giants from Wilds of Lorraine is in game. Mateo, untap, take turn, draw a card. Is that discontinuity? Yes, is that discontinuity?
Yeah, discontinuity can be used as a time walk. I don't think Mateo has a 6th mana source just yet, but he can use Tespin Stage to copy the Lotus Field. If he doesn't die on Alessandro's turn, he can later on use discontinuity as a time walk effect to buy himself even more time.
Whoa, deep thoughts, deep thinking for Mateo. Trying to not die, to not lose the game. Well, he no lands in hand for Mateo, I guess. Impulse, ultimatum, discontinuity, and no lands. Balaget is a path, is like a pathway. He can play a land, but it's not. Look, yes, absolutely. Balaget flipped, being a land. And first turn. Will it be the first round losing for Mateo? Is undefeated right now in this tournament? Well, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, flip.
Yeah, let's see what Alessandro can do. I think Mateo was trying to count, okay, well, what is the likelihood of you finding 3 more damage somewhere? You're presenting 9 on board. That puts me to 3. If I take this opportunity to turn that Despin Stage into Lotus Field at the end of turn, I'm gonna get to 8 mana. Next turn I can use Discontinuity, perhaps cast an Impulse along the way, and try to set up for a combo kill 3 turns from now.
Perilous Voyage. Returning hand permanents.
Now, Alessandro's the one in the tank. He does have a Stomp, so he only needs to find 1 more point of damage. Although I don't think that the Rakdos deck really has too many of those effects available. He would need to find another Bone Crusher Giant. Perhaps put a Shield Jet into play, but he does know about the Perilous Voyage.
Stomp on the token that makes Perilous Voyage can't scry, don't resolve, and can't scry for Mateo. Killing by his own creature. Well, attacking for 7 damage, not enough to win the game, and Totsis looking for info, looking for discard the K card of the combo for Mateo, trying to end this game for Alessandro. Think thinking.
Okay, now things are looking relatively grim for Mateo now that Thoughtseize is going to be able to get that ultimatum from his hand. So now he only has that discontinuity, which is going to be used as a time walk next turn and an impulse. We'll see if that impulse finds some more gas. Pour over the pages or emergent ultimatum are the cards he's going to be looking for. Alessandro doing what he can with pretty much the best kind of draw the Rakdos mid-range deck can present in this kind of matchup. A creature on turn 2 followed by a 3-drop and 2 Thoughtseizes to disrupt the opponent, and that is exactly what Alessandro had in this game. Is it going to be enough though? What is that impulse going to find? I think I saw another ultimatum there, so we might be able to still turn it around. There's a Vizier. I think it's double Vizier, a land, and an ultimatum.
Yes, I guess. Ultimatum. Well, ultimatum is the chosen card. Discontinuity remains in the Mateo's hand and is played right now, trying to do a time walk effect. And Mateo take the second turn and going through the combo. Floating mana, hidden strings, pour over the pitches. No, directly. Ultimatum.
So let's see what Mateo gets. I think we're going to be looking at Dark Petition, Omniscience, and possibly Leer. Maybe pour over the pages. Okay, so Dark Petition and Leer, the first 2 cards chosen, pour over the pages. So no Omniscience just yet.
For the pitchers, Dire and Dark Petition. And now, Alessandro, choose one to return to the deck to Mateo. What is the best option to choose here?
I'm not sure what exactly Mateo has in his graveyard, but choosing the Dark Petition and hoping your opponent fizzles on all the card draw spells is probably your best hope. But then again, you also have Ultimatum in the graveyard, I believe, that you can also recast with Leer later on. So if you give your opponent Leer and pour over the pages, they're going to be able to play both for free. They're going to be able to play some hidden strings from the graveyard, get even more mana. I think there is another pour over the pages in the graveyard. So draw a bunch of cards, untap a lot of lands. I think Mateo should have it.
Yeah, I think Alessandro crushed the blood token and loot a card. But Mateo is still going through the combo. Loading more mana, digging in the deck. Playing the cards and shake the hand. This is another victory for Mateo Ferreira, undefeated player for today here in the second round. Well, this is the backup game. This is the backup table. Christopher Larsen versus Lars Henrik Bark. Well, Larsen versus Lars.
Yeah, it is the Ragnar sacrifice against Abs and Greasefang, and Christopher Larsen is someone who always plays a Ragnar or has been playing Ragnar sacrifice in a lot of events in the previous season, and I believe he also top-8'd the very last regional championship in Athens with the same deck. So he's just saying, you know what, I think the deck is still good. There are some new cards in the format, but I don't think the format changed all that much. So I'm just gonna run back the same deck, see if it's still well positioned. And I think the answer is that it is. There's a lot more creature decks now, The Boros Convoke decks, the Boros Heroic decks are a lot more popular than last season. So, you know, having a deck with the Cauldron Familiar and Witch's Oven combo plus Mayhem Devil is definitely good in a sea of creature decks.
Well, this is the game number 3 for this table. This is the last game of the run. Lars is doing mulligan, and Larsen seems keep. Larsen is playing Right to Sacrifice. Larsen play a lot of sacrifice deck and food deck since the last years, since the first Wild of Eldraine, I guess. He's a very experienced player with that deck.
We have a question how Canister is doing. I think Canister was X and 1 when the round started. It was the feature match last round. He is on Is It Phoenix? One of the most popular decks this weekend. So far, we have been able to watch a lot of shuffling, not a lot of actual magic. But you know, imagine if the fetch lands were not banned in the format, then it would be kind of like modern. Shuffle my deck, draw 7 cards, crack a fetch land, find a dual land, crack a fetch land again. Let's see if Lars can find a playable hand. Absent Greasefang is a deck that, when the format first started, or if you have been playing Explorer on Magic Arena, Greasefang was one of the best decks early on in the format. A pretty easy turn 3 combo to pull off. There are lots of ways to mill yourself, lots of ways to enable the combo. But lately, especially with the popularity of Phoenix again, cards like Rending Volley are in most red deck sideboards. Not only because of Ledger Shredder Thing in the Ice, but also because of all the mono white humans decks. We also have Unlicensed Hearse as a very popular sideboard card this weekend. So trying to pull off a graveyard combo kill is not as easy as it may seem. Rest in Peace is also a very popular card in all the blue-white control decks or all the 4-color or 5-color Omnath lists.
Well, the game is running now, and Christopher Larsen plays the Oven. This is a K card in the engine of this Grindy deck. He needs now a cat for put on this engine. I'm checking the Christopher Larsen deck list, and I can see the claim, the first one is in 3 copies, and have the 4th threaten effect, like a Furnace Reigns, a threaten effect card. Why not the claim the first one? Could be for the Shieldred.
Yeah, you typically want to have also ways to deal with bigger creatures. So the active treason effects for something like Shieldred, something like Omnath, some of those bigger creatures can definitely come in handy. Christopher starts with a Duress, revealing 2 lands. There's a Traverse. I think there's a Sky Sovereign. I think that's a Tear Asunder and a Grizzly Salvage. I think that Grizzly Salvage is looking very, very nice for the Duress, leaving Lars with not a great hand.
Absolutely not. No great fun.
Yeah, Grizzly Salvage is probably the most important card in this deck. Not only does it fill the graveyard, it is a way to try to find the Greasefang. So Grizzly Salvage is the ideal turn 2 play. Christopher follows up with a Mayhem Devil, just putting some some pressure on Lars, like starting to build his board, but we see that Lars drew a go for the throat for the turn, so that deals with the Mayhem Devil. Christopher obviously sacrificing it to get a food token.
Food token and 1 damage on Lars. That says, show me your hand. Whoa, look, that small cat. And random volley to try to kill the Grace Fang.
Yeah, I was thinking this weekend about how well positioned are the aggro decks, and I probably wouldn't choose something like mono white humans or decks that rely on white or blue creatures like spirits, because Rending Volley really is in everyone's sideboard. If I'm building a red deck for the tournament this weekend or just in general in Pioneer, Rending Volley is gonna be a 3 or 4 off in my sideboard almost no matter what kind of deck I'm gonna play. So if you want to play a creature deck, if you're thinking of playing a creature deck, perhaps a DreamHack, perhaps one of the other RCs, maybe try to find a deck that doesn't revolve around white or blue creatures. Maybe a Tarkaret could be good. Maybe the Boros Convoke deck where you're kind of going wide, so you don't really mind if your opponent trades the Rending Volley for your Loxodon if you have already put a bunch of counters on your creatures, or if it got you some additional value like the Night Around of EOS. But decks like Boros Heroic, Azorio Spirits, you're definitely gonna have to fight through a lot of sideboard cards, including but not limited to the Rending Volleys.
Yeah, this is a hate card, very useful in this format right now.
Traverse the Ovenvault. There is a sorcery instant in the graveyard, so just for a basic land. So neither player really has anything going. There is a Den of the Bugbear on Christopher's side, though, so even if he just draws another land, he can at least start attacking for 5. We know that Lars has that Sky Sovereign in hand, so he might be able to play that next turn. Yeah, there's the activation. Den attacking, making a token. That's 5 damage coming through. I think that puts Lars to 9.
And pass turn. Lars on tap. And well, no vehicles on the graveyard. And no Gracefan in the hand.
There it is.
Sky Sovereign. Sky Sovereign killing the token.
Killing the token, but unfortunately that is not a card that can block right now. So if Christopher wants, he can just activate the Den again, attack for 5, put Lars to 4, which is exactly what he does. And let's see if Lars can find a creature or something like
Need the odd.
Chariot or... Yeah, it's 2 more
Yeah.
lands. All right, well,
Shake hands. Victory for Christopher Larsen with Ragdos Sacrifice.
kind of a bad draw for both players, but Christopher was able to just use that Den of the Bugbear to attack for the last points of damage. What do we have here? Is it Phoenix against Mono Green Devotion? Both players at 9-1.
Well, Rebolledo is playing a mono green card, and let me check because I think he have a monkey in the main deck, very spicy.
We see a flip Thing in the Ice. This is a matchup where Thing in the Ice is the most important card. If you're the Izzet player and your hand has Thing in the Ice, I think your expected win percentage or your expected win rate is going to go up by quite a lot, as there is not a lot of stuff that Mono Green Devotion can do against the 0/4. There's not, there's no interaction really from them. There's no disruption. There's no removal usually. So just play a couple spells, flip it into a 7/8, bounce all their Cavaliers, all their Old Growth Trolls, Llanowells, whatever they have, and just attack a few times, and that should be usually good enough if you have 1 or 2 removal spells to deal with the mana creatures in the early turns.
Yesterday I was talking with Rebolledo, and he tells me he destroyed a lot of Fable Passage with a Silverback Elder in the main deck. and he was so happy about that. Well, Gabriel Soto is a Spanish player too.
Wow. Okay. Bouncer line world. Make sure you can't chump block. Attack for 10. Put you to 7. What do you have? CJ has access to, what is it, 2, 4, 5 mana. That Niktos currently not very threatening, as he only has a Willful Haven, I believe. Oh, there's a Kiora on the side as well. I think that Kiora is in play, so that can certainly change things.
Well, Lukranos, draw a card. This is the engine of card advantage for mono green deck. Drawing cards with Kiora. Untap the forest. And floating a lot of mana with the Nykthos Rhine to Nyx.
Okay, so now Niktos is floating 5. Old Growth Troll. I think that leaves 2 mana floating. Draw a card for Kiora. So pretty nice turn so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good turn. What is the other card? Is Jano what else?
So what is in Gabriel's hand?
You know. Well, Pelucranos have reach and can block the creature, the Phoenix, for example, of Gabriel. Can block the creatures and protect the life of Rebolledo. Treasure Chris, digging in the deck, drawing cards. This is the most Asian. Usually, all the players playing the Exit Phoenix draw a bunch of cards of the deck.
The Treasure Cruise is a really nice start for Gabriel. He's going to be looking for some bounce effects, perhaps another Thing in the Ice, maybe something like a Temporal Trespass if he has access to that. Even something like a Lightning Axe would be nice to deal with the Polukranos and start attacking with the Phoenix. Perhaps something, a piece of the puzzle would be sort of the perfect card to try to find one of those cards, put more Phoenixes in the graveyard. I think that is an Otherworldly Gaze. I think he's looking at a land. With 2 lands and Sleight of Hand, something along those lines.
Gabriel is trying to figure out how end this game.
Okay, all of them are going to the graveyard. So it was a land, Sleight of Hand. I think that was a Disdainful Stroke. So putting the reactive card to the graveyard, doesn't need any more land. Sleight of Hand is fine, but not that exciting. Rather put the card in the graveyard to be able to delve into Treasure Cruise again. So another Ancestor Recall for Gabriel. 3 spells played. So if he manages to put any Phoenixes in the graveyard, they would come back. Just passes the turn though.
Just pass. Cavalier of Thorns.
Wow, I think there's a Storm the Festival in CJ's hand.
Seems to me Cavalier. It's a Storm the Festival. Okay. It's floating mana. Is tap Nykthos with Kiora. Play the Cavalier.
Yeah, the green deck is very good at rebuilding. Like, Nykthos is such a busted card. You only really need to put 1 or 2 triple green creatures into play, and then if you have Kiora, you're going to start floating some very unreasonable amounts of green mana. So this is what, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 14 floating for CJ.
Look, that mana.
I do think that last card in hand was Storm the Festival.
Cow.
So Boseiju from the Cavalier trigger.
Well, the Storm the Festival.
Yeah, there it is.
The big collect company. Putting 2 permanents in game. Big creatures. Could it be? Or lands? Kiora, land.
Kiora alone is already kind of fine because it's going to be able to untap the Niktos again. And you can just flash back to Storm the Festival.
Well,
This is definitely not what you're hoping for. This was pretty much a brick. You only got to replace your Kiora in play that you already have. But we know that Kiora is going to be able to just produce another 14-ish or 12 mana, whatever that was. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so untap, go back to 6, float again. So CJ can go to 18 mana right now. Flashback that Storm the Festival still keeps 8 floating. I think he has that is an invasion.
well, Dumping Sphere is a choose card by the player with this card. It's a hate card in the sideboard. Mono green Devotion is a toolbox deck, and the sideboard have a lot of hate cards and very unique cards. Have a lot one of.
All right, so there it is. Float 18. Flashback my Storm the Festival. Go down to 8. Let's take a look at 6 more cards.
6 more cards and 2 more permanents in game. Transmogrifying Band and the Green Ponder, the Oath of Nisa. Look in that forest. Dumping a Sphere in hand.
So unfortunately for CJ, no more creatures, which would have triggered Kiora, draw him some more cards. He turns that thing in the ice into a goat. Wow, so that was pretty much a brick. Double Storm the Festival and Oath of Nissa. Take a look at quite a lot of cards, but still just kind of has to not really pass the turn, but use all that floated mana into Lair the Hydra.
Well, the time is over, I guess, and the players are playing the turn 0. The game needs to end quickly. It's a charm. Yes.
Okay, so now the question is Gabriel going to be able to find enough Phoenixes? We know that there are 2 creatures with reach on a CJ side of the battlefield, so Gabriel was able to have a pretty nice turn the turn before, double Treasure Cruise, so he has quite a lot of cards in hand, but let's see if any of those are actually useful in this scenario.
Turn number 1 in Gabriel Soto game.
I think Gabriel's ideal turn is Thing in the Ice, play my 4th land, and just cast for Sleight of Hands, Considers, Opts, Fiery Impulse, something along those lines. But was he able to find the second Thing in the Ice or not? He does. Oh wow. Okay.
This is it.
We're live.
This is the thing. This is the thing in the eyes, the thing to survive. Consider. Draw a card.
Yeah, now Gabriel just wants to chain the 1 mana spells and find another land.
More
Consider,
spell.
finds Opt. All right, Storm
Opt.
count is 2.
This is the second spell. And Gabriel needs to flip that thing in the eyes, playing 2 more spells.
There's the land. Well, but
It's
only
dead.
a 2 mana spell, so he is so close.
1 spell remains to flip that creature. Phoenix, trigger, and pass Turn to Rebolledo. Time to think, time to math, time to float in mana.
What a roller coaster of emotions. That looked like Gabriel was gonna be able to take it, but he was one spell short or one mana short. And now the thing in the ice is gonna be dealt with the wand, so goes to the graveyard instead. Gabriel gets another goat. And CJ has quite a bigger board here. Decides to flip the Polukranos, I believe.
Yes, the Polukranos flipped have a lifelink and as a 6/6 creature, very big. Great lifelink.
So keep in mind that this is the second extra turn. So Gabriel is going to be able to have 2 more attacks, while CJ only has this one and the one on the 4th turn.
Tap Nyctos, adding more mana. This is how it works. The devotion. Devotion was an ability from Theros. The can allows you a lot of mana. The mainland is going to battle the Slayer Hydra.
So CJ deciding how many creatures he's going to be able to attack with, maybe leave something back in case, Gabriel might have a big turn, bring back some more Phoenixes. He also has those 2 goats available to attack. But if Polukranos connects, that is 6 life for CJ, so he would go back to 11. Decides on these 3. A big lair, attacking with Old Growth Troll and the Polukranos. Which is a lethal attack, so Gabriel will need to throw something in front of those creatures.
Math is for blockers. Phoenix and 3 damage. Going to 8 for Gabriel. And pass turn. Turn number 3 of the extra turns. Time to draw for Gabriel. Only 2 Ox token in table. 3 cards.
That's a Picklock Prankster. Another new card from Wilds of Eldraine.
And pass turn. No spells for Zatlkaj.
All right, so now Gabriel is just hoping, okay, I'm just going to try to survive your attack. I'm going to be playing for the draw. Let's see if I'm going to have enough blockers to survive here. So CJ has what, 2, 3, 4 creatures. There's also the Lair of the Hydra, so at least 5 attackers. One of that is a 4/4 trampling Old Growth Troll. But I think if Polukranos, Lair, and Cavalier all get chumped by the 2 goats and the Picklock Prankster, then CJ would only be able to connect for 5. So it depends on what he has in hand right now.
Add devotion mana, 12 mana, 12 green mana, activating this Light of the Hydra, and attack with all creatures. Yes, attacking with all. No, this what else remains.
Yeah, I think Gabriel says, I'm just going to chump block the big creatures without trample. So I'm going to take 4 from the Old Growth Troll, putting him to 3. CJ gains some more life, going back to 17. So now he knows he's not going to be dying to Thing in the Ice. He's not going to be dying to 4 Phoenixes or anything like that.
Looking for odds in the last turn. A lot of Phoenix in the graveyard. All of the Storm Giants attack, but not enough. Draw in this table for the Spanish players. Well, Mono Green versus it's set Phoenix. Well, this is the round 2, and we are now going to round 3. Very good games this round. And well,
that was round 11. We have 4 more rounds left before we announce the top 8. The top 8 is going to be battling for 2 slots for the World Championship, and we have 24 slots that are going to qualify the players into Pro Tour Chicago in February. So stay with us. We're going to be back with round 12 in a few minutes.
see you later.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour, where we have got the European Championships and we're looking to crown a winner this weekend, as well as send 2 players to the World Invites and 24 players to the Pro Tour. We're in round number 12. My name is Will Hall, better on the internet as WillHallExp. That man to my left, that is Big Z himself, Matej Zatlkaj, and we got some spice going on, right? We've got some players to watch. Let's see how they're getting on first before we go down to the table and see what decks we've got in the feature match. Talk me through this.
The big story. Mateo Ferreira.
1 game away.
11 wins. I think 11 wins, 0 losses. I think he's already probably qualified for the PT.
Oh, yeah.
I assume at this point, like, he's crushing the tournament. He's the only undefeated player left. And what he's doing is actually just knocking everyone off of the, X and 1 win records, just trying to keep that, first place to him. He's facing off against, in our feature match, it's the backup match. He's facing off against Samuel Estrati at the bottom of the screen. You can already see, like, Mateo Ferreira at 11 wins already has to play a player who has 9 wins and a draw, because there's just no one else.
No one else on his level this weekend.
Like I think Josep Sanfelio at 10-1. I think he already played Mateo Ferreira and lost, so that's like his only loss. So he's doing also really well. And a couple of other players where we saw Piotr Glogowski Canister. He already lost one of the rounds.
He lost that round to Gruel Vehicles. Yeah, we saw him take it down, unfortunately.
He beat one Groove Vehicles deck, now lost to the other. Still 9-2 is a very solid record. I know Gabriel Soto is also on Is It Phoenix, picked up a draw there. And like for me on the top tables, those Groove Vehicles decks are just still kind of popping in.
They are.
They're not relenting, still winning their matches. So I think we'll see.
I think there's a good chance we're going to see a lot of this list, in that top sort of 24 slot fighting for Worlds. Still more rounds to play, though. Remember, it is going to be 16 rounds total. 15 rounds total over the weekend. 9 were yesterday, 6 are today before we cut to the top 8. Lots more magic. This is round number 12. I think the players are ready, so we're going to head down to the feature match now and bring you some more live Paper Pioneer action. Just finishing up the shuffling here. Mono White Humans versus Rakto Sacrifice. Chris Larson, I think we saw him last round as well. One of the big powerful Dane, absolutely amazing at Magic, all because of me, for a story that I'll tell people.
Don't believe him.
I'm the only reason Chris is good at Magic.
No.
Talk to me about this matchup. Who do you think's favoured in game number 1, pre-sideboard?
Yeah, I think like die roll will decide a lot of things, but ultimately I think Chris Larson should be in a decent position in this sort of matchup. And speaking of the die rolls, both pretty low, but I think it's going to be William Clear on the play, which is very important for him. Because Mono White Humans, he just needs to get on the board quickly, go wide. Because if Chris Larson's deck gets going, I've seen it. Claim the firstborn, take your creature, Cauldron Familiar, Witch's Oven is a great combo just to block some of the bigger creatures. There's also removal. There's Thoughtseize, right? There's all of these things that can deal with some of the creature on the other side of the board. And I will say William Clear's version is very interesting. He's playing 2 Nidoran of Eos, which is not very common. He cut down on the Hopeful Initiates. So definitely that's one card that can really get him into the grindy sort of matchups really well.
Yeah, really interesting. And over on Chris's side, it's kind of pretty stock from what you'd see. Yeah.
Usually 1 Crocstar, 1 Furnace Rains, 2 Unlucky Witness. Those are usually some of the cards that are being played around. Just 3 Cauldron Familiars, which has also become more common. Speak of the cats.
I was about to say.
Right away on the battlefield.
Yep, Chris decided to bring the cats here to Lille, France, as he's going to be on potentially on blocking duty. Decides not to. Decides wants to take the 3. Perfect start. 1 drop in to a Lieutenant. Turn 2 for William on the left of your screen here. 4 cards left in hand for him. How can Chris respond? Obviously, something like a Witch's Oven into a Claim the Firstborn would be pretty good here.
Yeah, that would be very sweet, but that's what the deck does really well.
Yep, that's the cards he's looking for here. Just land and pass. So, representing something potentially like a Fatal Push or maybe a Deadly Dispute.
We'll see. So a bunch of one more Thales Lieutenant.
They're great in numbers. Absolutely great in numbers. So it's going to be, of course, 2 counters are going to go on the Lieutenant. Not 1 from the second Lieutenant entering the battlefield and 1 from its trigger. So this is a big swing for 7 points of damage here. Chris is going to block.
Dispute, yeah, that's kind of what you expect when there's 2 mana left open. Deadly Dispute, such a nice card in these sort of situations. Gets the block, gets 2 more cards, gets a treasure, and he has to start. Token. Yeah, he has to start. Getting up to the next couple of turns. I think he drew a Fatal Push, so he's going to try to maybe find a way to clear the board. And then basically just needs to stabilize first before he can start going on the offensive.
I do want to make sure. I don't sponsor Chris. He just uses my tokens because he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's friendly.
You can see why Chris is being featured here.
I didn't pick. You picked the feature matches. I just don't give me this. Everyone's going to think that it's a coup. of me getting Chris on to get my tokens
No,
on the
but
screen.
to be
it's
fair, Chris Larson is an amazing player.
Oh,
He has
huge.
so much success on under his belt. Lots of GP success back in the day. But even then, he top-aided the regional championship in Athens with this very deck. And here's the big card from
This
Reckless
is, this is
Sacrifice.
the big one.
Yeah.
Not so good when a couple of the tenants have come down, but can sacrifice that choice token to get the tenant that's just a 1/1 off the battlefield. But might have to take a big chunk of damage here, to sacrifice for that.
I don't think. I mean,
Well, you're not chump blocking with the dead devil, are you?
no. But I mean, like, you can sacrifice the treasure, kill the 1/1 Thales lieutenant, and then use the black man he gets out of it to play a fatal push. But I think
if he has a fatal push,
he
yeah,
did.
that's
I think he
huge.
did draw it. I think the way he played it now was really smart. He kind of hesitated. He was like, it wasn't giving away the fact that he has the fatal push there. So, but now we're going to see that sacrifices the treasure, gets the black mana, kills the Thales lieutenant with the trigger.
Yes, so trigger comes in, human enters the battlefield.
And he's
So
like,
tenant gets one.
Hey,
Black
I want to attack. No, there's the fatal push. The premium
huge.
removal spell of this format.
Exactly what Chris did need here.
Yes, but the way that it played out, they were still kind of in the sort of main phase, right?
Yes.
When they were playing it. So there was an ossification that was landed, removed the Mayhem Devil from the battlefield, and allowed the 4/3 Kithian to attack. There we go.
Ossification does so much work in these mono white decks. Like every time, because it's the exile effect, which is really bad for Chris because he doesn't mind if things die. There's different things he can do with cauldrons and getting back. He's got Cruxes to go through, but when it gets exiled, there's no way for him to be able to get it back. Because obviously, removal of enchantments is pretty hard for the colors of red and black.
Another fatal push, and now a Giganta gets put into hand. And this is Chris, I mean, still on 11, took a bit of damage, but now he has stabilized the board in a way. Just the giant killer on the battlefield. There's a Knight Errant of Eos, so maybe he can find...
That would do. It's a way to... It's not as how you'd like to cast this normally, just using the Convoke 1, but you do what you must against these decks. I do see it in Chris's hand. He does have a claim at the firstborn as well. Just looking for a way to maybe get a Cauldron or some sort of sacrifice effect on the battlefield so we can steal and gain some value from when we deal with the creature that we have stomped. That's Cookbook off the top.
Yeah, couldn't convoke up, more than 1 mana creatures, only fund the Hopeful Initiate there. But still, it's a 4/4 creature on the battlefield that can be hard to deal with. It costs 5, so you can't kill it with Fatal Push. And 4/4 is actually quite relevant. Unfortunately, it's not that great if you want to get through a Cat Oven combo.
No, which we're going to start seeing an effect, I believe. It doesn't look like it's got a lot of lands in hand, though. One of them is Dragana, and I think this other card might be the... Yeah, I was about to say the
Furnace
one of
Reigns,
Furnace Reigns.
Very nice.
Remember, this comes along, it does make a treasure token as well. We're going to steal that, untap it. I believe it untaps it and gives it haste. Gain control of target during turn, so untap that creature. Yeah, so we do untap it. I'm not even sure we even got in there for any damage. I think he just got a bit excited. Sack it. We're going to gain 2 food from it. Because it's got power 4 or more.
Yeah, very nice, right? Like, Furnace Reigns is a really nice one-off, and now with there's a Cauldron Familiar in the graveyard as well, so those cats can start jumping into the fray as well.
Okay, I think that was the...
Brutal Cathar, I think, was drawn, yeah.
One white, where we're going to start off here. Start off with the 1-drop. Remember, this gets a lot bigger as we start attacking with the Hopeful Initiative.
Yeah, but not with the current board. The giant killer doesn't really, add power. Is not strong enough to train, right? Like he needs a good example, a good leader.
He needs some giants to kill. There's no giants to take down.
Yeah, Chris has really nicely stabilized the game at 10 life.
Well, so Dragana is in hand. We know about that, and that is what we are going to deploy here. The big 5/5 Elemental Elk. We do have a way getting it off the battlefield, as we know with the Kafar, and I think that's why we maybe did not deploy it. But also off the top, we've got another ossification.
Yep, but sacrifices the Giganta in response. That's just to get another 2 more food.
Remember, power 4 more. Here comes in Bodyguard. Bodyguard's going to come in. 2 damage is going to come across, dropping Chris down to 8.
The Bodyguard protecting the Hopeful Initiative can also train him up now if they get to attack.
If a Daredevil comes off the top here, this is going to be pretty rough for William, but it doesn't look like it was. Do you still have the claim, remember?
Yep. He also has, I think I saw a Sockenzan in his hand as well. That can create like 2 1/1s that can easily block as well.
We got, we can't let Hope
initiate. That's the big play in this sort of situation.
I was going to say we can't let the Hopeful Initiative get too many counters going because then we can use them to start destroying Cauldron, etc. But that's not going to matter because this has come down, and I believe there is obviously one of the cats in the graveyard. We can trigger it multiple times with the food, with all the triggers on the stack, almost
Exactly.
hose down the other side of the battlefield. Yeah, Chris definitely in the driver's seat here, but can William get back into this? What does he need?
That's why this deck is so popular, because the Mayhem Devil like seems innocuous, but it just is such a huge power spike, especially on these sorts of boards. 4 food, treasure, cat oven going on, and now William Clear is going to try to go for the brutal Cathar. But Chris
think Chris
reads
can
it
have a
just in case, because remember there used to be cards where if you killed one of these effects in response,
It still happens,
it
yeah.
still exiled you forever. It wouldn't come back. So now I think he's just clarifying with the judge. If he kills the brutal Cathar with the trigger on the stack, does my Mayhem Devil still survive? Stacks of food, deals 1.
Gain some life.
I assume maybe he's gonna bring back the cat.
He's going to crack
No.
the treasure.
Okay.
Do 2 damage to the Kafar. The trigger goes on the stack. Nothing there because there's nothing to go under.
Still mana left in the pool. I think he's playing very okay. Wants to
Yeah, we're
tap.
going to use the mana floating plus the 1 mana we've got left to sacrifice the food. So gain another 3, shoot down the bodyguard. and
That's
let
really
get
nice
tapped.
turn for Chris there. The Mayhem Devil survives. Just a swing for 1, and he already gained 6 life this turn off of the food. He's
We're not even using the cat.
I think he forgot about it.
But I
I
don't-
already for a couple turns it seems like he just forgot about Cauldron for me. I don't think it's exiled.
No, I don't
I think it was
it's
just
exiled.
sacrificed to Deadly Dispute.
Yeah, it's still in the graveyard. Doesn't really need it just yet. Only a couple of 1/2s on the other side of the battlefield, and our opponent empty-handed with Chris with the cat combo and a devil on the battlefield with a couple of food tokens. A grip for the cards. I'm pretty sure a lot of them are lands just to claim the firstborn, but still in a really good position here to take down game number 1.
Yeah, I think he also has Thoughtseize. Not a great draw in this
Not
sort
great.
of situation.
Yeah, we can keep that in our hand in case we draw something like a Fable of the Mirror Breaker later on.
Exactly. That's why another reason why the deck is so sweet. Plays Fable of Mirror. There's the Sokenzan.
A couple of 1/1s. Are we going on beatdown duties here? Couple of spirits are going to end the battlefield. And 5 damage. Yeah, we're going face now. That's it. We're turning this corner. 5 damage coming across, dropping William down to 10. Big top deck needed. Was that a land? Beautiful lands, though. Beautiful basics. I've actually used multiple times, but I always forget. What's your basics of choice?
White bordered. Portal 3 Kingdoms lands.
Okay. That it was a land off the top, so we're going to
What did you call me last time around?
Boomer.
That's what you call me always.
But Chris is going to take down game number 1. Congratulations to him. Let's get the sideboards up on here for you. So remember, this is an open deck list tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Both players have access to the full 75 or 95 cards that their opponent is playing. They get to look at them for 3 minutes before each round and during each sideboard match. Matej, what do we like bringing in here to kind of show this, get game back
I'm
here?
still kind of getting used to the main deck because it's really a bit different. There's 2 giant killers, which is not super common. Combination of 3 Brave the Elements, 3 Ossifications, and the 2 Brutal Cathars. Also on top of the 2 Knight Errant of Eos, which is, it seems like it's
Different,
performing quite well. Yeah. In this sort of matchup, it's going to be difficult. Rest in peace. You would say that you want to board it in,
But then Chris might see that and not bring it, take ball out more of his cats.
yeah, it's exactly. It only really stops the cat oven kind of part of the equation. Doesn't really have that big of an effect on everything else, and I just don't think that's. Yeah, maybe wedding announcement. It's really slow, and especially before the wedding announcement flips,
I'm about to say, yeah, I don't mind wedding announcement because I feel like I'm going to go to a grinded game, and if the wedding announcement gets to flip, that means Mayhem Devil is going to be a little bit worse at pinging down my creatures. But it is tough.
Yeah, I would definitely keep the ossifications and brutal cathars.
What about the flip side of the God of Worthy? Do you think that's worth it, especially on the play, or is it not worth it? 'Cause, everything does like 1 point of damage in this deck, right? It's a little chip damage.
Yeah,
if we bring that in, is it going to make this matchup better for us?
I guess so.
slow?
I people talk about it, but it just costs 4 mana. It's quite a bit. You don't really add anything to the board. It seems like really good in theory, but it feels like it's only good when you're already winning. It's probably not going to.
Oh, it's like a win more card, basically.
Yeah, it's not going to win you the game on its own. So
You'd rather get on the battlefield early, turn things sideways, drop
let's
the
see
life
what
total
Chris
down.
has.
Let's go across, Chris.
let's-
I do need to have a shout out to Gideon Alexander card. Love that card back in the day in Standard. This is Chris's 75. What do you like in this?
It's a bunch of like Meteor Massacre. Seems great, especially if you can build up his mana with like treasures and whatnot. I assume that maybe we'll see even something like a Call Against Command to get a bit more grind. Archfiend of the Draws is
Yeah.
very interesting. A 4-mana 6/6 that can be really difficult to deal with. Blocks well, attacks. You can sacrifice it before it would kill you. Before it runs out of the oil counters. So I quite like those. Maybe probably not Obnixilis, but I can see maybe a combination of those coming in. I think the main deck is already pretty good. I think.
Rending Body's got to be coming in here, right?
Sorry?
Rending Body's got to be coming
Yeah,
in.
yeah, Rending Volley is going to come in for sure as well. I think the Meteor Massacres, Rending Volleys, probably exciting out the Thoughtseizes. It's like they can get pretty bad in the mid game. They're probably only really good early, and the rest of the deck is already pretty well tuned against other creature matchups. So I'm curious how this sort of approach is going to work. This is
Interesting sideboard strategy here, but I like to see it. You know what I mean? This is what happens here, but it gives me a little opportunity to remind everybody at home what is going on today. If you maybe just tuned in, welcome. We're here live in Lille, France, bringing you the regional championships, where we started the weekend with 675 players all battling out to try and get into day number 2. To get into number 2, they need a 6-3 record or better. 162 players were able to do that. They're battling out today in 6 rounds total before we cut to top 8, where we're going to have obviously 3 more rounds of Magic for you before we claim 2 players in the room with World Championship invites and 1 person, the European champion, and walking away with these 2 trophies here in front of me. But also on the line, 24 Pro Tour slots. That's nothing to be said. You know what I mean? Chicago's coming up in February. People want to be going to that. Everyone's seen the glitz and the glam. We had Barcelona Pro Tour, last Pro Tour to happen. Most people in this room were probably there 9 out of 10 times. You know, we've seen the lights, we've seen the fame, we've seen the players, we've seen the trophies. Everybody wants a little shot at that glory. And then we had the World Championships last weekend. We saw it on the biggest stage of them all, where France's very own Jean-Manuel Deprat bringing it down and bringing the trophy back to France.
Yeah, and he was here today.
Yeah, he was battling out this weekend.
Yeah, he made it too. It's 6-3. They lost out to Arne Huschenbeth in the last round. Arne Huschenbeth, by the way, I wanted to feature him. I wanted to feature him because he was 1-2 after 3 rounds on day 1. He lost to 2 Lotus Field combo decks. He was like, "That's my worst matchup. I can't win." He actually won out, so he won 8 straight rounds. He's 9-2, and now he's playing against Lotus Field again.
Do you know what changed in that? I gave him a little prep talk, didn't I?
Okay,
that's what
you did.
Tell me I'm wrong. I told him. I'm a great coach, manager, motivator. I'm just terrible at the game of Magic.
You're claiming Chris Larson.
Every good player in Europe is because of me.
You're claiming all the good UK players.
Only when they win. When they lose, we don't talk about it. Only when they win.
I'm wondering what your hit rate is. Like, success rate.
William's doing well because he's got the name William. That's basically, we're basically brothers. We're links there. So, all these good players doing well this weekend. It's all down to me. No humble brags here. No humble brags. All facts, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course.
As we're coming to the end of sideboarding here, just shuffling up. Obviously, we want to have opening 7s for both. How important is it going to be on the play for William? We saw him on the play there, but it wasn't too good for him.
Yeah, he missed those haymakers. Like, he had the good start with Italia's Lieutenant, but he was missing something like an Adeline that could really make a difference, or even a bit of a slightly more durable creature like the Copper Code Vanguard on turn would have been also pretty nice because it pumps you the humans, it gives them war, which also makes it a bit better against those sacrifice shenanigans as well. So there's definitely like good draws that William Cleary can have to win this game, but Chris Larson, I think, has a lot of really good cards after sideboarding. So
yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle. We believe, you almost need your opponents to stumble a little bit, but that's why we see these aggressive formats do so well, right? If their opponents do stumble one bit on a bit of key piece of interaction, or maybe a land drop or something, that's where they can really gain a huge advantage, kind of snowball away with the game because there's not too many cards in the format that can catch you back up. Okay, now we finally finished shuffling. Let's see if we can get some opening 7s, gentlemen. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go. Obviously, William is going to decide first if he wants to be on, not play or draw. I'm pretty sure he's going to be on the play, but if he's going to keep or not.
Okay, they have a little bit of gestures.
Yeah, I'm not trying. I'm trying to work out what that means. I think it's like, I did karate when I was younger. This was the chop that we learned. Okay, it looks like the Worthy did come in, so we could have on a turn 4 a powerful enchantment.
Both keep 7. I love to see that. Turn 1 Kithian again from William.
I do like Kithian. You know what I mean?
But it's a good one-off. It's a human. It's a 2/1 for 1. It has a somewhat useful ability, but it's only one of because you never want to draw 2. That's pretty much a disaster if you draw too early. Okay. Well, portable holes came in to deal with the witches' ovens. That's nice. I'm curious how William sideboarded, because if he's bringing in cards such as this, he probably has to board out some other maybe creatures or so on. He didn't add to his board, which is not great. He really wanted to keep a pressure. But if he has something good for turn 3, I think I see a wedding announcement potentially, or maybe it's another witch's oven and a cat. Huh?
And we're off to the
Chris.
races. Chris, bring in the cats to France
Has
as
the
always.
backup.
What's we gonna do here? We're gonna untap. Do we have our third land for? Either we could play the God away. We 2/4 flyer is nothing to be shrug your shoulders at, but really I think it's for the other side. That's why we're bringing it in, trying to reduce the damage dealt by 1 and making them pay extra when they want to target our creatures or our permanents. But we do have the third land drop. It's Kithian coming in, but threatening the indestructible mode. Chris is like block.
Oh, and now it's a bit of a face-off. Like, hey, do you want the trade, or are you gonna sacrifice to the witch's oven, because then it doesn't deal damage, of course.
Okay, so this is something, a little read. No Giganta was revealed by Chris Luss in this game number 2.
Because of the Meat Hook Massacre.
I was about to say,
yeah,
that obviously tells William, okay, there's Meat Hook Massacres coming in.
Yeah.
Needs to start playing around them and thinking about that.
I like this as well. I mean, Frank showed us some Giganta shenanigans in the last chance qualifier yesterday. So I'm glad to see that he's not the only one with this trick up the sleeve.
Wedding announcements on the battlefield. Obviously, a nice alternate art. That was from that like black and white sort of movie horror set. It's going to bring along a 1/1 end of turn. This is good against the 1/1 removal that Chris is, mostly got in his deck before something like a Mayhem Devil comes down. But talking about a powerful free drop, this is Fable the Mirror Breaker, bringing along a Goblin Shaman token. Beautiful token, I must add. Oh my god, where did that come from? I don't know. How did Chris get those?
It came from Will.
I didn't say it. I was just saying,
Yeah.
looks like a beautiful token. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Thanks, Chris. I'll pay you after me, my friend. But we do have our committed. This is the turn. We've got the 4th mana. Now we can play the flip side, play the powerful artifacts. Get this one bad boy up and talk me through it, good sir.
I'm not sure I want to. I mean, it's
got a lot of text. A lot of text on this card.
Yeah, so Raydan is just a 2-mana 2/3 flyer vigilance, and like it's usually good against cards like Supreme Verdict, Fires of Invention, like these sort of things. But the backside in Valkmira Protector's Shield, it's a legendary artifact that basically prevents 1 damage whenever damage is dealt to you or permanent you control, and also like targeting your permanents costs like an extra mana, and that can also be problematic. However, the Fable is exactly the kind of card where, it already can do some shenanigans, it's going to draw some cards. There's still a 2/2 Shaman in play. Doesn't really help with, like, for example, big Meat Hook Massacre.
Yeah, we've got ways around it. Right? Meat Hook Massacre can deal with the board that way. It doesn't stop the -1/-X going on creatures, but it does stop something like Mayhem Devil, which is the powerful card in this deck. That is the main driving engine for it.
Even then, like, it does prevent the 1 damage of the Mayhem Devil, but doesn't prevent the Cauldron Familiar shenanigans, because that's loss of life rather than damage, right? So that's important to remember. And the Mayhem Devil still blocks. Like, maybe the ability is not there. Maybe it only deals 2 rather than 3 damage as a 3-mana 3/3. But it's still like sitting on the battlefield. And if Chris can keep clearing the board of the big threats, like he can deal with the smaller ones just fine, just using combat math.
Well, we've seen like these are 2 enchantments that have come in both to try and almost negate the Mayhem Devil here, because obviously when announcement's going to flip, that's going to give all our creatures +1/+1 to the end of turn. Chris does not have a way to get enchantments off the battlefield. He does have one way of getting artifacts off, and that is a Collinger's command if it did come in out of the sideboard. Oh, and that could be a bit of a harder grind. These aren't the, it's not a Blood Moon choke type effect where it's just going to, that's it, the game's over. This is just it's going to make a game a little bit harder for Chris to be able to fight his way through. But a player of his caliber is more than capable of doing that, as he is going to attack here with the Goblin Shaman token. Make another beautiful treasure. Don't know where you got that one
deals
from.
just 1 damage, though.
Yeah, just the one coming
because
across.
Of the Valkmir. I'll keep it up because you don't see that often, the other side of Raydan. So let's see what Chris can muster up here. If he has a Meat Hook Massacre, he can still wait. He doesn't have to run it now. He can wait for another 1/1 to come from the wedding announcement.
Where it'll be a 2/2 if another one comes from it, right?
Yeah, he could play the Meat Hook Massacre for 1 to get rid of the current creatures on the board and keep his Goblin Shaman. So maybe that's a consideration. But I also don't know if he does have the Meat Hook Massacre in his hand. Still plenty of things in his hand.
Yeah, so it is hard for Chris to navigate through this. He's going to have to take his time. think about the lines kind of come up in his head. It's not just play with the cards you've got in your head. It's got to play to the cards on top of his deck, or potentially could be on top of his deck
You have
as
to ask
well.
a judge for an interaction there about Valkmir again.
Does he have a fourth land drop? I think he does. I think I can see a dual land at the front of his hand.
Yeah, I think he's a Blackleaf Cliffs in hand for sure. But now with that judge call, we'll see what's the consideration here. Okay, just the Bloodtide Harvester, another like pretty decently sized creature there.
Yep, and then we're going to play the Cliffs, as you said, end of turn. That's going to come into play tapped, remember, because it is going to be our fourth land drop for the turn. Off the top, what we've got, it looks like we've got a couple of one drops in our hand. I think it's a couple of hopeful initiatives, and this must be, is this going to be the Vanguard?
Oh, yeah,
yep,
Coppercore Vanguard. Yeah, so pumps up his team, +1/+0, and gives them Ward 1. Makes them even more annoying to target. And he also has a Mutavault there.
Yeah, that's the old GP promo Mutavault. We're attacking with 2. So this is going to be 4 damage coming across, but more importantly, this means that we can draw an extra card off a wedding announcement end of turn.
Yeah, William Cleary made the decision to attack with the 2 creatures to put up the pressure still. Okay, so he's going to sacrifice the Goblin Shaman to the Witch's Oven.
Okay.
It's like he's still considering. So, but point is, the William decided to attack to get the extra, to draw an extra card rather than maybe just attack with 1 to get another token from the wedding announcement. And I like the play. I think he wants some more haymakers. I think he would love a Adeline, maybe another Coppercore Vanguard, something like that.
I think Chris has got a Deadly Dispute in hand.
I think it's a Claim the Firstborn.
Yeah, that one's definitely a Claim Firstborn. It's the black card. I think that's a Deadly Dispute.
Okay. There was also the interaction that we just had. Okay, there's a Hopeful Initiate. Draw a card and flips the wedding announcement there. The ruling just now was that Chris attacked with the Goblin Shaman, but both players forgot that it actually deals 1 less damage because of the Valkmira Protector Shield, but they fixed the life totals afterwards, so it was reversible. That's why we love having a judge over there.
Just a swamp off the top. Fable's going to flip into the Kichi Mirror Breaker side. Obviously doesn't have haste, it cannot be used this turn. Just going to be a 2/2 currently. It's copying something like the Blood Tide that's going to be ideal in the later games if we get there.
Now we see the Claim the Firstborn.
We'll take that, give all my creatures +1/+. So, oh no, it's only humans, right? I was about to say, it'd be really nice if it was all creatures you control, but yeah, it's just going to be humans. Don't believe Chris got any humans there. Don't think their creatures are humans.
No,
just
there's a
goblins
goblin and vampire, another Goblin Shaman. So, but it's nice to get it off the board for from William's side of the board. It's not a great board now. With the wedding announcement flipped, it's actually pretty annoying for Chris here. The Hopeful Initiative is 2/3, so that's going to be difficult to attack into due to the Valkmira. So, yeah, tough spot here. He needs to find some stuff. But I think he's going to attack first.
You got Hopeful Initiate. Remember that if it starts getting counters, we can start removing them and start blowing up potentially the Fable or the Cauldron at the top of the end. Here's the Deadly Dispute.
He stole the Coppercore Vanguard, put it in his graveyard, but he's gonna get the Deadly Dispute. Gonna get 2 fresh new cards.
That's a Fatal Push and a Cauldron.
It was an Oven.
Oven. Well, I keep saying Cauldron, don't I? Cauldron's a card I really think just hasn't found a home yet in Pioneer. That card is so powerful. Remember printing
Yeah,
in the
Agatha Soul Cauldron. Yeah, it wasn't really present in the room. I think there were only 6 or 8 copies in total in this tournament. A few of them had it as a kind of like a sideboard, graveyard hate. But let's see, William got an extra card last turn. Can he add something relevant to the board here? Because look at the board from Chris. Already, I have to point out the flipped Fable of the Mirror Breaker, reflection of Kiki Jiki, in combination with the Bloodtide Harvester is really nice.
It comes another Vanguard onto the battlefield. Just as Chris did it, now all human creatures are going to get +1/+0 again. And of course have Ward 1, which is really awkward for Chris because that adds up with the artifacts at the top of your screen, with the wedding announcements. Everyone's got +1/+1 currently. Everyone's got +1/+0. Everyone's got Ward 1. Everyone's got, if you target it, the 1 damage is prevented. If you target it, you've got to pay the extra 1. Real grindy mid-range match on our hands here for everybody. Here comes Mutavault. Remember, of course, that is every creature type that we have in Magic. Gonna go to combat. It's gonna get turned sideways along with a couple of these tokens and the Hopeful Initiate, which is gonna gain itself a counter. So quick math, this is going to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
It's
like,
just
wait,
like slow down, buddy, because remember it's getting really awkward now, just because of the fact that the Valkyria makes the creatures cost 1 more to target, right? So that's one aspect. Can't forget.
We have 2 treasures though, so we can use this fatal
Yes,
push in
but
hand and
does
target.
he want to use true treasures to play the fatal push in this sort of spot?
It's almost at what point do you want to do it? Do you want to get to like, go to blocks where you think you would trade,
Exactly.
but then you won't trade? But the other side of the battlefield is a lot bigger than anything that Chris has got going on.
Yeah, Chris is
currently.
on 13, so he has to really decide that does he want to use the treasures for the fatal push here, or well, he already revealed it, so now I assume he's going to play it. And now again a decision, because he can kill the Mutavault, which is 4 power now, which could grow the Hopeful Initiate, right? So, but he can also kill the Hopeful Initiate. So he has some decisions to make. Sacrifices both his treasures correctly, just to get around that Valkyrie ability. But remember, he has to.
Takes out the Mutavault.
But the Mutavault has ward as well.
Yeah, well, he sacrificed 2 treasure tokens, right?
Yeah, but there's also Valkyria that makes
so
things
do
more
we miss the
expensive to
trigger
target.
again?
Yeah, possibly.
Can we miss the trigger? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I'll pull up Valkyria again, because it says whenever your becomes a target of a spell or ability an opponent controls. So it should have cost 3 there, I think. In the meantime, he I think blocked with his Goblin Shaman and sacrificed it to get a food.
Did Chris have an extra land to tap there? Did we miss something? I thought it was just a double treasure token that we had to be able to cast it this turn.
Yeah, we're just having to judge check the situation, and if it's reversible as well.
Yeah, not too much has happened, but we need to keep everything ticking out and legal in going on for these matchups. That's why we have judges down there at the tables going through this. We'll get word on what is happening there. They're just going to go through the motion here. But, it looks pretty favourable for William right now. A lot of cards going his way. His sideboard cards, should we say, are taking great effect in this matchup. See what they're going down.
Yeah, I'm just relaying what we just saw on camera, but I think, I honestly think it's partly like a Chalice of the Void situation.
Oh, like
right? Okay. Remember, if you ever have seen that
Chalice check.
Yeah, Chalice check means like Valkyria is still a trigger that your opponent is responsible for. He has to, motion to it. So I think it's just going to be that sort of situation. Did we draw a meat hook?
No. This is an Arc Fiend off the top.
Oh, okay. Arc Fiend of the draws.
This is a big set. This can be reduced by 1. That's fine. It's still going to be 5 damage coming across.
Yeah,
this is going to be a great weight. And of course, it's got that.
Oh, with Fable of the Mirror Breaker as well, right? Like you can actually start attacking soon. It's going to be great blockers.
Comes into play with 4 oil counters on it at the beginning of your upkeep. Remove an oil counter from Archfiend. Then if it has 0 counters on it, you lose the game. Also has the extra text on it. Whenever a creature your opponent controls dies, its controller loses.
Wait, I'm wondering, can you, if you copy it, but you only lose when you remove the last counter.
The last counter, yes,
so
correct.
That's fine.
Not too bad. We've got two ovens on the battlefield, so that I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But when we start getting to the territory of copying our blood type harvest and mowing down the creatures on the other side, because we would have 2 blood tokens then, so we'll be able to give -4/-4 to a creature. Chris doesn't want to do it just yet. He's kind of looking on blocking duty, on potentially even end of turn doing it. So we untap, and when we do kill a creature, we'll lose 4 life per one, because there'll be 2 of them on the battlefield.
This is a very complicated board. I thought we would have like a quick match, right? Just to show like, hey.
No. You got Chris lost in it. It's never easy when Chris is about. Let's have a little look, see how we want to navigate this on William's side. Didn't get a good look at what he drew for the turn. But it looks like we're starting off with combat. I'm turning all this sideways. Chris is going to move to blocks, it looks like. We're not going to use the Kiki-Jiki here just yet. If we drew something like another Giant Slayer, we could have got this off the battlefield beforehand. Doesn't look like that would have been the draw. Chris, 1 mana up. So we do have access to the copy effect of Kiki if we want to.
Interesting, yeah.
Can make a chump blocker or even just, a big Arc Fiend blocker. 2 Arc Fiends, double block, kill 2 creatures, opponent loses 4 life. Doesn't sound too bad to me. Or in fact, loses 8 life because it'd be double triggers.
I mean, the Arcfiend still is going to, hit for 5 only, right?
Well, no, but if we copy the Arc Fiend, block 2 of these creatures.
Oh, yeah, it also
kill
has the
2 in
ability,
combat,
right, which loses life, yeah.
But it looks like we've already moved to block, so that copy effect isn't going to be around much. What's Chris trying to play around? I think that's
Ganjo is on top of my mind. That could be a card, right? It usually plays 2 copies. Yeah, so especially if there was no like ossification or something similar. So
we're just going to block, get the oven doing some work, sacrificing this cat, making herself a food token.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I think Chris might actually have the kill already. Just because he can end of turn, I think Chris might go for the kill here. End of turn, he's going to copy the Archfiend of Jaws. He's going to untap, make another copy, swing for 15, and then just bring back his Cauldron Familiar for the last point of loss of life rather than damage. And he's going to win this match too. And
that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, Archfiend of the Jaws pulling its weight. Yeah.
So many like cyborg cards came in there. It looked like it was going to make it super grindy, but Chris showing how good a player he is, able to navigate that through. Very timely Fiend off the top and knowing exactly how he needed to use it. That's why we didn't see it in blocks. Did not want to have any opportunity to get off the battlefield. Congratulations to Chris advancing to 10-2. Only a couple of games away from getting himself at least a Pro Tour slot, potentially even into that top 8. Moving over to our backup feature match.
Yeah, we didn't see the undefeated Matej Ferreira against Samuel Estradi. We'll have a look how that finished. But we're able to fill our table with some magic because we want to see more matches. And we already saw Mathieu Avignon in our previous round that we covered. He's on Karuga Fires, 8-3, still very solid, still very much in contention for those Pro Tour slots. And he's playing against Neil Batten on Lotus Field combo. I assume that's not a great matchup for the Karuga Fires deck, but we'll see if he has some really good, powerful sideboard cards. Because
looks like they managed to take down at least one game, because we are going into game number 3, of course. I'm just getting the deck list up to, so we got see if there's anything spicy going on this one. This one looks like it does have the Chandra kill. Does play a barrel chief of compliance though. Don't see that too much in these Lotus decks. Here is the list up on the screen for you, so you can have a little look at the exact 75 that was brought. 1 Meathook Massacre in the board as well. That's what I like about these decks. You've got the combo shell. Some people decide to go more of the creature route. With we see a Bone Grazers here, and we see what's that Voyaging Satyr. This one we're going with Brow as well.
I would call this for me, this is the classic version.
The classic, okay.
Like nothing really particularly fancy. I mean, now the one Chandra has become more commonplace as sort of win condition when you try to win with the Chandra Balagate recovery sort of plan. There's no Fae of Wishes or find some stuff from your sideboard in the main deck. I think this is kind of like the the usual version. I would call it. Whereas we already saw the Mateo Ferreira is on. He plays 3 discontinuity, which is not that common.
Why did the Lotus decks move into Challenger as the main win con, opposed to what was the white 7-1 that you used? If you cast it twice, you win the game, gain 7 life. It's like 7 mana white card.
Approach of the Second Sun. But that's not being played for quite a long time now.
Why did they move it across? Is Chandra just better?
Yeah, Chandra's just better. Like overall, it allows you to do more. It's easier to combo off. Like Approach of the Second Sun is just a win condition. Chandra actually having it on the battlefield, resolving it, and then all of her abilities are relevant. The mana, the finding more spells, the copying, like it's just really good there. So
here we see an Impulse end of turn. Have a little look-see at the top 4, put one of them into a hand.
Yeah, while we were resolving the impulse, I want to note that on table 1, we didn't get to see it, but Mateo Ferreira actually picked up his first loss.
Okay.
So Samuel Estradi defeated him. Samuel moving into 10 wins, 1 loss and 1 draw with his 80-card Rona combo deck with Bring to Light Shenanigans. I definitely want to see Samuel, and with his really good record, I'm sure we'll see him over the next couple of rounds anyway.
Yeah. Remember, this is going to be 6 rounds of Magic today, ladies and gentlemen. We are in round number 12. So only a couple more rounds after this before we do know who is going to be in that top 8, and 24 players are going to know if they are going to Pro Tour Chicago or not.
There's the Lotus Field, the namesake of the deck. Key card.
Is there any like interaction or ways that we could disrupt this Lotus combo in the 75? I'm just having a little look.
Probably not in 75 much. Maybe in the sideboard there are a few cards that could be useful. Mystical Disputes can come in
Yeah.
to disrupt a few things. Thought
Oh,
Distortions,
Thought
but those go
Distortion.
6 mana. Probably not. Leyline of the Void in theory as well, but we haven't seen one in as a pre-game action. So just a Fable of the Mirror Breaker for Mathieu Avignon here. Now he has to hope that Neil Batten does not have the combo of his own.
Yeah, it seems pretty rough. It's almost like you need them to stumble a little bit. You know, if Neil can't combo off the next turn or two, then there's a chance we can get in there. We can try and use some of our disruption. But just knowing his Fable, this is going to help me ramp out. Potentially, maybe I could get a Thought Distortion in the next turn or two.
Yeah.
But it is going to be pretty rough.
Okay, let's see. So
And
first, a Vizier of Tumbling Sands. So that's cycling for 2 mana, untaps a permanent. So he untaps the Lotus Field. That nets him like an additional one. He already is typing out how much mana he has in his pool. So now he had 4. Now he's down to 2 after playing that Impulse. And I assume we might then see a Thespian stage being played and copying that Lotus Field, and not comboing off this turn, but setting up really well for the next turn.
A setup turn. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. And what cards are we looking for? What are the key cards of the Lotus combo deck for people that don't know what this deck does?
Usually, you need to find enough effects to untap your Lotus Fields. And well, now it's going to be the Thespian stage as well. That's copying the Lotus Field. So your Hidden Strings, your Vizier of Tumbling Sands, Voyaging Satyr is a card that's seen play. Arboreal Grazer is important to get early land drops into play. But once there's a setup of big mana, there's cards like Immersion Ultimatum, where you just dump out a lot of the expensive cards, to like Omniscience, Dark Petition, those kinds of effects to get you what you need and then a combo off. I'm sure we're going to see that eventually. But let's see if the Fable of the Mirror Breaker Chapter 2 can yield Mathieu some good cards to deal with the situation.
Of the Void did come in.
Okay.
And that's what we've seen off the top there. How can this kind of disrupt the combo?
Yeah, Leyline of the Void actually is disruptive from a perspective that it disrupts the Balagate Recovery, which is like a regrow of the effect, where you can bring something from a graveyard to your hand and you start looping those with Chandra. But I assume Neil is expecting that, and with his cards and so much mana, maybe he'll have something to deal with the Leyline of the Void once it actually gets on the battlefield.
Yeah, we do see these Lotus Field decks utilizing the channel lands. This one in particular, 3 copies of Beseiju, so that is another way that we can get it off the battlefield.
Okay,
against it, though.
interesting. Okay.
So we're looking at 4s now in the decks. Have a little look.
Plays an Enigmatic Incarnation. Maybe he decided to look for something like the Leyline of the Void. He sacrificed the 3 mana enchantment. Now he's going to find a 4 mana one. Does he have anything else that's good?
Having a
His deck list?
We got a Heliod Radiant of Dawn.
He goes
there
for
is
Notion
gonna be
Thief.
a
That's
Notion
fun.
Thief.
That is fun.
Okay. Some spikes. I like to see it.
So I haven't seen this card in ages. So if an opponent would draw a card except the first one, instead that player skips that draw and you draw a card. Let's see if that can disrupt the Lotus Field combo deck. But honestly, I don't think the deck draws that many cards. So
Any Notion Thief fans in chat, let us know. Let's see those emotes flying up for the little. This is some good tech. This is what we need, right? It's trying to disrupt someone. Stop them from drawing cards means potentially they don't have the cards they need currently in hand. This is going to be ideal because we get to draw them instead. Plus, it applies a little bit of pressure. It does come along with a good 3/1 body.
we're bringing out the lands.
The lands make it easier for us at home to see what mana is floating and try and
I
stick
call it
along
like
a bit.
we brought out the mana pool, right? We
Yeah.
made it visible. So this is what the mana pool of Neil is going to look like. He starts off with the 6 mana Hidden Strings to untap his 2 lands.
I'm leaving this to you. This
Yeah,
is
it's
your
all
side.
me.
You go, my friend. You go.
No worries. So you're gonna see those 2 untap. That's gonna add much more mana. Now is the Immersion Ultimatum.
Never didn't have it. Remember this one? We can go find 3 cards.
3 monocolored cards. That's
monocolored cards.
important. Yeah, that's one of the limitations there.
What's the obviously it very varies, right, depending on the board situation. Normally it's like, oh, these are the 3 to be able to go infinite
Yeah,
and
but-
combo off. But
Yeah, so
doing it now-
Omniscience and Chandra are the 2 key cards, and Dark Petition is the 3rd one here. So he's going to choose one of the cards that's going to get shuffled in, but the other 2 can be played without mana cost. So if he decides to shuffle in the Omniscience, he can still play Chandra. He can then play the Dark Petition for free, and it gets copied, so it adds like 6 black mana to the mana pool. Like this is almost like a no-win situation. But he goes for the Chandra here. That means the other 2 spells are gonna get cast. So this
Letting
we're
your
just now
opponent
going
have
through the
omniscience
motions.
is
Yeah,
pretty rough.
going now through the motions. So we're gonna see Omniscience cast first.
You see this one pop up quite a lot. Obviously, you look at it on paper and you're like, that's 10
It's actually-
mana. Why would you ever play that? It's a 10 mana card.
Yeah, but it's always good, would be like trying to find a way to cheat it in with show and tells, right, from older formats, and in this case, yeah. So here we play the Omniscience. So all spells are free. That means that now the Dark Petition
Spell Mastery is going to be
Yeah.
on, so that's 3 extra black mana going to the pool. After all that shuffling, we go and get ourselves a Chandra. by the
Yeah,
looks
what
of
a
it.
surprise, right? Like now he can find the Chandra that was shuffled in from that Emergent Ultimatum. Yep, doesn't have to
Don't-
even
yeah.
reveal it.
Nope, it could be anything.
Could be.
You know my whole deck list, it could be any of those cards.
Yes. Still has 3 black mana floating, a Lotus Field untapped. And remember, you can play the Chandra for free too. Like it's like
Yeah.
the mana almost doesn't matter at this point because you can cast everything for free. So now we'll kind of see what that's gonna do.
Omniscience
so
gets cast, this
yep.
gets exiled. Okay, where are we going to go from here?
Chandra
that's
for
my
free?
Chandra for 0.
Oh, but now we're going to see. This is the big play from Matej that Matej was setting up the whole time. Leyline Binding in response to the Chandra.
Okay.
Was very patient on that. So now disrupted part of the combo.
Literally trying their best, fighting the good fight here. Multiple hate pieces coming down. Chandra does hit the battlefield. Are we going to take out this Notion Thief? Okay, mana's getting floated. Looks like 3 more blue is going to add to the pool. Use 1 of each.
Hidden Strings. It's going to get copied though with the Chandra. The first spell you play after Chandra enters the battlefield is going to make sure that you get a lot more mana at your disposal.
Yeah, this is going to be rough.
Yeah, so lots and lots of mana going to be added.
12 mana added
he needs
total.
more. No,
we
you
need
don't
more
need
dice than this.
Yeah. It looks like he's going up to 10. Now he's going to untap.
Yep, that's now the original copy taking effect. What can we do? I haven't used any of our card draw spells yet. Obviously,
And I mean, there's not that many in the deck, right? There's Pour Over the Pages, of course. That's one that the Notion Thief would stop. Even a Vizier of Tumbling Sands, kind of when you cycle it, draws a card, right? But we're gonna see a Leer come down. That's another piece which can help you combo off quite significantly.
We just had it all in our opening hand. You know, as soon as we were able to get the mana, we didn't need to go through our deck to get much. There's the blue. Cast a Sylvan Scrying, go find ourselves a land, put it into our hand. Otawara, looks like it could be the land of choice. We want to get back that Omniscience.
Yeah, Sylvan's Crying, providing its utility. There's also, this deck usually also runs Boseijus, right? There's 3 actually in the deck, especially for these sorts of situations.
If we get Boseiju, do we know about any plane? There is a basic plane, so there's always the chance, you know, if we use Boseiju, they get a basic planes or an untapped white source that it could again have a Leyline's Binding come down, so decide to go with the Omniscience here.
Yeah, he also has the Balagate Recovery in his hand too, but now he's going to use some of that mana. He's going to bounce the Leyline Binding. He's going to get the Omniscience back, so again, his spells are going to be
I think you need to highlight that the importance there of going for that over the Boseiju.
Yeah.
It seems like a real small line, but it could be really important if it is something like another Leyline's Binding in hand.
Now he plays the Balagate Recovery.
We're just going
Dark
for the
Petition.
motions.
Yep.
We're going through the motions now, ladies and gentlemen. But you know, if you for some reason have been living underneath a rock or haven't watched that all this weekend, this is how Lowest Field gets the win. It's going to turn and burn through its deck, and eventually we're going to be recurring Chandras and doing 5 damage to the face each time. But you know, you were on camera. Well, make and mate, go through it. So my friends can look at the bad beats, but if you're on the other side here, you can say, look, this is how skillful I am with this deck. I know exactly how it works.
Yeah. Now there's the Dark Petition. Is going to get played, and so with the spells being free, what Neil can do is now minus the Chandra to deal 5 damage to Notion Thief and face. Play the Balagate Recovery to return the Chandra, right? Play it again. and replay the Balagad recover from his graveyard, flashback, return the other one, and try to go off there. I'm sure there's a line there for Neil that he's just going to show off. So first he's going to flashback the Dark Petition.
Obviously, remember all these copies happening as well.
Yep.
Challenger hasn't even been used yet, remember? Still just sat on the battlefield. We haven't used any of our loyalty abilities either. Don't really need to yet.
So now he's going to... I didn't see what he found there, but plays the flashes back the Dark Petition from Gary. Remember, if you're flashing back, even if you have Omniscience, you need to spend the mana, because the Omniscience only allows you to play cards from your hand for free. So he did pay mana for it, but he did get 3 mana back from the Spell Mastery part of the Dark Petition. Okay, now he's going to minus, looks like. Yeah, so 5 to Notion Thief, 5 to face. And Matej, just seen enough, I know, the writing's on the wall.
All of our misery, you know.
Yeah, yeah, true.
Thank you very much for that. But
look at that. Oh, and what a match
matches.
too, right? Like 10-1, Giuseppe Sanfeliu on Group Vehicles against Mono Green Devotion. I think, that's a long name.
But I'm going to go with CJ.
CJ, yeah, CJ sounds great.
CJ here, like, I've watched him a few times this weekend. They're obviously our feature match last round. I've seen him claw victories and draws out of the jaws of death. It looks like he's got nothing on the battlefield, rips the exact card he needs, and then boom, he's got something crazy like 19 power on the battlefield, generating stupid amounts of mana. As we looks like now 5 mana is going to come down. Skyboat's going to hit the battlefield and going to deal with the Thrill Seeker, but we're going to sacrifice it in response, do a point of damage to the face.
Yeah, we're going to update the live totals just to make sure they're right, correct. We just moved here to this match, so it always takes a little bit of time to figure out.
Yeah, what we said, we'd rather get down to the match and then do like the little bits afterwards, so we don't miss anything in particular happening.
Yeah. We have the Huntsman's Redemption now triggering. I assume it's going to chapter 3 now.
Remind everybody what that one does. +2/+2, is it?
+2/+2 and trample to 2 creatures. But maybe it's chapter 2. We don't quite see it just yet. But we're going to figure it out. Remember, if Joseph Sanfeliu wins this match, he's going to be join Mateo Ferreira at the top of the standings. Both players will be an 11 wins and 1 loss. I don't think they're going to think about drawing just yet.
But you know, shout out to CJ. We know about the conversion rate of Mono Green and how bad it had a conversion rate going into day number 2. He's the best performing Mono Green player so far. Up to this point, you know, going at a 9-1-1 record, still with a great chance of getting to the top 8.
Yeah, so there's a spirit, I assume probably something from like a Sokenzan.
Yep, it's the little, it's the non-flying spirits that it makes.
So it got 2 counters from the Thrill Seeker, now was pumped by the Huntman's Redemption. Joseph Sanfeliu trying to ramp up the damage. There was a chump block from CJ, didn't want to take that much damage, and he still gets to keep the old growth troll on his land. There's another Huntsman's Redemption, bringing another 3/3. It's a beast. That token is not very representative.
It's dangerous because he almost snap blocks. So that tells me he needs that 6th mana. He's going to have a storm in hand and
probably storm the festival. That's what I assume as well.
Could be looking at maybe now. Maybe I think it might have been a Cavalier off the top. That also
could be as well.
Another good 5-drop here. Solid body on it. Can sort of advance our mana as well as remember we do have that Sky Sovereign on the battlefield.
So here comes
3 mana.
3, yeah.
Cura.
Could be.
Maybe Pelucnos as well. We do have that in the deck. Yeah, it's
Cura
maybe
first,
Cura.
you're good.
So we can untap here, play the Cavalier, make sure we get an extra card.
Yeah, so here's Cura. A very key part of the deck. And now he gets the Cavalier draw from the Cura. And now he gets to do the effect. Looking for Nykthos, finds a Nykthos.
Is there any what's the go-to way when you got a Cure on the battlefield? Do you prefer to draw first, then mill, or mill then draw?
I usually draw and then mill. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but I'm just following the crowd.
Just following the crowd, okay. Going with the experienced players. You know, CJ decides to go with that as well. Nick Vokes, remember, was the promo is season 1, I believe, maybe season 2?
One of the first ones, yeah. And that was the season where Mono Green was, the dominant deck, the most popular deck.
I actually ended up getting rid of my shrine to Pygonti, which we remember taking down Warsaw, I believe it was, with Mono Green.
Indeed.
Now, as long as life totals are correct, 13's still quite healthy here.
Yeah, he also has that, in a way, like backup Sky Sovereign, right? If there was a way to deal with the Cavalier.
I think he's deciding, does he want to attack with
Sky
interesting,
yeah. Yeah, he has a point. Like he could try to attack to kill the 3/3 beast or the 3/3 spirit. Doesn't really matter. But I think he's just going to pass.
Yeah, working out over the next 2 turns. Remember, 2 creatures when that side goes to chapter number
Now,
3.
now I'm curious what we're going to see because the Huntsman's Redemption is going to trigger to chapter 2. I'll pull it up just in case someone didn't read chapter 2. You may sacrifice a creature. If you do, you search your library for a creature or a basic land card. So he could even get mana from one of his Elvish Mystics. That's, I think, because it happens in your main phase. Like the chapter then resolves in your main phase. So you can actually float mana, sacrifice a creature, look for something.
I have a feeling this is like really interesting. I think there's a Liftmac Barrage in the hand. Normally only good against, white and blue creatures, but because it does 1 point of damage, bringing that in as a 1 mana answer to elves on the other side of the
Hey,
battlefield.
quite surprising, I'll be honest.
If that, I'm pretty sure that's why we see that at the front of his hand.
Yeah. So we'll see what he finds though with the Huntsman's Redemption chapter 2.
Right,
Sacrifice the elf with a floated mana.
Float and sack. What we're gonna go find?
Maybe he could have in theory with the frill back if he brought it in, right, to kill the Sky Sovereign.
Yeah.
Maybe a Thrill Seeker could be good as well.
It's gonna be interesting. We're on the edge of our seats, just like you are here.
Yeah,
at
I'm
home.
very curious what it's going to be.
See Bone Crusher.
Yeah, I think it's the Thrill Seeker. So is he going to try to find a way to win?
I say every time we see this card, there's a way to win. There's
Yeah.
a line. So let's have
I'm not discounting the Gruul Vehicles deck at all because we've seen it do some incredible things.
Or we'll be setting that up for next turn once we get the
Probably.
2+1/+2/+2 and trample, get enough damage through that way. 3 mana.
I think he has a Reckless Stormseeker in his
Yeah,
hand
I think
as well.
you're correct. I think that's the other red card in hand.
It doesn't really have great attacks here, which can be really problematic next turn where CJ, once he untaps with the Nykthos, the Kiora already has plenty of devotion between the Troll and the Cavalier and the Kiora. It's might be a really, really big turn for CJ. So, okay, so just 3 mana. Okay, he still has a Love Strike Beast there.
This is turn 0.
Oh, wow, okay.
So only a couple of turns left for both these players. So now they need to start thinking, how can I win? Obviously,
he also has the mana floating. He didn't use it yet, right? Like he could still
True.
play he could still play the Stormseeker and give haste to the Love Strike Beast, if I'm not mistaken.
could do that. But yeah, I suppose Love Strike will just bounce off the Cavalier, and that would only get in X amount of damage. We need to make sure we don't die on the backswing. I don't see a Hydra or anything on the battlefield. So we're just deciding, like, going through blocks. How would this work? How does this combat map happen? Now we've got a little bit more time. We've got 5 turns of extra, remember. We're on turn number 0, so 3 turns total for either player here to be able to get a slightly better record, going up to 11 or 10 wins. Every single win counts now, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a very interesting kind of play where I think he's sending the elf at Kiora because I think he wants to. I don't think the Lithomantic Barrage is quite obvious here.
No?
I think he wants to deal 1 damage to the Kiora and finish it off with the Barrage. I think
Yeah.
that's what he's kind of disguised now. It's a really heads-up play because there are easy blocks here for CJ. Okay, no.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
it worked
exactly
out.
how it's gone.
Yeah, now the Barrage.
Snap. That was quick.
Finishes off the Kiora. That's a really interesting play. I wouldn't expect to bring that card in this matchup, but it kills an elf, can finish off a Kiora, now can slow down CJ quite significantly. We don't know what CJ has in his hand, but
Devotion count of 6.
6 is still quite a bit here, but he's gonna miss the Kiora because not just does it untap the Nykthos, also getting to draw the additional cards off of your other Trolls and Cavaliers can be very significant. Let's see what he can come up here, though.
Voice return, lots of mana if we want to go down that route. I think there's something
5.
crazy like 10, 11 mana going.
Cavalier. Just another
Yeah.
Cavalier. No Storm the Festival just yet.
That Cavalier is quite nice. So in response to the trigger of the Cavalier, we're going to float mana in case we hit another Nykthos. So that's going to be 9 mana added. Didn't really get any good
Didn't
hits
meal
there.
a Storm the Festival. That's what maybe he was hoping for. That's
That's the-
finds the lair of the Hydra, but I think he already played land.
Oh no, because it comes into play.
Oh, he comes to play
it
from
comes
the
into play either
cavalier.
way.
You're right. Yeah.
But only one card in hand. He's going to find it real hard to close down this
Well,
game.
I think Joseph will have this in the bag.
Yeah,
I
so
think
do
he's
I.
going. I think he's going to pump up that Love Struck Beast to like a 7/7. Play the Thrill Seeker to make it 9. Not quite big yet, but Robert's at 10. He has to deal with the trample damage as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is game. Like, also we got the Leather Hydra in there, but I don't think we're going to need it. We're going to crew.
Okay.
We're going to get in there. We're going to shoot
kill
an
the
elf
elf.
down.
That's smart because now the Love Struck Beast cannot attack. You need a 1/1.
Well, there's there's
the Leather Hydra, right?
The Thrill Seeker will be a 1/1.
Oh, that is true as well. One if he uses
Look how quick we're moving.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Yep. So Thrill Seeker, that's a 1/1. Put the 2 counters on the beast.
And
Yeah,
that
he
is
knows
the
it. He
hand
knows it's
extended.
enough.
Gruul Vehicles advancing to 11-1 here at the European Championships. Congratulations to them. Only a couple of games away from getting themselves into the top 8 or potentially even the top 24 and getting them an invite to Chicago. Congratulations to that player. That's going to be the end of round number 12. And it's not going to be the end yet. I need to see how many rounds are left. If we need to keep filling.
We can fill in a little bit. 5
Yeah,
tables.
we can talk a little bit there. You know what I mean? There's been a lot happening this weekend. We started on Friday with the last chance qualifier. Yesterday was day number 1. Today is day number 2, where we will be crowning someone the champion and they'll be walking away with these trophies.
Yeah, I will say, whenever we see Gruul Vehicles on camera, and I'll be honest, like especially the version with Huntsman's Redemption, I just feel like it's going to do something big. Like if you let it do its thing, like you just saw it. It was like a 9/9 Love Strike Beast.
Yeah, it would have been 9/9 with trample and haste.
It was another 5/5 as well. There, yeah, it has trample coming through for a bunch of damage. You can sacrifice it for 1 mana just to deal a bunch of damage, and it's the deck can really finish off the game quickly. And it's an angle that I don't feel the deck really had in the past. Like it was played a little bit, but now with the Huntsman's Redemption, you have a lot more, I would say, consistency. You can find out your 1-drops and the +2/+2 trample on 2 creatures. It sounds like a limited kind of specialty card, right, in that sense, but it really does a lot of work because the creatures are big and they need the trample to really finish off the game there.
If you think about it, trample is really key in these pioneers. So we had Monstrous Rage, which got printed, made a whole new deck, and that's really what's pushing the heroic deck over the edge. In this, we're seeing trample every single time, just getting that last little points damage in before we start using the fling effect.
Yeah.
Really good deck building where all the players turn up this weekend. All the testing going in this weekend is obviously showing dividends, getting themselves so close. It's within touch distance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How do you as a player compose yourself in this way? You know what I mean? I've been in this situation. Well, not famously, but
famously.
Me and my friends, it's quite famous that I was 10-1 at a GP and then lost the next 4 rounds. All to the same deck, but we're not going to talk about that deck now. But how do you compose yourself? You know you're so close to it because you need to focus, get your head in the game, and obviously it's Magic, anything can happen.
Yep.
But as a player, how do you kind of get around that?
For Mateo and Josep, who are both 11-1 now, one of the things that they can like really safely things like, hey, I think just with 1 draw. Even with 3 rounds to go, I can just, 3 rounds to go, I can just need just 1 draw to make it into Pro Tour and already log a bunch of money. Like they're already in a really good situation. So for them, it's just like calm down, one match at a time. If they win the next one is locked for top 8 for sure. And the loser still has 2 more chances basically.
Yeah, you got 3 win-ins basically.
Yeah, or even if they lose 1 more, they can just draw safely into likely a top 16 finish for a bunch of money, for a Pro Tour invite, for a RC invite and all of that. So I think they're already in great shape, and I'm definitely curious to see how they're going to go because it's going to be Lotus Fields combo.
Yeah.
Against Gruul Vehicles.
Yeah, that's.
I would figure that Lotus Field is heavily favored.
We've still got the deck stack. I guess sideboard is very key.
Yeah,
looking at this, the sideboard's kind of tailored for.
There's some good sideboard cards. Yeah, that's true for the Gruul Vehicles there. I really like the deck building from Josep there, and even I think we saw Adrian Penard as well on the top table with a similar build. And I'll speak to the highlight of this particular game, bringing in the Lithomantic Barrage against the mono green deck. If you read the card, it's like white blue. Okay, you think it's a hate card against white and blue cards, but
no,
it can deal with the Kiora. If you chip it down enough, you can finish off the Kiora and kills the 1-mana
That's
creatures.
what I think. I think everyone respects the turn 1 elves so much in this format.
Especially on the draw, right? I think he was thinking like, hey, I'm in draw. If they start with turn 1 elf and I don't have an answer, like it's very likely that I'm going to lose. So he just brought in the barrages and it paid off dividends.
Yeah, super. Again, great deck building, great just heads up play. That shows me that they tested with this deck.
Yeah.
They realized that this was the card. It's on paper, and also if I was the mono green opponent, I have full access to the deck list and the sideboard. I don't think they're going to be coming in against me, so I'm not going to be playing around them. So, super heads up there. Congratulations to them. But that is going to be it for round number 12, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Will Hall, Matej, Zatlkaj. We're going to be back for round number 14. After this one, is going to be round number 13. We're going to bring the other two casters back in, so make sure you stick around for more Pioneer action. See you all shortly.
Welcome back here. I'm Alia and Martin here in the booth. We are in League of the European Championship and we are now in the round number 13 and we're with a very interesting matchup. But really, Martin, we have a mono red
Yeah,
aggro.
we picked something cool for this round. We have Javier Faustino on mono red aggro. I thought that might have been a mislabeled deck, but it is actually mono red aggro, including cards like Gitu Lava Runner, Monastery Swift Spear, and Vashino Pyromancer. So this is a deck that, for example, I enjoy playing on Magic Arena. You know, if you want to do your daily quests, you know, just get some quick games in. This is a great deck to play. Looks like Javier is doing really well with it in Pioneer, so we wanted to take a look at it. He is matched up against Luca Lofredo on Mono Green Devotion. So both players are going to be doing their thing, and we'll see. I think the person who wins the die roll is going to be quite advantaged, but let's find out.
Okay.
Yeah, actual mono red aggro. No splashes, you know, no funny business. There is a Giganta as a companion, but outside of that, it is 18 lands. This is a very low to the ground deck. Very low mana curve, 9 Mountain, 4 Ramina Peruin, 4 then the Bugbear, and 1 Sokensen. So only 18 lands. That is really cool. There's 1 Spikefield Hazard as well, so let's say it's 19.
Okay. Mono red aggro is on the play. Very important for that deck. With Gitu Lava Runner, Mono red needs to be so fast. A very important stomp here in the elf. Very important against. Oh no, no second lands for Mono Green Devotion.
Luca with double elf, but only 1 land, and Javier knows that. Yeah, I can't let these Llanowar elves live. This is how you get ahead. This is how you start getting ahead on the board, casting your 3 drops, and you know using lands like Nykthos to really get ahead on mana. So Javier's like, no. Instead of you know building my own board, I know I have to kill your Llanowar elves. So I'm gonna do that. Meanwhile, only attacking with the Lava Runner for 1. There's a Wizard's Lightning. Shock Phase that allows cure the critics for just 1 and burn the Llanowar elf as well.
And no land drops for Luca and another Januar elf. A lot of elves, but not enough because are dying against that removal of mono red.
Yeah, you're 1 land. You know, having 1 lander, you're not too happy about that. But 4 Llanowar elves, I mean, I'm always keeping that on the draw. You know, turn 1 elf and a bunch of extra elves in hand. Definitely a very reasonable keep. Unlucky for Luca that he hasn't found a second land. There it is.
Yes.
Wolfwillow Haven. But Luca is down to 11, and Javier has a full hand.
That could be a fast game.
This could be our fastest feature match by far this weekend.
Viashino taking 2 damage on Luca, doing then 2-7 life for Luca right now. If play up Polukranos, the table will be a bit stopped. Oath of Nisa, more ramp spells.
Especially if you're playing on a budget, this mono red deck is probably pretty easy to put together, as there really aren't all that many rares or mythics. I think in the mana base you only have 4 Den of the Bugbear, which is not even that important of a card because you're only running 19 lands, so you're not even going to be activating it all that often. And outside of that, I think it's just Bonecrusher Giant and the Soul Scar Mage.
Skewer the critics, more damage. Being honest, mono red is my second favorite archetype. I play a lot with that archetype in other formats. Well, more elves are dying.
Unfortunately for Luca, yeah, he is already in Charm Block mode. I think Javier had 2 more burn spells in his hand, so this game is over in 3 minutes.
That was so fast. Let's go to the another table, the backup table.
That was just game 1. Let's take a look at the deck list.
Okay.
There we go. That was just game 1. So Javier's up a game. This is the list. So if you are on a budget and you wanna build a deck that is clearly doing pretty well in Pioneer, I think the only two rares in the deck are Bonecrusher Giant Elf and Soulscar Mage. The Den of the Bugbear not all that important, and the rest of the deck should be pretty easy to find. So let's take a look at the sideboard. If I'm playing mono red, I'm playing against mono green Devotion. All I know is I'm gonna have to kill those Llanowar. Something like Forge Devil might be a good sideboard card for the future. Right now, looking at this, Roast and Obliterating Bolt obviously coming in, Burning Hands as well to try to deal with the big green creatures like Old Growth Troll and Polukranos. So I think those five will be coming in. Rampaging Ferocidon, a little bit too expensive on the on the draw, I think. And the cards to board out on the draw, maybe a Light Up the Stage, skewer the critics. Those could definitely be Shade, maybe Monstrous Rage, although the extra trample possibility seems pretty reasonable. So I think we're gonna change some cards around, bring in the extra big burn spells, and let's take a look at the mono green deck now, which typically doesn't really sideboard all that much because the sideboard is just 15 silver bullets for Karn. But you can still make a couple of changes. You know, maybe board out something expensive for something cheap. Let's say Storm the Festival. Maybe you don't want 4 of those in the deck against a deck as fast as Mono Red Aggro. So you could certainly try to switch those for something like Vootcaller Automaton. Perhaps a Filigree Silex could come in. Haywire Might, maybe. It is a blocker. It can deal with something like Kumana Faces Kakazan. Not ideal. Esseka's Chariot also looks a lot better to me than Storm the Festival if you're just kind of trying to survive. In this matchup, you don't really need to combo off. You're more interested in just surviving, and then your bigger creatures are going to be able to get the job done. So in this matchup, I would not be too worried about finding my card and the Chain Whale and putting together Kiora, all the Planeswalkers. I would just be pretty happy if I just put Polukranos and some of the bigger creatures on the battlefield, and at some point I'm gonna be able to turn the corner and start attacking with them. Forge Devil has been a very good sideboard card throughout the weekend. I saw them in Frank's sideboard. He was playing Boros Convoke, and the one match I was spectating him between the rounds. I walk behind him. He's playing against Mono Green Devotion, and surely the opponent takes a mulligan, starts on land Llanowar Elf, and Frank has that Forge Devil on turn 1. So it's a very good card to bring in against these decks with Llanowar Elves. There's also Gruul aggro. There's also Mono White Humans is a very popular deck. So lots of targets for that Forge Devil.
Yes, absolutely. Well, let's go to see the hands of the players. Javier have a good one or maybe playable one. All the players keep land, January Elf, pass. Whoa, the first January Elf is dead right now. And the oh no, Oath Nisa looking for lands here. It's a Nyctus. Nyctus is the K land for the Mono Green Devotion. Thinking.
Yeah, look at that Spikefield Hazard. What would normally be a mountain just turned into a burn spell for that Llanowar Elf. So Javier using that Spikefield Hazard to deal with the mana creature from Luca. Luca follows up with Oath of Nissa.
Yeah, he played the spikes instead of the monastery swipe spear in hand.
Yeah, and that certainly shows that Javier knows that, okay, this is a matchup where I can't really let the Llanowar Elf live. I would rather develop my own board. I would rather put the Swift Spear into play, but I know that I can't really let the Elf live, so I'm just gonna play the Spikefield Hazard instead. I don't actually think he has a second land.
I guess not.
Luca's still in the tank on the Oath.
Wow, Nyctus. Elf. No elf. No critters. And at 1 mana, Soulscar Mage. And pass. Only 1 land for Javier.
It looks like Javier's hand is a little too heavy on creatures and cards like Light Up the Stage. But there's the second land.
Then,
Okay.
this is a den, 2 lands, Swift Spear, attack with all creatures, 3 damage.
Javier recognizing that, okay, well, I already made my land drop, so it doesn't make too much sense to play Light Up the Stage right now. I'm going to try to wait for next turn, when I'm also going to be able to connect with at least one of the creatures. Then I can play Light Up the Stage post-combat, maybe find my third land drop. This was a deck that basically looked pretty much exactly like this in Standard, except that you had Experimental Frenzy instead of some of the other cards. And that was on Standard like 3 years ago.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. It's the same deck.
look at that. It's pretty much the same deck and doing well in Pioneer. There's only 3 rounds to go. We're looking at, 12, 2-1, maybe 12-3 record to try to get into the top 8. So if Javier wins the next 3 rounds, he definitely has a good shot at sneaking in the top 8.
The second Nyctox is in play. Only one Nyctox can remain because it's a legendary land. Oh, the Blossoming Tortoise from Wilds of Eldraine. Only one off on this deck. The Blossoming Tortoise is a creature for 4th mana. This is a very interesting in this deck with a lot of creatures with 3 mana cost. Really interesting ramper creator.
So Javier runs all the 3 creatures into the Tortoise, says, okay, I don't mind if one of my creatures dies. I'll get to connect. Here's the Light Up the Stage. There's the third land.
Another Light of the Stage. Trying to play more spells. Exile 2 cards, then and a removal. This is a
All right, Skewer the Critics finishes off the
Obliteration
Tortoise.
Bolt. 2 mana. More Nyctox in Hand of Luca, but no Devotion. Well, 1 Devotion mana with this Oath of Nisa.
Yeah, the green deck is definitely a lot harder to play if your opponents are killing all the Llanowar Elves. Also, with open decklist, we actually had just had that discussion yesterday. Mono Green Devotion is a deck that typically does better in closed decklist when your opponents don't exactly know what you're playing. Here with open decklist, you have to reveal to your opponent before the match even starts what you're playing, which means that they're always going to be mulliganing into that Fatal Push, into that Fiery Impulse, all the other 1-drop spells that are able to kill Llanowar Elves. So your Llanowar Elves are going to be dying a lot more often. If I was playing Mono Green, I would actually think about playing an extra land because of exactly that reason. And perhaps Mono Green is maybe not that great of a choice if the deck lists are open. If all the decks are equal, this would certainly be a thing that could make me just choose a different deck exactly for that reason. And I guess the same is true for aggro decks. Normally when you play aggro, in closed deck list, you're kind of hoping to catch some of your opponents off guard, keeping a slow hand, you're just going to be able to get a free win. Here, that's just not going to happen. Everybody knows you're playing aggro. They're going to be mulliganing into those faster hands. They know exactly that they should be putting the slow cards from their hand on the bottom if they take a mulligan.
Well, Willow Heaven, ramp spell, ramp enchantment. Luca needs to play a creature to try to stop that small creatures of the Javier of the mono red deck. But he's thinking a lot about the play. Well, he have 3 cards in hand? Yes. The big old growth troll could be a very good.
Yeah, there is an old growth troll, and Luca was a little unfortunate that, I mean, not really unfortunate that the Llanowar Elf dying is not something that you don't expect. Like you can definitely see that coming against the mono red burn deck. But that Nick toss on turn 3 meant that Luca was not able to play that Old Grove Troll for triple green. So definitely something that slowed down his development quite a bit. And there's an obliterating bolt that exiles the troll.
Okay, then the troll is exiled and don't return like enchantment. Luca, Luca
great.
plays that knowing that about the removal.
Yeah, I mean, great turn for Javier. Triggering all those prowess triggers, getting rid of the creature that normally comes back as extra mana source. Here's a Polukranos though. 5 toughness. Is Javier going to be able to find a roast? Is he going to be able to just maybe ignore the Polukranos, just swing through it and perhaps burn the opponent out?
Adding
Okay.
green mana, devotion, forest, and flip that Polukranos, being bigger. But the most important here with this Polukranos is the lifelink ability. Mono red can be so painful with the gain life right now.
Yeah, now it's going to be a lot harder trying to ignore the Polukranos. If it is just a 4/5, you can attack into it, no big deal. Use some burn spells to finish off the opponent. But right now, you need to deal with it. You can't just attack through it against a 6/6 lifelink. So let's see if Javier has any burn spells in hand. There's a Monastery Switcher. I do see a roast.
Yeah, this is a roast.
But that's not going to be enough.
Javier needs two removal spells, 2 spells to try kill this Polukranos.
So Javier goes for the 5 damage,
Oh.
trigger all the prowess. So now you have to block, and at least, I mean, you're gonna gain 6 life, but at least the creature is gonna trade for something on my side. So you're gonna be able to survive this turn, but at least the Polukranos is gonna be gone.
Beautiful.
Everything has two powers, so Luca has to block, otherwise he dies. I think there's a Skewer the Critics in hand and a Viashino Pyromancer. There's 5 more damage coming in for next turn.
The Sweep Spear are now 2/3 each one. So is attacking for 6 and Skewer the Critics. No, is
Oh, that is play with fire.
Yes. Prowess. Oh, handshaken. And this is wrong for Javier Faustino with mono red aggro. I can see in the Javier Faustino remains experimental frenzy. This card allows to this kind of decks to make a card advantage with a very special physics. Well, backup.
All right, let's move to our backup feature match. We have Josep on Gruul Vehicles, a deck that's been doing really well. We saw, I think the last round we did, there were 3 Gruul decks in the top 6. Still a bunch of them at the top tables. We have Josep piloting the deck at 11-1. On the other hand, we have Gabriel 10-1-1 with Isaac Phoenix, also a very popular deck this weekend. Many people in the chat were asking about Canister. I think he was X and 2 coming into this round. There's a Cinder Vines.
Slate of hands. Group vehicles are performing so well this tournament.
Let's try to get that game score updated. Our first feature match was really fast. If you want to get some quick games in, that mono red deck is looking really good.
Well, Gabriel Soto with Isaac Phoenix and Josep Sanfeliu, 2 Spanish players. Spanish players are performing so well this matchup. All the Spanish community are being so happy. Well, the Grill Vehicles player is playing Ezika's Carriot. This is a very good vehicle. I like a lot this vehicle from Kalheim. Turn to set Phoenix to draw cards. Try to put in a in table. Ooh, thing in the eye is a very good blocker. Treasure Cruise. The strat recalling. Drawing 3 cards.
This is a very interesting matchup. Both sides have a lot of very powerful cards that can get them ahead. But even something like Think in the Eyes that normally is pretty good against the red decks running the burn spells that typically deal 3 damage. We know that the Gruul decks are very often running Obliterating Bolt, so not a problem to deal with something that has 4 toughness. Sometimes they also have Acron War, which can do some nasty things against Thing in the Eyes. I think there is an Obliterating Bolt in Hozeb's hand.
Cinder Vines is a very good card. Very good sideboard card against these matchups because the text of the card says whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spells, this enchantment deals 1 damage to the player. So, is that Phoenix play a lot of spells? Well, more tokens, more cats. Gabriel have maybe 2 Phoenix in hand. Ezika's Carriot can grow up so fast the next turns.
There's a Picklock Prankster, one of the new cards from Wilds of Eldraine. Let me put that on the screen for you guys. Milling some cards, putting I didn't quite catch that in Gabriel's hand. I think he's gonna need something better than card selection spells though, because that board is getting a little too big and too wide. This is a post-board game though, so something like an Anger of the Gods kind of effect would be what Gabriel is likely looking for. I think Brotherhood's End is probably more popular now because you want your 3-drop you want your 3-drop sweeper to be able to also take care of the unlicensed Hearse that has been very popular in this event. Hozeb decides not to activate Ezika's Chariot. Instead, turn a Mutavault into a creature and attack with 4 2/2s.
And Clothes can exile cards from the graveyard. Wow. But, well, Joseph Sanfeliu win this game. Could be 1-1. Yes.
Yeah, certainly looks like it.
Well, 1 game remains. The last game for this run. Red Vehicles, no changes. Same seems. Gabriel Soto now is on the play.
Yeah, we can take a look at the deck list, perhaps.
Cool.
This is a little sneak peek into what is possibly another backup match waiting for us in the future. But yeah, let's take a look at the deck list. Here's the Gruul Vehicles deck. Looks pretty standard to me. 2 copies of Thrill Seeker, 1 copy of Scavenging Ooze, a very interesting version of Elvish Mystic that I've never seen before. 1 copy of Obliterating Bolt, so there's 2 more in the sideboard. Those are very likely coming in. Hazoret, a little bit slow, but could certainly also make an appearance because it cannot be killed by all the burn spells from the Izzet deck. Other than that, Unlicensed Hearse is for sure coming in to deal with the opposing graveyard. We saw that Cinderwines was also brought in. Now let's take a look at the Phoenix list. What is likely coming in from the Phoenix side? I think Crackling Drake could be coming in. You know that your opponent has a lot of graveyard hate, so perhaps Crackling Drake can make an appearance in Game 3. Thing in the Ice. I think Thing in the Ice is okay. Knowing my opponent has the Obliterating Bolt makes it a little bit worse. Knowing they can also steal it with the Akron War. Sometimes that can be a little risky, but I think I would still bring that in. Brotherhood's End is the 3-mana sweeper of choice for Gabriel. Other than that, I don't think you really want cards like Disdainful Stroke. Maybe a Braid could be okay to deal with cards like Esika's Chariot. Other than that, obviously the one copy of Either Gust is coming in, and I think you're gonna want to board out some of the expensive cards or some of the slower ones. Perhaps Big Clock Prankster. Maybe you don't need to have 4 copies of Otherworldly Gaze, although that does help you find your Phoenixes and put a lot of cards into the graveyard for Treasure Cruise. So we'll see what exactly Gabriel does. Is a Charm is probably the card that I would be looking at to board out, because 2 mana to kill a Llanowar Werewolf. That doesn't seem like a great deal. This is not a matchup where I think using the Spell Pierce effect is gonna come up too often. Obviously, you can counter the Akron War. You can counter Esika's Chariot. I'm not sure if Hozep was running Embercleave, which might be a reason to keep that is a charm in the deck, but I don't think there was an Embercleave in the deck at all.
No, no more cliffs here. Well, the Game 3 is playing right now, and Josep simply trying to ramp with this elf. Land and go ahead. A lot of elves in the hand. This deck is playing 8 elves. Cinderbines, a hate card from the sideboard. Slate of Hands. Look, that slate of hands with white border. Very old card version. Consider.
Yeah, so that's Cinderbines. I typically prefer having creatures, especially this early in the game, but that Cinderbines is already doing some work. Yeah, that is already essentially a lava spike to the opponent, 3 damage just this turn. I think there's a Phoenix in the graveyard, and Gabriel was able to play 3 spells, so that Phoenix is going to be able to come back, start attacking.
And when Phoenix is in the graveyard. Well, this is the Phoenix. This is attacking. Tap and draw a land. Cinderbines. It's doing a lot of damage. The pathway. The pathway is always flipping in slave. This is Stomp on Phoenix. And
Stomp right away on Hozep's turn. That is an interesting choice, because now if Gabriel starts playing more spells, he's just going to be able to bring back that Phoenix into play. Perhaps Hozep playing around a counter spell, around something like Spell Pierce, around Either Gust, something along those lines. Just wants to get rid of the Phoenix right away.
Treasure Cruise. 3 cares and 1 damage. This is a Lovestruck Beast in hand. Yes. Seems Giuseppe draw a Lovestruck Beast. One spell. Second spell. Another damage.
There's a Big Lock Prankster, so 2 spells played so far for Gabriel, revealing, I think that is a Lightning Axe, Slate of Hand. Thing in the ice, and one card that Gabriel put in his hand. I didn't quite catch that. There's land number 4, so third spell likely to be played.
That
There it is.
was
Kill
a
the
Shockland. Two
bring
more
back the
damage.
Phoenix. So perhaps that stomp could have been a little cast a little too early.
Could it be? Well, Joseph, take turn. Hydra, Elf, Land, and Lovestruck Beaks in hand. 14, 14 and 10 lives score. Well, Joseph needs deploy the hand.
Yeah, Josep only cast 2 Lana rolls, both of which immediately died, and Gabriel is still at 10 already thanks to the Cindervine. So we'll see if that Bone Crusher Giant makes it into play, or if Josep decides to cast more one drops. I think there is 2 copies of Lana Wolf in his hand. I think there's a Lair of the Hydra, Stomping Ground, and a Lovestruck Beast. I think I would be tempted to cast Heart's Desire to make a 1/1 and then cast a Bone Crusher Giant. If my opponent wants to kill the Bone Crusher, then they're gonna be taking 3 more damage, 2 from the trigger and 1 more from the Cindervines. There it is, Lair of the Hydra pass the turn.
Well, pass Gabriel, take a turn, draw a card, and he have a huge hand. He can play a lot of spells but each spell take 1 damage, so he needs to choose wisely each spell to play.
And there's typically not a lot of ways to deal with the Cindervines. Maybe something like a Brazen Borrower, but there's usually not that many copies of those types of cards in the Phoenix deck. So that Cindervines is doing some pretty good work. There is Think in the Ice.
Well, right now this Phoenix is trying to stop this Bone Crusher Giant. It's protecting Gabriel.
To flip the Thing in the Ice, you need to cast 4 spells. If that happens and Thing flips, that actually bounces the Bone Crusher Giant back to hand. So that can be replayed as Stomp, which would be 2 more damage, putting Gabriel already to 4. So his options really are quite limited as to how many spells he can still cast in this game. There's the Lovestruck Beast. Heart's Desire makes a 1/1.
And pass. Well, a human token. Joseph is doing maths, thinking about the combat. Land, Shockland, going to 12, playing this Lovestruck Beast.
Ooh, there's a Brazen Borrower. So
It's a pity theft.
Cindervines gets bounced. Gabriel does take 1 in the process.
Let's go to the all the spells that is at Phoenix could play. Sing in the Eyes. First spell of the turn. Treasure Cruise. No damage. Only drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, 1 mana, draw 3, no big deal. Take a counter off of that Think in the Ice.
This is either Gust. A very good card here against vehicles. Land, go ahead. Look, this Lovestruck Beast.
Wow, another
5/5.
barrage off the top to deal with the Thing in the Ice.
Cinder Mines again, the same. Response? Gabriel is trying to... Whoa, this is a double lightning helix.
Yeah, Lightning Axe discarding Lightning Axe to deal with the Love Struck Beast. But we know the thing in the ice is not going to be able to flip because it is very likely dying this turn to the barrage. So thing in the ice goes to the graveyard, but I don't think Hozip still has any great attacks. Attacking here, trading the Bone Crusher Giant for the Phoenix doesn't really sound all that appealing when the opponent can just bring it back next turn again. So most likely we will see him pass the turn here. I think I would be looking at next turn, maybe, you know, if the opponent only spends their turn casting some spells, not really affecting the board. The next turn, I would probably be thinking about activating Lair of the Hydra, attacking with 3 creatures. Looks like Hozip decides to go for it anyway, trades with the Phoenix. That means the 1/1 token gets to connect for 1, putting Gabriel at 8. And the truth is, if he does want to bring the Phoenix back, that essentially puts him to 5. So this is still a very reasonable attack.
First fairy. Brazen Borrower still on the adventure zone. Well, small fairy and pass. Look of that pile of cards in exile. Top, draw a card. Light of Hydra. Can attack this turn.
For those asking why Barrage did not kill the Phoenix, it can only kill white or blue creatures. If you're dealing 5, that is.
This is a cheap removal from March the Machine. Math. Joseph doing math. Add 2 mana. What is this card?
Is that another Cinderva? No, that's
Oh,
a
this is a
Scavenging Ooze. Oh, okay,
Ooze.
that's a big draw.
Yeah, absolutely. That Ooze can exile the Phoenix on the graveyard of the Gabriel. Can be a nightmare for the Itset Phoenix player, exiling all the good cards in the graveyard. Time to attack? I don't think so. Because the fairy is blocking here very well. And pass. 3 mana on top. This is very important right now for Josep, trying to remove any Phoenix in the graveyard.
Wow,
Either gas at the end of the turn?
Gabriel does have Either Gust and a very, you know, hard decision. Do I want to deal with the Scavenging Ooze on the stack ideally, or do I want to get rid of the Cindervines? He decides, well, I don't think I can beat the Cindervine, so I'm gonna have to put it on top right now. I'm gonna have to let my opponent use that Scavenging Ooze, and we know that is gonna be able to deal with the Phoenix. So pretty bad news for Gabriel there.
Lightning X. Killing this Scavenging Ooze.
So there is still the ability of Scavenging Ooze on the stack targeting Phoenix, but that Lightning Axe is going to resolve before that. So even if Hozip activates Ooze 3 times now to make it 5/5, it would still die. He's certainly thinking about whether he should be exiling creatures. He can exile creatures from his graveyard as well to try to gain some life, or should I rather exile some of Gabriel's instants or sorceries from the graveyard that they can use to make their Delph cards cheaper. Thing in the ice. Okay, gain 1 life. That's 1 less card in the graveyard. We know the Phoenix is going to get exiled, so 2 more activations available.
Gabriel is in 6 lives. This is a very low life right now. He needs to end the game early, as soon as possible. And the Phoenix remains in the graveyard? Oh, okay. Exile.
Yeah, too many things happen. I think both players kind of forgot that there was also the exile ability on the Phoenix. Cindervines, I think that gets put on top. Yeah.
The Cinderbines are being the MVP of this game. Do you agree? First spell for Gabriel. Milling these 4 cards. Otherworldly in hand. He can play right now, but he plays Treasure Cruise, drawing 3 more cards, digging in the deck, looking for more.
Looking for more action. I think we saw Gabriel's list earlier. I think he is the one not playing Ledger Shredder, if I remember that correctly. Let me take a look at the list real quick.
No Ledger Shredder in
Yeah,
the
no
deck.
Ledger Shredder. So this is the Demi Ledger version. Yeah, I think Ledger Shredder is one of those cards that you're certainly missing against all these creature decks.
Yes, this Bluebird blocks so well with some counter on it.
Big Clock Prankster, also a 1/3 flyer, but this one unfortunately doesn't grow and doesn't let you loot deeper into your deck.
Okay, Cinderbines again, and Companion in the hand for Joseph.
Yeah, I'm one of those players that is always unsure. Should I bring in Cindervines? Is it gonna be good enough? Should I rather want a proactive card, something I can put in the battlefield? But in this game, Cindervines single-handedly dealt all 14 damage. I think 13 one of the attack with the 1/1 connected, but so far it was a 2-mana deal 13, so a pretty good card.
Yeah, the MVP of the round. Giganta, very big creature, 5/5. Adding mana. Sometimes we forget that the Giganta add mana. Okay, land and pass. Gabriel needs.
Let me take a look at Gabriel's list because now that the Brazen Borer was played, I see one more Borer in the sideboard. And I think that's about one Otavara. And I think that's about it when it comes to how many ways does Gabriel have to deal with that Cindervines.
Very oppressive with these Cindervines to the Iset Phoenix deck. This is a Phoenix, a Slate of Hands, Phoenix in the graveyard.
Gabriel needs to find one big threat that can close the game out in a couple turns. I think Crackling Drake would be the ideal card because there has been a lot of cards exiled with Treasure Cruise. So if Gabriel had brought it in, I think there's one in his sideboard exactly. If he is able to find that, that would be able to turn the game around pretty quickly. Josep is actually at 11, so those flyers can start getting in there. There's a Phoenix in the graveyard. 2 Picklock Pranksters, so that is 8 possible damage coming in with flying.
Well, Gabriel is thinking with this spell. Slate of Hands. The flashback of Otherworldly is the second spell of the turn. And only one more spell remains for trigger that Arlac Phoenix ability. I can see this card, but I guess this is a spell. Yes, this is an opt.
Okay, so 3 spells played. I think Gabriel should be at 3, I believe. Or did something happen to the Cindervines? Is it in his hand? Did I miss a
Hmm.
Brazen Borer or something along those lines? Oh, it was an Otawara, apparently. Okay.
Wow. Phoenix, Brazen Borrower, and a lot of
Wow.
fairies. Shake of hands. This is wrong for Insect Phoenix. Not was easy for that player.
That was that was okay. So Otawara and Brazen Borer were the only 2 cards left in Gabriel's deck that could deal with the Cindervines, but thanks to all the card selection, he was able to find it,
Well, let's
bounce the
go.
Cindervines, and attack for lethal by finding all the Phoenixes.
Yeah, we are jumping here in a game with Canister against Alessandro Ciccone. Another It's at Phoenix decks against Rakdos Midrange. Very classic of this tournament matchup with this both deck tier 1.
Yeah, we brought in Canister for the feature match by popular demand. He is 9-3 playing as at Phoenix. We're playing 15 rounds total, so we're looking at 12-2-1, perhaps 12-3 records with good tiebreakers to sneak into the top 8. So Canister definitely still in a decent position to try to make a run for it. Here is a combination of spells to deal with Shieldred. Definitely something you need to do if you're playing Izzet Phoenix, because drawing cards against Shieldred on the table is not exactly where you want to be.
Yes, but pay 2 cards to kill one is always hard. It's always hard. Okay, Rakdos Midrange. Playing this Harvester, creating a blood token, and playing maybe. This is a Graveyard Trespasser.
Yeah, Alessandro presenting all the annoying threats. Not only does he have 2 copies of Shieldred in the graveyard already, Trespasser, another card that deals with the Phoenix graveyard. We know that most of these Rakdos decks are running unlicensed Hers, some of them even in the main deck.
Well, Saheli is in the play. Saheli is a very good condition for the Izzet Phoenix decks. It's a planeswalker that can put a lot of servos. And Duress, show me your hand. Show me info. Considering response. Trigger of the Saheli. Surveil that land, and one spell is on the graveyard. Well, Canister have a shake of hands here. This is game for Alessandro.
Yeah, I believe Alessandro moves on to 10-3, so 2 rounds left after this round. I think this was the last feature match we had for you. We're going to be signing off, passing it back to Matej and Will for round 14, and then round 15 is going to be the last round of Swiss. After that, we're going to have our top 8. The first 2 players are going to qualify straight to Worlds, with the winner taking home $16,000 and a bunch of boxes and other prizes. And keep in mind, the top 24 still qualifies everyone for the Pro Tour. So even if you're missing out on that top 8, not all is lost. So you can still make it to the Pro Tour, which is, I think, what most of the players are kind of hoping for coming in today. So thanks for sticking with us. We're going to have a little bit of a break, and we're going to be back with round 14 in about a few minutes.
See you later.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as TheWillHallExp, and that man to my left, that is Matej Zatlkaj, Big C himself. We are bringing you the regional championships of Europe. Of course, we're trying to crown ourselves a winner, given these trophies in front of us, but a lot of magic to be played before we go to then. Down to the match. We need to first look at the prizes. What is everybody playing for this weekend? We'll get that up on the screen for you now. That is the prizes. Remember, we are in day number 2. We battled out yesterday, 675 players, all battling it out to try and get into day number 2. We managed to invite 162 of them to today. Now we need to turn that 162 into our top 64, and then that top 64 down to our top 8, and we're only a couple of games away from it. You see here $100,000 of prize money on the line, ranging from $300 all the way up to $16,000 for first place. Top 24 get themselves an invite to the next Pro Tour in Chicago, and for 2 lucky players this weekend, they get direct invites to the World Championships. But only one person can walk away calling himself the European champion.
I wouldn't just call them lucky. I would call them good.
Well, good, skillfully master, a master. Let's go with master, master of getting here. But we, you know, I want you to talk about standings. We're getting that close. You know, there's going to be a lot of different tiebreakers, a lot of draws in the round. 15 rounds, a big group of players, almost 700 players this weekend. Standings obviously going to vary dramatically.
Yeah.
What sort of players or what sort of records we're looking at that can potentially still begin with a slot for either a PT slot or even still top 8?
Yeah, we still don't have any player with 12 wins.
No.
In round 14, so there's been just a few people not eliminated left and right. So on top of the standing, we actually have 2 players: Gabriel Soto on Is It Phoenix and Samuel Estrati on 5-color combo.
Okay.
And those are at 11 wins and 1 loss, so and a draw as well. So if they win the next round, they should make it in. And there's a smattering of players with 11 wins and 2 losses. Our overnight leader, Mateo Ferreira, actually was 9-0. Then he was 11-0. Then he lost 2 straight. He's 11-2. Now basically facing the bubble.
This is that mental warfare I was telling you about. You know, how do you psychologically get yourself out of this little rut that you put yourself in? It's going to be interesting to see if he can bounce back from it.
If he wins this round, he can draw into the top 8 safely next round. If he loses, he might still have an outside shot with the top 8. But it's definitely it's something that he needs to be aware of. A couple of more players from Chris Larson still in the running.
Let's go, Chris.
Place.
Let's go.
Again, winning in for him this round. And Sam Rolfe in 9th place. And in terms of deck, lots of Lotus Field combo.
Lots of Lotus Field.
So a bunch of Is It Phoenix as well. Still some Gruul vehicles. Rakdos Sacrifice also in the mix. So kind of, a bit of a change-up. Not that much Mono Green Devotion.
Yeah,
as we've seen before.
Not doing too great, but there was some floating on the top table. The top table was pretty long, mind you. But we did listen to you, chat. I asked you what decks would you like to see this round be picked. If you like them, I picked them. If you didn't like them, Matej picked them. Matej, what is the spice that you found for our main feature match now?
The match, I kind of felt like Martin was telling me that, everyone in chat was already kind of tired of seeing the same old decks running around. I heard there was mono red. I heard that was exciting.
Mono red burn deck. Let's go.
But in the feature match area, we brought you from, still running for the Pro Tour invite, a Waste Not mono black deck. So
it's still doing well.
Let's go see it in action then.
Going down, we see here on the right of your screen, that is going to be Waste Not, ladies and gentlemen. That is not a typo. Card we haven't really seen too much this weekend. Didn't have a great conversion rate either, but maybe just remind people, what does Waste Not do? We know it's a 2-man enchantment, but it's got a lot of text on it.
Let me just pull it up because that's going to make it easier for everyone and for me and for the chat, because it's going to be a pretty complex card. So it says it's 2-mana enchantment. I actually think it was as part of the design challenge. You missed those. You're too much of a Magic Zoomer.
Okay.
Actually,
awkward.
the community used to design cards.
What?
Sets. Yeah.
And no one picked an infect card?
No one picked
I'm
it.
let
But
down by my
it was a gradual process. So first there was a vote on what color is it going to be, how much is it going to cost, what's going to be the type.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's really cool history about it.
There's a couple of cards. I think Waste Not is one of them that came out of the process. They were actually then much maligned after it came out for being too weak.
Okay.
But now it was reprinted, a couple of times, and it just gotten a little bit more popular with really good discard spells and the overall support in mono black. But the main point is you try to play it and then have a bunch of discard spells to generate value from the card over and over. You have your Thought Seizes, your Liliana is a great enabler. Go Blank deals really nicely with Is It Phoenixes.
I was about to say, having main deck cards that are good against Phoenix, which we seem to pick up good numbers this weekend.
You also have Fatal Push as the best removal spell. You have Shieldred's Edict, and one of the main combos with Waste Not is the Gaia Reach Sanitarium, which is land that you can force both players to draw a card and discard a card. It can trigger your Waste Not, and you can see if it's always you're gonna get always something whenever a card is discarded. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I do. Remember, if you are just tuning in, this is an open deck list tournament, so both players have access to the full 75 that they are playing against. They get to look at that for 3 minutes before the game, and then they get to look at it during each sideboarded match. Because also, on the other side of the table, on Stefan is playing Kruger Fires deck. We've kind of seen now in the last couple of rounds, because he's doing quite well. He's still fighting the good fight, trying to get himself a Pro Tour slot. Remember, this is kind of the enchantment-based combo deck, are we calling it? Or is it just a value deck, maybe? As we're going to see the first enchantment come down here. This is going to be Touch of the Spirit Realm. Remember, it's got multiple things it can do. It can also be channeled if we need to go that route. But we're just deciding to try and use the kind of O-Stone effect and just get it into exile, get kind of deny the mana and deny the card draw and scrying on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, the Maze Tome is nice, like addition to this sort of deck, a colorless way to draw cards, build up an advantage over multiple turns if you can like clear the board. Touch of the Spirit Realm targets not enchantment, but it does target creatures or artifacts. So a good target there in the Maze Tome. And Stefan, I think, is going to be somewhat favored in game 1.
Okay, we're just we're going to Field of Ruin straight off the bat. Okay. Be nice if we could follow us up with potentially another 1-drop. What 1-drops do we have? We do have a Cling to Dust and Fatal Push. No targets for Fatal Pushes. Yep, Duresses, Thoughtseize, but no waste, not those. We can't get value from this discard, even though you get a little bit when you discard some of the key cards in the event. Potentially turn 4 Fires if we manage to follow us up with a Duress or something.
Yeah, Field of Ruin is nice here as well because the Kruger Fires deck relies quite heavily on having lots of different colors of mana available for like to enable leyline bindings and whatnot. So this might slow them all down a little bit. And then 1 mana discard spell.
Let's
there's
go.
a Thoughtseize.
Let's
go.
What do we have in hand?
Ooh,
not what we need to see, but there is no. No, we do have 2 land in hand, so we
2
want
enigmatic incarnations there for Stefan there.
So one that's almost guaranteed to be coming down next turn.
And that's the key card that, we separate out the versions of the deck. There's Enigmatic Fires, which doesn't run Karuga, and then there's the version with Karuga, which it has to have a sort of a different setup just because it cannot run cards that cost less than 3 mana. Of course, you're trying to, in a way, cheat a little bit there with some of the spells that you're playing. But now we're going to see the Enigmatic Incarnation come down.
I'm having a little look at what 4-drops we could go find if we choose to go down that route, and it doesn't look too great. It kind of starts at 5, really. 5
but
is the
there's still Heliod. So if he sacrifices the Touch of the Spirit Realm, he could like put it back into his hand with the Heliod. So that's one that he could do.
Is that how easy to turn Heliod on? Let's have a little.
So there's the Touch of the Spirit Realm gets sacrificed.
I think you're right. I think it will be a Heliod.
Yeah. Doesn't really have many other targets. Yeah, he's already looking for it. I think he put it to the front. He has another card pulled up as well. So he's
clever impersonator, but you're not too great here.
Yeah, nothing really that he wants to impersonate, I don't think. So it's going to be Heliod the Radiant Dawn, not the other Heliod, which is known to be an enabler of infinite combos. So it's going to be this one, and he's going to return an enchantment to his hand. It's likely going to return the other Enigmatic Incarnation that was discarded by the Thoughtseize earlier, just so that he can chain up a little bit better. So sacrifice one of the incarnations to the other and find a 5-drop creature.
Yep, you're on the mark, partner. Easy does it.
Yep.
Can we have some sort of retaliation response here? Remember, Mono Black famous for its enchantment removal. Oh wait, no, it's not. I mean, it does have one. It does have one. It has 2 now, actually, doesn't it?
Invoke Despair is one that was pretty present, but now banned in Standard. There's also Feed the Swarm.
Is it Feed the Swarm, the 2 mana one? Yeah, you lose life. Yep. Great card. I love that card. I think that's really good.
There's Liliana, though. Okay, minus to kill the Heliod. Yeah, I think being on a draw, mulliganing, just Jakob on Waste Not hasn't been really able to develop his game plan. And Stefan has like the really good cards for this sort of matchup because Waste Not deck cannot deal with enchantments. So
see what we're gonna. There's the 5th land for the turn. Gonna come into play untapped, of course. No damage lost here. What do we call the ones that aren't? They're not the fast lands. What's the ones if you have 2 or more? What's that cycle called? They're not fast lands, like
slow lands.
Slow lands. All right. The slow lands come in.
Yeah, so there's another Enigmatic Incarnation.
Chat's asking, does 11-4 top 8?
We don't think so. Probably still a PT invite on the line for both of these players. We think that 11 and 4 might make it for some people, depending on tiebreakers. But we just wanted to show you a little bit something a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Lotusfield, Monogreen, Raktos so much this weekend. We're trying to give you a little bit of spice, get it out there. Plus, you asked for it. You asked for a little bit of waste knot. We got you a little bit of waste knot. Luckily, it was against Kruger Fire, so 2 decks that are kind of niche coming in today, number 2. Exclamation mark standings in the chat if you want to follow along at home. Obviously, this is open deck list, so you can kind of see what everybody bought this weekend. It's 675 deck list if you want to go that route.
One of the interesting things here is the fact that Stefan actually draw 2 of his 5 drops. He drew. He has the Kotose in his hand, and he also has the Tolsimir in his hand as well. So it's 2 to 5. He could have still found a Kenrit, but I don't. Maybe he didn't want to just expose it to Elish Norn as well. Maybe he could have searched up, but maybe he doesn't want to expose them to removal because he assumes that Waste Knot maybe is going to have a bunch of removal spells. There's a 8-man tome activation before doing anything there.
Something like a land go blank and Liliana here would be absolutely backbreaking.
Yeah, so +1 to Liliana. Each player discards a card.
Ninja's going to go to the graveyard. It looks like a ninja. Oh, it is a ninja.
Yeah,
ninja.
yeah, because reading. There's a lot of cards that only really show up in this sort of deck, like Tolsimir, Kotose, Clever Impersonator, Agent of Treachery. And Heliod, like you don't see these cards. They're all being played as like targets for the Enigmatic Incarnation. But it doesn't look like there's much in Stefan's hand. He just has the Tolsimir. He's going to play it now. It's not too bad. It's 5 mana for 2 3/3s.
Yeah, no, it does have the fight ability. Nothing to fight though. We do see a Fatal Push in hand. That might be a go blank at the back of the hand as well. I'm not super sure. Okay. 5 mana though means it can't target that with the Fatal Push. We can only target the token if we chose to go that route. Land for turn. Triggers on the stack. Are we going to sacrifice one of the ones, try and find ourselves at 5/5?
Now?
Looks like we are.
Okay, so he goes for it now. Didn't do it last turn. Maybe he wants like a little bit more Liliana protection, right? The -2 could have kill something on its own. I'm surprised he didn't play the Tolsimir the previous turn. Maybe didn't have the right kind of mana, potentially.
I think we've only got 2 options. We've got Elish Norn or we've got Kenrith.
Yep. Kenrith's pretty nice here.
Kenrith coming down. The alternate art, let's go.
Big board now for Stefan here.
Remember, he's end of turn, so there was no point untapping, bringing in our Stomping Ground untapped to give things haste because it was end turn, so we couldn't have got a combat snap in if we wanted to. How can we respond here? Missing some vital pieces, like Waste Knot, like ways to discard. Only 1 card in hand. You can't make your opponent discard if they don't have cards in hand.
That's one of the biggest problems with the deck. When you get to a state where it's just Waste Knot and nothing else in anyone's hand, usually the opponent of Waste Knot has better top decks. Because the mono black deck is just throwing more discard spells. They don't really do anything. But there's the Meat Hook.
5 mana for Meat Hook Massacre. 1 of in the main deck, giving everything -3.
And then -2 to Liliana to get rid of the Kenrith. Also triggering the Meat Hook Massacre a couple of times. That was a sweet turn there for Jakob here. Coming back.
Well, yeah, that's the exact card they need, right? 1 of in the deck. You see there, whenever a creature your opponent controls dies, they also lose 1 life. So now all our future removal spells is going to also trigger a little bit of life loss. Only 2 cards in hand. And the idea, they had 1 card left in hand, so you probably think, okay, that's a card they're okay to discard, especially with an active Liliana on the battlefield. But we decided to take her down, get a creature off. Here comes Leyland's Binding.
But great draw from Stefan here. I think he needs to pay a couple more mana for that Leyland Binding. He doesn't have a swamp there among his lands. So he's going to exile the Meat Hook Massacre. And now, in end of turn, likely going to sacrifice it to the Enigmatic Incarnation.
Now this is where we go and find ourselves a nice big 7-drop. The ideal target is going to probably be a track, so kind of refill our hand.
Yeah, first put the Karuga in hand, but end of turn. Now, 7 mana, we're likely going to see an attract. So,
you can get an Agent of Treachery here as well if you need to, but why would you when you could have the big Phyrexian General. 7/7 Flying, Vigilance, Lifelink, and Death Touch as some of the text on there, as well as look at the top 10 cards of your library. Reveal them, and you may pick 1 of each card type into your hand. Quite a lot of them in this
Indeed.
deck, but we have seen some big whiffs though. I see Creature, Land, Enchantment. And that is all I see.
Yeah. think we're gonna see the Seiju. Yeah, just 3 cards. There's not that much variety in this deck.
I've seen more powerful attractor triggers in my life. I'm not gonna lie to you, but you know,
You've
again,
seen worse as well.
yeah, I've seen a lot worse. Yes, I probably cast it and had a lot worse myself. We're gonna have a little look. So obviously, this is a nice enchantment to go and pick up. It looks like it's just a no stone on paper, but actually has the channel ability, where if you discard it, you can kind of flicker a creature, i.e., your Traxxer, and get a few more cards in hand.
Exactly. That's why you're playing this card, because it costs 3 mana, so it fulfills the condition that Karuga puts on you, but it still does something for 2 mana. The channel ability is nice, uncounterable as well. As an instant, you can channel it and just flicker something really nicely. I think now, although Jakob was really trying really nicely, I think Stefan is going to have the game under control. Draws off the Maze Mind Tome. That sacrifices gain some life. He has a bunch of fatal pushes, but those are pretty useless at this point. Thoughtseize?
Yeah.
Decisions?
I think I'd be flickering in response.
He can still flicker the track.
I'm gonna flicker in response.
Yeah, it's gonna come back at the end of next end, so he still get a really nice use. Gets rid of the Karuga though.
Well, that's just going to be drawing us more cards. You know what I mean? That's the last thing that you want your opponent to be doing, even if you are wasting out deck and you want your opponent to be discarding cards. But namesake card of the deck isn't on the battlefield, so it's all pretty rough. Here comes another top 10. What we're going to put in? I see creature, I see enchantment, I see land.
Again, the same thing. Just land, enchantment, and a creature. So
can it actually hit more? Let's have a little look.
That's not that much variety,
creature.
I think.
That is all it can hit. It can only max hit 3 off it, but realistically, it's going to probably hit that 9 out of 10 times. After sideboard, it does go up to sorcery and instant, but not in game number 1.
Yep. So gets the Agent of Treachery, gets the Fires of Invention, and a land. I'm still thinking he's fairly satisfied.
Move these to my hand, add it to my extra cards.
Yep.
Would you like to write these down? Just to really rub a bit of salt in the wound. Still got all these, untapping.
Yeah, it's kind of disheartening when you're playing a discard deck and your opponent suddenly's like, oh, I have 7 cards in my hand.
And then you start hitting them with a big 7/7
7/7
flyer
life
lifelinker. Yeah, cheers then. 7-point life swing. You see a couple of bone crushers in hand. Land for the turn. Slow land as we're calling it now. Here comes a fires onto the battlefield. That means all our spells are going to cost absolutely 0 moving forward, but only 2 a turn. But we do have 8 mana. So we can cast this Agent of Treachery. We can steal something from the other side.
I think it's going to be the Castle Locthwain. In response,
I would like to draw a card. I'm going to take 3 life. Drop down a little bit more.
Yeah. Castle Locthwain goes on the other side.
Just kind of count off all the ways that they can possibly get back into this deck, right? Into this game.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to pass the turn now because he already played the Fires of Invention. I'm going to pull it up just for everyone to see what kinds of limitations it brings to the table. Yeah.
Okay.
You have to remember you can only play 2 spells. Okay, Virtue of Persistence.
I didn't even see
The
that
new
first
one.
time.
Yeah, it's one of in the list. And one of the new cards from Wilds of Eldraine. There's been quite a few. That showed up. I was quite surprised.
In it? Yeah, okay. We're scooping up. It's almost telling me that this is 2 cards combined of old.
Yeah.
There's 2 different cards, but they just combine them into 1 now.
It's a Last Gasp as a sorcery and you gain 2 life. Or it's a Debtor's Knell. So
I knew you'd know.
Debtor's Knell, of course.
I know exactly. I wanted to make
It was from the original Ravnica, and it was one of the coolest cards. When at that time it was like 4 and then 3 hybrid Orzo mana. And it basically did the same thing. You can take any creature in your upkeep from any creature.
All I know is I first picked it in my draft when I first drafted this set because it looks like that might be good.
It is.
I'm pretty sure I went like 1-2 or 0-3 in my draft.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I'm not surprised about that.
Anyway, whoa, come on. Give me some credit. Okay, Karuga Fires. This is the deck list that we see 75 cards. Is there anything we kind of mix up now that we know we are against Waste Not? Game 1 seemed to go pretty well for us.
I mean, no sideboard is ready for Waste Not. in my view, it's like there's no obstinate Bailots running around, or like those kinds of effects that are good against the discard stuff. I could see Notion Thief maybe. I could see bringing like quite a few of those like one-off one-ups were not that great in the game, like temporary lockdown. At least it gets rid of the waste knot, so I
Yeah, I
could
can see
see
them
it.
coming in.
I could see it either either staying at 2 or adding even more stuff in. I think Bone Crusher was fairly weak as well. Didn't really do anything, so yeah, probably not too much, I guess.
All right, let's have a little look at the waste not list. This is the 75. How do we shore up to try and get this game number 2?
Invoke Despair is nice. Oh, I really like Invoke Despair. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
I know it's banned in standard, but I really enjoy casting that card quite a bit. I think the another 2 Duresses are going to come in as well. Probably also the Maze Mind Tome, and he has to cut the Fatal Pushes. Yeah, maybe some of the Meat Hook Massacre as well. If that was good to clear the board, I think with Rankle's Prank, he has a way to get rid of multiple creatures off the board as well. So just going even more heavy on the discard. Sheldred's Edict doesn't seem like that great either. At least I can deal with the tracks once it's come down, but if that has already happened, you probably have a
Yeah.
lot more issues at hand. So I'm actually think the waste now that being able to bring in more cards and having access to Invoke Despair could be pretty good news for them.
Especially if they can, starting the game on the play, which
Yeah,
is obviously
7
quite key.
cards.
Yeah, with 7 cards would also help. You know, what I mean, you don't want your opponent to have less cards than you as it starts going. How important is a turn 2 waste not in this deck? Is it
It's
like a must, or is it just
it's not a
it's
must.
nice to have?
It's like it really kickstarts you. You can win without it. You can play it later, but it's really at its best on turn 2, because then it starts to get to work and um, makes all your other cards just so much better. And that's the main reason. You can either generate mana, to play multiple spells a turn, and you get 2/2s, or you draw cards. It just does everything that you want.
Like a lot of your cards basically turn into a card and a half.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
kind of like that. Yeah,
yeah.
that's a very great way.
Yeah, you get a little bit of extra value every time, and that adds up, of course, over time, where we start draining our opponent out of resources. Okay, let's go back down to the match, see how they're doing. We're shuffling up. Looks like we're just coming to the end of it, so I can remind you all what has happened this weekend. We started on Friday with 295 players battling out in our last chance qualifier, trying to get the last 16 slots to play this weekend in the regional championships. Then we started yesterday, 675 players battling out 9 rounds of Magic, trying to get themselves a X&3 record or better to be invited back to today. Now today we started with 162 players. That's how many managed to turn up. They're battling out in 6 more rounds to try and find themselves either in our top 8 or at least our top 24. Top 24 because that is how many Pro Tour invites are going to be on the line this weekend. 2 World Championships invites, but only 1 winner's trophy that comes along with the title of European Champion. Remember, this is an open deck list tournament, so all players have access to the opponent's deck list before the game and during each sideboarded match. Looks like we've got a keep on both sides, and just off to the races. No turn 1 discard.
Not yet. Maybe turn to waste not.
Have we got it? Have we got it?
Oh, Maze Mind Tome. What a tease.
What a tease. But that'll be able to, we can kind of fill at the top of our deck, kind of have a little scry effect as we see here.
It's really nice. I haven't been able to. I wasn't playing that much when Maze Mind Tome was legal in standard, but it's such a nice card. It's like, you scry first, then you can start drawing cards. It's kind of like a mini Bankbuster before it was.
Waste not, into
Waste
discard.
not,
Let's go.
Yeah, there it is.
Into Fortsies. Okay. Fortsies on the line. What do we... okay. No land, so that's nice to see.
Interesting.
But there's 2 temporal lockdowns, a Bone Crusher Giant, a Fable the Mirror Breaker, 2... no, it's not fires, is it? It's,
Yeah, but it's such a weird hand to keep for
well, you get a discard deck. The chances are.
But look, there's 2 temporal lockdowns. He doesn't even have white mana. He was just he's probably he was banking on the fact that with Fable maybe he can get going. He could dig himself into. But that's why I would be very tempted to just take the Fable of the Mirror Breaker here, and he does.
Yeah, it makes sense. And then we get another card from that, of course, because
Waste Not.
Waste Not. If we discard a creature, you gain a 2/2. If they discard a land, you gain 2 black mana. If they discard a non-creature, a non-land, you get yourself an extra card. We did see that card was going to be a swamp added to the hand.
Yeah, it's so nice though. Like it's just going to keep the deck churning along. If he has 1 more discard spell as well, he can really get a huge advantage on next turn.
Okay, so Bone Crusher Giant and the turn
Find
Stomp.
white.
Here's white mana, and it can come in with play untapped. 2 life lost here.
He can play the Bone Crusher Giant from the adventure.
No,
he also touch the Spirit Realm.
Oh, okay, we are going to
because the touch of the Spirit Realm can only get rid of the Maze Mind Tome, not the Waste Knot.
Oh, yeah,
it only artifacts or creatures.
Yeah, you're
It's
right.
not an Oblivion Ring. So.
Ooh, I've seen a Traxer. potentially about to come down, or we're going to try and gain a little bit more value. Oh, is that just hold on a minute.
4-mana Childred.
I think we see the Invoke Despair in hand as
Ooh la
well.
la.
So if
That's
we
a
can
good
get a
one
fifth land
too.
drop here. So a little
Okay, so now yeah, touch of Spirit Realm. Yeah, on
Goodbye,
the
Shieldred.
Shieldred. Yeah, makes sense. Swing for 4. Yeah, Stefan trying his best.
This might be rough.
If there's an Invoke Swamp,
I think it's Invoke.
yeah, I think we're gonna see an Invoke.
Oh,
It's gonna be
it is.
absolutely brutal.
Invoke Despair. Get
Absolutely
that one on the screen.
brutal.
Let everybody see what this one does. Remember, target opponent sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card. Then repeat this process for an enchantment and planeswalker. Of course, there's an enchantment, there is a creature, so both of them are going to get sacked. And then there is no planeswalker, so we get to draw another card.
Yeah.
And we get to do a little bit more life for our
now we're
opponent.
explaining that like the card follows actually the way it's written. So the opponent first sacrifices a creature, then they sacrifice an enchantment. It actually makes the Shieldred come back, and then the Planeswalker part is that there's a 2 life and a card draw. So what Jakob is trying to explain that he gets to like gain 2
more
life off of the Shieldred that just came back. So this is the judge situation that we have to explain there.
Layering, ladies and gentlemen.
It's always when there's a complicated board state, the default thing is to just say, oh, layers, even though it might be triggers or state-based effects.
We are watching 9 and 4 players because we believe X and 4 is good for a PT invite. So a lot still on the line.
Yeah.
Even though it's not top 8, we've seen all the top decks this weekend. We thought we'd bring you a little bit of spice. You asked for it. We got you it. And this form of this Waste Not deck here done, piloted by Jacob on the right of your screen.
Yep. So draws a card from that Invoke Despair. The no Planeswalkers being able to be sacrificed. What a great turn. That's why the Invoke Despair, that's why it was banned in Standard, because it really pushed out some enchantments and Planeswalkers, because it's just such a powerful effect. And even on an empty board, 5 mana, draw 3, your opponent loses 6, was pretty backbreaking.
Okay, here we found our 4th mana. Did take cost us a little bit of life, but here comes the Enigmatic on the battlefield.
Yeah, but it's no other enchantments to sack, so
No,
just playing it and hoping to survive an extra turn, but...
Can we get another Invoke off the top?
Let's see. Draws 2, gains 2 life as well, thanks to that Shieldred.
Duress.
There's a Duress that's going to also help with Waste Not. I think we're just going to see probably the Enigmatic's going to go away, correct?
Draw another card.
Yep. And gain 2 more life. As you said, it's like a card and a half each time that the discard spell resolves. Like, you're getting those small advantages back.
I see 2 lands, another Shieldred in hand, and another Tome, I believe.
Yep, so he uses the Tome to draw a card, gains a bunch more life because of the Tome as well as the Shieldred.
So that's 6 more life total. Didn't get a good look at what that card was. Then it might have been another land. Shieldred is going to come in for 4 points of damage. So still got my land drop. Oh, okay, this is the...
Gaia Reach Sanitary, that's the
yeah.
combo with Waste Not, but another Maze Mind Tome as well. Now, Stefan's going to take 2 more now from the Shieldred trigger.
I think that was a land.
Yeah, down to 6 now, and
Nope.
yeah, we're going to game 3.
Okay.
Waste Not actually really showing what it does best,
Yeah,
right?
it's kind of terrible. Both decks there. So game 1, seeing what it does. To game 2, see what it does. Both decks winning on the play, though. This time we get to go back to Stefan being on the play. We've spoke about in Pioneer how it's kind of a big deal in some matchups. This one seems quite like that. We really need to Waste Not down, start setting up our turns and turning the bonus for our deck. But we'll see if we can get the deck list on the screen for you one more time so we can have a little look-see. Starting off here, we're going to go for the Kruger Fires. Did we see anything? We didn't see any of the cards out the sideboard in that game
We saw a
besides the
bunch
lockdowns,
of
right?
temporary lockdowns. I assumed like a couple of those made it in, but nothing. I wouldn't expect much else happening. Probably just a swap off a couple of cards there.
Okay, well,
Let's look at the Waste Not
yeah,
deck.
let's have a look at this. This is the one we want to look at, right?
One
This is
thing,
the
one
cool
card that we haven't yet seen that I wanted to mention also. There's a Rankless Prank there on the top, the fourth card from the left.
Yep.
You know, another new card from new set, and actually I saw it can be really powerful against particular decks. I know I have a couple friends playing Boros Heroic, and they have really bad experiences with this card because it's sacrificing 2 creatures is a big problem if you're trying to protect your creatures with like God's Willings and other cards, right? So, and I could also easily see Rankless Prank being used for all 3 modes. So not just sacking 2 creatures, but losing 4 life, discarding 2 card. You know, with something like Waste Not, it's almost like a Wrath that also does deal with cards in hand. So really interesting addition to the deck. I don't think it's going to put the deck over the top in particular, but I think Wasteland can actually be a decent metagame choice,
Yeah,
depending on
yeah.
what you expect
If
to
there's
face.
a lot of heroic in the room, this is the deck I want to be playing.
Oh yeah,
Like, this looks
Liliana's are
brilliant.
really good. Like Fatal Pushes are already really
Edic
good. The
effect,
discards are good.
seizes,
Yeah.
discarded, shield dreads coming down to like kind of clear that all up. Yeah, this is.
And I will say that I know Boros Heroic was one of the best performing decks on day one, really good conversion rate, but I think it's not doing that great on day two just because of the prevalence of Rakdos mid-range and Rakdos stack in the room, on top of a couple of these sorts of decks, with even the Greasefang decks have been like doing pretty well against
Yeah,
the Heroic decks.
that's
Just
surprising
because
me.
of like they have a fast clock, and also Liliana is just so good combined with Thoughtseize as well.
Yeah.
And it just seems like a good time for Liliana Thoughtseize decks to make a resurgence as well.
Cool. Well, we're going to head back down to the match here as they finish off shuffling. Maybe it might be a mulligan here. Looks like we've already got an opening hand on the right screen for Jacob. I can see a dress and some land to start it off. So you remember it is on the draw, hoping to snag some sort of key piece with that dress. Do you tend to, when you draw your opening sevens, like kind of shuffle your hand to put all your lands on one side?
No,
Or do you mix it, have a mix?
Oh dear, no.
Oh, I see that quite a lot these days.
Yeah, but if you're playing against a good player,
They'll see that you just
yeah,
shuffled four cards to the front.
Yeah, exactly. It makes it. I mean, you're not giving away that much information, but I see a lot of people have the kind of thing where they have a few cards in hand, enjoy draw a card, and the first day kind of like rearrange the cards in the hand, and it just can be like really easy to see, especially if they play the cards from the same side of their hand.
Yeah. Okay,
Right?
got you.
So
Yeah.
it can make it
Little tells.
yeah, you can make it really easily, like how many lands they have left in the hand and so on. It's just these tiny little things.
Okay, how about mulligan? So mulliganing down now, is this good or bad for Jacob? Obviously, he wants to be able to discard cards, but
Mulliganing, if you're on waste time, your opponent's mulligan, you just take it. So.
and you try not to mulligan against decks. I don't try not to anything that's got like Fort Seasons in or Greeks for modern, etc. I'll kind of keep a semi-bad 7, which we did see last game, where this now is going to be a dress fired off, only a second land in hand, but a bunch of targets. One of them being Fable the Mirror Breaker, one of them being a Leyline's Binding, one of them being a Temple Trespass.
Temporary lockdown.
Oh, lockdown. Sorry, temporary lockdown.
Trespass would be a little bit more expensive.
And a Heliod.
Yeah, it is good. It's pretty good in this sort of matchup because it can bring back an enchantment that was discarded earlier. It does cost 4 mana though, and with only 2 lands in hand, it could be pretty rough here for Stefan if he doesn't draw one.
Oh, look at that backup feature match. We got a result in that one.
Yeah,
tell everybody at home.
Arne Huschenbed is now at 11-3 now. Yeah, 11-3. So last round he can maybe like draw himself into a Pro Tour invite, or maybe try to play and win himself into the top 8.
I know that he was 1 point off the total for the season, getting a Worlds invite, and he is wanting to claw himself back and getting back into that situation.
Yeah, no third land there for Stefan though.
Okay, can we punish this? Liliana the Veil is definitely one way.
That's very punishing. This like Liliana is really at its premium in this deck. Such a great card. Discards, kill stuff, has a threatening ultimate that Stefan will have to deal with. There is a Bone Crusher. Giant suddenly puts it down to 2. There's a Boseiju.
It's the land. Boseiju the land.
Okay.
So we can play the Bone Crusher here if we want to go that route, because we do have access to the red that we need. I liked how Liliana came down with 4 counters on. Like, it's 4. It's 4.
We know what's going to happen, but now Stefan has to decide. He can play the Boseiju if he wants to, but then he can deploy the Bone Crusher or the Leyline Binding. That's his main decision, because now the Leyline Binding costs 3 mana. He has that Triome, Jetmir's Garden. So like I would still call the Naya Triome, but I'm a boomer. So
you are a boomer indeed.
I can't help myself.
That's why we love you. Just going to see what's going into our next feature match in the backup while we're waiting.
Yeah, we want to show you as much magic as possible, and we're going to bring a fun one too. After we're done with this, hopefully we'll get to see a bit of Game 3 on the matchup that we just put in the feature match area for you.
All right, we are going to cash this Liliana in, get that Bone Crusher off the battlefield. Do we have a redundant copy?
Oh,
yes, we
of course.
do. Tick her up. What are you going to get rid of?
Yeah.
I'm going to get rid of this card. You're going to get rid of your last card. Second. Oh, no, it's a few in there. He already had one ready to go. Kind of knew what was coming.
Yeah, I know he has another spare one in his hand. And Liliana plus cast Lockman is a really nice combination.
That was a fires off the top. Here comes a Leyland's Binding, getting rid of Liliana. Leyland's Binding card we see in multiple formats now.
But now Shieldred is going to come down, try to punish the lack of removal here from Stefan, and maybe another
Take
land.
two.
He wants a land. He does
He
find
does
a
find
land.
the land. So
Fires. Heliod. Okay. Returns
back with
Fable.
Fable.
That was a nice set of turns there.
Yeah, that's quite good. You know, the chances are we might have a cling in hand. You're like, hold on a minute, hold on a minute.
Oh, cling to dust.
What are you targeting? Because I might have a response. You at least make your opponent think about it. I said, no, it's cool. So, you know,
Didn't have one.
there you go. There's cling to dust on the screen for you all here. Can we deal with...
Invoke Despair here would be...
Oh, it's a go blank.
Okay.
Go blank, land, and obviously Shieldred on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if it's... There's no waste not, so you can see the deck's kind of missing it, right? Like the extra kind of card here, maybe a zombie there, couple mana there would be useful. Like this deck has a really nice way of using its mana between the man lands and the castle Lochtwains and whatnot. So
can you get up the other side of Heliod for me?
of course.
Let's have a little look, see what happens.
It's going to turn into a 4/6, but it's nothing really special otherwise. So you may cast spells as though they had flash.
Not with
and
not with fires on the battlefield.
Yeah, true. And spells you cast cost one less to cast for each card your opponents have drawn this turn. So
Okay.
yeah, it's not particularly relevant. The front side, however, is quite nice, being able to be sort of like a effect where you can return a creature. Okay.
They're like, yeah, it doesn't work how you think it works. It's cool.
Yeah.
I can still only cast 2. But maybe that's debate. Because as soon as the Egmatic comes down, like, got you. Get rid of this. Play this now.
It doesn't transform very often, I can tell you that much. Even in limited, it wasn't a card really. If you wanted the extra 2 toughness, it's fine, but the abilities were not particularly
I
relevant.
think we start off by combat here, right? Maybe we're waiting on this go blank before like a Kruger goes into the hand, so we can get rid of, get max value.
Yeah, because next turn, if Stefan draws a land, he can actually put Kruger in his hand and play it for free.
Oh yeah.
Draw 3 cards, 4 cards actually, because he also has that Leyland Binding still. So Jakub is well aware.
You don't want to be drawing 4 cards with a Shieldred though.
I mean, sure, but if it makes you come back into the game, why not?
To have Hive of the Hive Tyrant as a potential attack if we need to. Here comes.
So there's the go blank.
We're gonna make everything a swamp as well as it's typed now already. So kind of helping the Leyland's Binding on the other side. There's a draw. 2 damage comes across. What was the draw?
He
it
did
was
draw
the 5th land. Okay, let's see if this is how we want to go about it. So 3 mana's picked up, so we can pick Kruger up, we play it, we lose. We draw 4.
Yeah.
Jeez.
No, others 3. Just 3 doesn't count itself. I don't.
Does it not?
Oh. Each other, yeah.
Okay. Draw 3, lose 6.
That hurts.
What do we
Need
find?
to get the life totals updated as well.
I think we found a couple of land. Here we go. Life totals getting updated first now.
There we go.
That's dropping down to
6.
6. Oof.
Yeah, it wasn't updated for a bit.
Okay, what can we do? I think that is a Notion Thief. I see Notion Thief, 2 land, one of them being a Otawara.
I've honestly seen more Notion Thieves this weekend than I've seen since the card came out.
Makes sense.
And I played in a block constructed Pro Tour with that set.
I think there's something up with the life totals. I don't think we're at 6 apiece, 22 to 6. Yeah, I think it's the other way around.
We'll get.
You're going to sort that one out. That's cool.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I believe it's 22 to 6 the other way around for people watching, but we're going to get that changed for you right now. Big draw step here to gain another 2 life. Drew a basic swamp for a turn, so I believe we're probably going to play that and activate castle. Do you have the option of animating one of the eyes of the Hive Tyrant if you want to go down that way? Doesn't look like it, but there is a Notion Thief on the battlefield, so I guess we don't want to be drawing cards, actually. That doesn't sound like a great idea to me. And yeah, we're just going to be passing the turn back.
Yeah. Now I'll pull up Notion T because it's a tricky card. But in a way, if you draw a card with if you have cast Locktwain and your opponent has Notion Thief, like maybe like you draw, but your opponent draws instead, like they lose 2 life with the Shieldred, right? So maybe that's some sort of win condition. Remember, the life totals are swapped around at the moment. Yeah, there we're fixing it now.
There we go. There we go. It's all sorted. It all plays out, chat. Don't you worry. Okay.
It's a really interesting situation, right? Where Jakob could activate the cast Locktwain, would draw a card other than the first card in their draw step. That would force Stefan to draw a card of his own.
I was thinking, hold on, what if I did that this turn and they didn't have anything, then I do it again in my turn. That's just lethal, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But at 4, that means like in his turn he'll do it, draw, and then in their upkeep they'll draw another one.
But he also wants to make sure like he doesn't give him extra cards, so he's just gonna wait for until the end of turn. Remember, the Fires of Invention also put some limitations on. Oh, he could actually, like, if he activates cast Locktwain now, it's no, you draw except the first one they draw in each of their draw steps, so it works. We'll see if both players spot the line as Karuga rumbles in.
Yeah, we're happy to take that. We've got a lot of life to play with here. Can we get these last few points across for Jacob on the right of your screen?
Yeah, we have Enigmatic here, and this is the decision here.
What do we sacrifice? Especially with all this open mana. I'm kind of thinking I would go for like maybe a Kenrith here, because I've got an instant way of gaining life.
Yeah,
if I need it, and that's probably the most scary thing.
Yeah, but he would have to sacrifice the fires. Yeah, I think that's what he's gonna go for. It's a good shout. So using Enigmatic Incarnation.
See what we go and find.
So sacrifice is a 4-mana enchantment, means he can find a 5-mana creature. Goes for the Kenrith.
Kenrith, 5 different abilities on there, 1 for each mana type. More importantly, it would probably be the white version where you can pay 3 and target player gains 5 life. Remember, the blue version, you can draw a card for 4. For 5 mana, you can return a creature from the graveyard to the battlefield. Might as well tell you about the 1 red. Gives them haste and trample, and the green ability puts +1/+1 counters on target creature. So with a lot of mana, and we won't be using it each turn because of that fires, it would be really good. But of course, we had to sacrifice fires to be able to get this on the battlefield, but not too shabby as we do have 6 mana and the ability to gain 10 life.
That's nice. It's a really interesting spot here. But both players didn't expect it for us to be in this sort of situation, but here we are.
You didn't even use the castle end of turn.
Yeah, because that would just draw a card for Stefan. He also has the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. He's 2 copies actually. That has Menace. That can rumble in for some points of damage. But there's 3 blockers on the other side. It would just pass. End of turn.
Rough.
Gain 5. Stefan Kleider here really turning it around.
Gain 5.
Gain 5 once again.
Yeah, I think we're turning the corner now.
I think so too.
We had an opportunity. We bricked a few times on 1 too many land, probably, maybe 2 too many land here. And we're just seeing the Fires deck pulling away. Remember, stumbling on land at the start of this game, but managing to get there with a few tiny little bits of removal, plus this Notion Thief is absolutely
that's what I want to talk about.
Draw spells.
it's what a card. I really didn't expect to see it here, but here we are. It's basically it dissuaded Jakob from using the cast Locktwain completely. No removal spell drawn, so the Notion Thief can do its work.
So we could get rid of the Leyline's Binding, go and find ourselves a Agent of Treachery. We could go and steal the Shieldred on the other side of the battlefield. Could also go get yourself an Attrax if we want to kind of refill our hand a little bit more. I think we might be getting spicy. We might be seeing if we want to turn things sideways here.
Interesting.
Remember the ability of the green ability, we can put +1/+1 counters on. That's why we're getting in with a 4/4 versus a 4/5 Shieldred on the other side. We're happy to, have a little...
Yeah, I'll just leave up the Kenrith just because he has so many abilities. Like, I just want to have them in front of me at all times.
I hear this is a very popular EDH card as well, like a commander. Because you can have all 5 colors because he has all 5 colors.
A bunch of abilities as well that are pretty nice. It also says target player for some of these abilities, right? So
Yep.
you can do a bit of politics there, but I wouldn't know. I don't really play Commander.
No, do I? My OGS play. They play it. They love it. You know what I mean? In fact, I think it's probably the most popular Magic format,
It is, for sure.
like hands down. Shout out to all the Commander players. Tune into a bit of competitive Magic. Welcome. Maybe this is inspiring you. Maybe you want to pick up the Igmatic deck now because you might already have a Kendrick. Just another 74 cards to go. You're golden. You can turn up to an RC.
Also, sacrifices the Heliod after. Okay, what's happening here? Oh, he can sacrifice the Heliod because it's an enchantment creature. Not so it.
Yeah.
So you can sacrifice. It's not just a creature. It's I think the only one there in the deck, and now goes for Elish Norn. Elish Norn.
Love a bit of mummy. You know what I mean? Is obviously very good in the lore when it comes to Magic the Gathering. Here she is making an impact in another format that she's legal in. Big 4/7 body with vigilance. Whenever a permanent enters the battlefield and causes a trigger, it causes it twice. But if your opponent has any, they do nothing.
Yep.
She's very good, very one-sided. Did fail to make the multiverse Phyrexia though, unfortunately for her. I think that her head is on Khan's mantelpiece.
You know your lore.
I know my Phyrexian lore.
Okay, so Virtue of
okay.
Persistence.
This is good. We can give it -3/-3, get it off the battlefield, start turning on our castle. Is this going to be too little, too late though? Because we'd also like to cast the other side, the enchantment side of this, right?
Ideally.
Start getting back some of our creatures from the graveyards. Start building our board. The longer this sits on the table, the better it's going to be. But first off, we're going to go -3/-3, draw 2, gain 2 life. Professor Dumbledore, you are speaking nothing but facts. We're going to pay 6 mana to pick 3 +1 counters on this notion piece.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how much we value it this turn.
I mean, Kenry just does a lot of stuff. If you let it go unchecked.
Fires
Yeah,
are gonna
there's
go
a
to the
fire
graveyard.
that's discarded.
2 life. Do we have anything close to resembling lethal here? We block one of these. That's 15. I think we've got lethal.
Yeah.
We don't have enough mana to animate one of the eyes of the Hive Tyrant here. With the trample ability, with the counter ability, I think it is just going to be 2. Doesn't matter. I would like to bounce it. I have all these legendaries, so it only costs 1 mana to bounce it back, and then I'm going to turn everything sideways. And that is going to be GG. Stefan managing to take that game down, giving himself 1 game away from getting himself a Pro Tour invite.
What a grind fest, but
What a stupidly good Grindfest. Talking about Grindfest, how about Rakdos midrange versus Gruul vehicles here in game number 3?
this is if Josep actually wins, he can draw into the top 8, and I mean it's a huge match for him. They're in game 3 here. Huge board for Josep there with a Crone War, a Seeker Shared, and I see a Colossus as well.
We spoke multiple times about this Rakdos, not Rakdos deck, this Gruul deck, kind of putting up a really good appearance this weekend, having lots of different answers to kind of attacking the format from a different way. Trample being the main one, I would say, from the weekend. Trample effects being huge all weekend long in multiple different decks. As you got the God of Destiny there on the screen. Don't see this one too much anymore.
No.
Did have a little stint in Modern for a while, but it's kind of fallen out of favor. But this static ability itself, just being able to kind of chip away, doing 2 damage a turn, doing this little bit of get drain each turn, always adds up. But not only that, if you manage to get it turn on, having a big 4/5 indestructible isn't going to go amiss in this matchup.
A Bloodtide Harvester here for Ricardo da Silva.
Brings on a blood token. 3 mana. Fable the Mirror
Indeed.
Breaker. It's going to come down, generate a Goblin Shaman token on chapter 1.
I see also a Tranquil
Bone
Thrill back
Crusher.
in hand.
Bone Crusher off the top.
Yes, so now the Bone Crusher had to attack because of the chapter 2 of the Chrome War, and because it was tapped, it has now dealt damage to itself. It now exiles a card with the Clothis.
Clothis.
I like that more.
Clothis, 2 life, drain and gain. Drops Ricardo down to 6. Bone Crusher was drawn for the turn, so again, that's another 2 if you need to. But basically, what this is doing is putting an absolute clock on Ricardo to finish this matchup. And with Joseph at 17, it's going to be super hard for him to be able to do that, especially with this board state.
Tapping 5 mana now. So I assume it's 3 green. Yeah, that was tapped, indeed. So the Tranquil throwback is going to come in. And it's kind of, I would say, it's kicked twice. So he can choose 2 modes. He's going to destroy an enchantment. Gain 4, looks like. Or exile a graveyard. I think gaining 4 is probably better here.
So I don't think you want to be exiling the graveyard because then you're going to have no targets for your coffee.
Yeah, Clothes. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, let's just make sure. It looks like there might be some sort of life total discrepancy.
Both players flexing on me because I cannot do that pen spin thing.
Oh, I can't do it either, yeah.
They're both doing it, and I'm like, I don't know, I can't do it. I always mess it up.
It's practice.
Yeah, it's like anything, right? If you want to be good at anything, you need to put enough hours into it, and one of those things if you want to be good at is Magic, the Gathering. You cannot be good. Amazing overnight. It does take a lot of work for all the players in the room, everybody watching at home, unless your name is, I guess, Reed Duke. Pretty up there. One of players that pay pretty much optimally all the time.
Yeah, so Ezekiel's Chariot now was screwed by the throwback and one of the cats, an attack with a 4/4 and a 2/2 cat, then triggers the ability of the Chariot. So there's another cat created, and yeah, there we go. We don't really want samurais. Cat is pretty far away from a samurai.
Probably maybe in some lore somewhere, but yeah, it makes it is what it is.
In March of the Machines, when all the lore clashes.
Yeah,
Maybe there.
We are on chump block duty, I believe, at 6 life.
I mean, he can
quote unquote 4 life, I would say.
Yeah, he can block 1. What a great run by Google Vehicles in this tournament. Really, like on the verge of a top 8 berth. And just in general, a really great performance for some of the players at the top table. Because in general, it wasn't that great of a performing deck for a lot of players. But the ones that did well are really at the top of the standings. Yes, double block, I think the Chariot. Looks like it's still thinking. Gonna take a while.
You know what I mean? This is not the time to make any mistakes. So we can be, what's the word I'm looking for? Methodical? No. Methodical?
Methodical?
Methodical about our plays
Yeah,
here.
they're probably in extra turns already. So maybe Ricardo just thinking about what is the best way for me to survive. Not just win, survive.
Does a draw do anything for him, though?
I think it locks Joseph for a Pro Tour invite, but but then both players, I think then Ricardo would have to win last round to get his PT invite, and Joseph can play last round to get into the top 8.
I was actually talking to Ricardo yesterday before the tournament started, and he works for one of the card companies working this weekend as one of the stands, three of one. And he was saying, I said, well, look, you're doing pretty good. You got yourself here. What's it going to take for you to stop this and become a full-time Magic player? He went, if I get a Worlds invite. If you get him Worlds invite, I'll stop. And he's had an absolute tear this weekend. Is he going to be able to get back into it? Shield Red, that is a good way to start gaining a bit of life. But is this going to be too much on the battlefield? Draw for turn. Crofis, exile this. Drain and gain 2 more. Ricardo drops to 2. Joseph goes up to 18. I'm not a mathematician, but I'm pretty sure we're moments away from Joseph locking his invite.
Mutavault animated.
Yep, that's going to block there. You're going to take 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Fist bump. That is going to be it. Joseph takes it down, locks himself in a 12-2 position, giving him a best chance. Pretty much locks the top 8, right?
Yeah, I think so. Even if he played last round, a loss, his tiebreakers probably hold up for him to make the top 8 at 12-3. I think 12 wins is the magical number.
Are you ready for the round 15 where you sit there with your computer?
Yep.
So I'm going to take some photos of you, some little videos. I want to see people how hard you work behind the scenes, and we'll just watch the steam coming off your head as you're like, right, if they tied the ID, they've done that. Okay, it's clean. It's not clean. Okay, there was a tie. There's an ID. We're famously Pro Tour Barcelona. You know what I mean? Dom Harvey. Thought he was coming 9th place. Thought that it has to be like the 1 in 100 chance that like the 2 players actually do a draw in round 15. they both drew themselves out of top 8. Dom Harvey sneaking in 8th place could always happen, even at the highest level, ladies and gentlemen. But welcome back. My name is Will Hall. This is Matej Zatlkaj. That is round number 14. We're going to have a little look. We got no more matches left for you, but there might be some more matches left in the room.
Just 3, it looks like, so not too bad.
No, it's not too bad. I mean, it means it's going to be a very short break for you. Obviously, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to minimize the amount of time you have to watch the ad trailers in between. So if you do want to see any decks going into round 15, let us know in the chat. If we've got finally spiced and they're still playing in contention for Pro Tour slots or top 8 slots, we'll see if we can get them in there in the feature match for you all. Maybe you'll just want to have Lotus Field and just have an hour or have a little nap or something. I don't know, whatever you do. Some people are into Lotus Field.
There's quite a few.
There's quite a few players here because they're doing extremely well with it. But that is going to be us. So we'll speak to you super soon. We'll see us 2 next in the top 8. Make sure you stick around for more Pioneer action. See you soon.
Welcome to round number 15, and this is the last round of the Swiss of this Legacy European Championship. We have a lot of very good players, well, playing for the last opportunity to hit top 8, and will we qualify for the PT and Worlds? Let's go to check out the pairings and the standings.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to show you the standings here. A lot of really weird things happened last round. The first table took an intentional draw despite already having one draw, so they both now actually have to play. So which kind of threw, the entire math off. So we have table 1 as the only table drawing, which is Adrian against Giuseppe. That's the first two players in the standings. I think bearing some unforeseen circumstances, they should be locked. I don't want to say 100%, but it's looking like 99 point something. They both should be almost locked for top 8, and then everybody else has to play. So we have a lot of players trying to make it into the top 8. I think 36 points is likely going to be the cutoff. Some of those X and 3 players are going to make it. Some of them are not, depending on the tiebreakers. But we know that it goes all the way down to 24. So they also have to think about, if I lose, do I still make it to top 24? I really want to be able to play the Pro Tour. So lots of math these players have to do. All we can tell you, table 1 drew, number 1 and number 2 player. The rest of the matches, they have to play it out. So the match we have for you here is, I believe, Christopher Larsen, who is 11th in the standings, playing against Javier Faustino, number 13 in the standings. So they're playing it out. I think they still have a pretty decent shot at making the top 8, depending on how the tiebreaker math shakes out. And that's going to be our main feature match.
Let's go to see games. Let's go with this final round, number 15. Christopher Larsen with Ragdos Sacrifice versus Javier Faustino with Mono Red Aggro. Very sweet to see this Mono Red Aggro here again. Well, this matchup, could it be so fast?
Yeah, Christopher is playing the same deck he used in the regional championship in Athens a couple months ago to reach the top 8. Now he is right in front of the top 8 again, playing pretty much the same list. So he knows the deck inside out. He knows how to play it. He wants to get paired against creature decks, which is exactly what Javier is playing. Javier is kind of our hero, playing the mono red aggro deck, just the old school Gitu Lava Runner, the Wizards theme with Wizards Lightning, cards like light up the stage. And it is also a deck if you're on a budget, or if you're trying to get into Pioneer, you don't want to spend too much on all these rares and mythics. This deck only plays like 2 or 3 rares, so Javier is kind of our hero here, playing a very off-meta deck. No, not a lot of people probably expected Mono Red Aggro to be playing for the top 8 in the last round, and Chris is playing the sacrifice deck that obviously wants to get paired against creatures, because you have the Cat and Oven combo, you have the Mayhem Devil, you can start shooting creatures down, plus you're gaining life. So Javier definitely has his work cut out for him.
Well, Oven for the Ragdos Sacrifice, the green D deck with no cats right now, and Blood Harvester, the Tide Harvester, the Vampire, Mono Red Aggro have a blocker in front right now.
So we have both of our feature matches are the win and in matches. Obviously, this match we're expecting to go pretty fast. So we're going to be able to move somebody else at the backup feature match again. So we're probably going to be able to show you three matches playing for the top 8 this round.
Gitu Lava Runner with a counter, because that second stage of the saga Kumano faces Gathkathan.
Well, Chris, I don't think he has a third land. He does have Unlucky Witness, though. And that combined with Witch's Oven could certainly help him find one. Looks like a Deadly Dispute instead, though.
Deadly Dispute. Crashing this black token, drawing cards, creating a treasure, trying to draw this land, this Ramunap Ruins.
And there's the cat. So Chris has that treasure token from this Deadly Dispute. He can deploy the cat if necessary. He also has red mana from the Ramunap Ruins. which he's going to be able to use and cast either Unlucky Witness, or I think there's a Claim to Firstborn in his hand as well that could steal the get the Lava Runner, possibly sacrifice it to Witch's Oven at the end of turn, slow down the opponent, make an extra food token. He does go with the Unlucky Witness.
Well, mono red aggro on top, draw a card, draw a den. The Saga Kumano flipped, and well, this is a Bone Crusher. Whoa, the Stomp with the cat and the oven could be a bit tricky sometimes if you need to cast a Stomp on any creatures of the Rack the Sacrifice deck.
So Chris doing the usual trick. My cat's gonna block before damage. I'm gonna sacrifice it to Witch's Oven, make a food token. Now the cat's safely hidden in the graveyard. Looks like the Blood-Tide Harvester is gonna trade for the Lava Runner there.
That's
Gets
a lovely
exiled. That's correct.
cat making biscuits. Light up the stage. Silent. Another light up the stage and the Spike Hazard. Javier can play this card this turn, and the next one playing Spike Hazard, killing that creature.
That's actually a really good draw there. Exiling the Unlucky Witness is gonna deny Chris taking a look at 2 cards off the top of his library. Obviously, any burn spell would have been good enough because the flipped Kumano says that if a creature takes damage, it gets exiled instead. Let me put that on the screen.
Cat is in the oven, in the graveyard, Fable Passage. Melon tap, and go ahead. Skewer the critics. Removal 3 damage spell for mono red aggro.
Looks like a play with
Play
fire.
with fire, play with fire.
So Chris only has 2 cards left, but he does have that cat and oven interaction, and he did just deploy a Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Trigger of the cat that is blocking here.
I believe Javier does have the Rampaging Ferocidon in his sideboard, so he's definitely going to be looking to bring that one in.
And damage on Larson.
Yeah, Chris takes some more damage. That allows Javier to cast that Light of the Stage for 1 mana, again revealing. I think that is another Light of the Stage. So the third one in a row, plus a Remnant Prunes, 2 more cards.
Remnant Rims, Soulscar Mage, and the other shock spell.
The Mono Red deck actually doing all the card advantage trick these games.
Absolutely. Is the upkeep for Larsen? Yes.
Yeah, I think Chris is gonna resolve the second chapter of Fable of the Mirror Breaker now.
Looting this card are now is in the main phase. Time to play spells. You can see a Fatal Push, I guess, in his hand.
This Mono Red deck has been a lot of fun to watch. I mean, one thing is for sure that the games are over very quickly. Whether you win or lose, you're usually done in 10 minutes. And Javier has been on a pretty good run this weekend.
Absolutely. Could be a surprise to see here a mono red aggro. Nobody expects. This is a threaten in Kumano. Kumano is very aggressive with this ability, exiling creatures when dies, and Larsen needs to kill it. With this Furnace Reigns In Magic, we have a lot of threat and effects in common and uncommon cards. Very played in limited. So Javier is thinking about the Bone Crusher Giants in his hand.
Yeah, despite all the work Javier has done, all the light up the stages, all the damage, with all these one drops, Christopher is still at 15 life. He has 2 food tokens in play. All that cat and oven action is also gaining him some more life in the process. So quite an uphill battle for Javier at the moment.
Cool see. Cool here. We can see a Stomp, a Bone Crusher Giant.
I think if Javier was on the play this game, he would have had a much better chance to win. The way things shook out with Christopher being on the play and getting the cat and oven in on the battlefield very quickly, he was able to stabilize at a way too high life total for the mono red deck to really be able to kind of feel like you're in a good position. So despite Javier doing a lot of things, sort of drawing extra cards with the light up the stage, it is still Christopher, I think, who is in the driver's seat right now, gaining a lot of life. He still has a lot of cards in hand. That Kiki reflection
Thoughtseize.
just flipped. Thoughtseize is not a card you want to draw. That is one of the worst ones.
Stomp and Stomp. To protect that Bone Crusher Giant and put that card in the exile. No. Javier didn't play anything.
So even if that Thoughtseize takes the Bone Crusher Giant, it is effectively the same as if the Stomp was cast. Obviously, you would have had access to the actual card Bone Crusher Giant on the adventure later on, but I think Javier is pretty happy with Christopher just drawing a card that isn't normally very useful or something you want to see in this matchup. Shock myself, take your shock, okay.
Fatal Push on a Suskar Mage. And Croxa.
Oh wow, there was a Croxa on the
Whoa,
battlefield. I didn't even realize. I think that must have been discarded to the second chapter of Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So Croxa coming back, 6/6 body. That is going to be quite hard to get through.
This is a very big creature, but wait, Larsen is in 5 life. Very sweet for Javier that can play Stomp and Skewer on the critics, and well, that makes all the force in this cat. He's getting life.
And this is the last round before top 8, so remember both players are playing for a possible slot in the top 8.
Very crucial round for Day. For 1 mana, Kumano Saga, making 1 damage. And Giganta hand. Both decks are playing Giganta, and the both player decks are so different. Untap the oven, untap the lands, draw a card. This is a land.
Yeah, I think Croxa is going to do a very quick work of Javier. Christopher's definitely thinking, okay, should I start attacking? It is a 2, possibly a 3 turn clock, just, depending on how you start chump blocking. If you do, well, then that sounds pretty good for me. At the same time, creating that Den of the Bugbear or activating that Den of the Bugbear means that Christopher is not going to be able to use that food token should he go, too low on life. So he does decide to attack anyway. That is an attack for 6, 9, 10. I guess Christopher is saying, you know what? I think I'm fine. I'm at 6. Maybe I need to bring the cat back. That puts me to 7. It can block. So we'll see how that plays out.
A lot of damage on the life of Javier this turn. And pass turn. Cat is cooking biscuits, draining life of Javier. On top. Croxa is so big right now. And attack the triggering this card, this display with fire. Rabner Rim, yeah, no, this is a game for Christopher Larsen.
Yeah, I think this is just a very good matchup for Christopher, especially game one. I mean, you're playing against an aggressive deck with a lot of burn spells. You're in the play. You find the cat and oven combo, by turn two. So everything went right for Chris, and despite Javier having a pretty decent draw, he was not able to get through the life gain combo. Here's the deck list. Looking at Christopher's sideboard, I would think my deck is already pretty well set up against something like Mono Red, but I'm still going to be bringing in some cheap sideboard cards, something cheap to get rid of your cheap creatures. So Meathook Massacre definitely coming in because that is both a life gain source and also can deal with multiple small creatures, which is exactly what Javier is doing. Go Blank Duress, those types of cards you don't really want to have against Mono Red. I think Christopher is going to be looking at boarding out those Thoughtseize because as we just saw, shocking myself to take a shock kind of card from your hand does not sound all that great. So if I was Christopher here, I think I'm bringing in two Meathook Massacres. Kolaghan's Command can be a 2/4/1. It is a little bit of an expensive removal spell, but I think it's still better than Thoughtseize. Archfiend of the Draws, pretty big body. I think that could also come in if you do need some more cards. Let's take a look at the other deck list now. What does Javier have? So, you're playing against a deck that can gain life, all these food tokens, the cat triggers, pretty annoying stuff. That is exactly where Rampaging Ferocidon comes in. So those are going to be coming in for sure. Looking at these bigger removal spells, Roast, Obliterating Bolt, Burning Hands, those are cards that you typically want to bring in against the mono green decks with all these 4/4s and 4/5s. Against Christopher, you kind of need to kill Mayhem Devil, which is a 3/3, maybe a Blood-Tide Harvester that is trying to block your creature on turn 2 or 3. So I don't think these bigger removal spells are going to be coming in, but definitely those two Ferocidons and maybe some bigger cards. That it is going to be quite hard to get in with all these smaller creatures later on, thanks to the cat and oven interaction. So I would think that Javier is very likely looking at this Hazoret and at this Experimental Frenzy as sort of a different way to win the game.
It's time to free Ferocidon. Well, let's go with the second game. Javier is on the play. Very, very good for the mono red aggro. That can be so explosive and fast.
I think regardless of who wins the round, obviously, you're hoping to top 8. You're hoping your tiebreakers are good enough. But I think even if you lose at the spot, you are most likely gonna sneak into the top 24 anyway. So that is a pretty good consolation prize. Obviously, top 8 comes with a lot of money prizes. The top 2 players are gonna qualify for Worlds, so there's a lot of other stuff to play for. But if you're going to lose, a match playing for the top 8 of a big event, then at least still qualifying for the Pro Tour is one of the better consolation prizes possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, another piles time. I don't like a lot making piles.
Yeah, players have been doing all these pop shuffles a lot on the rounds we have been casting.
Yes.
I actually had a discussion with Frank in between rounds who said, hey, you know what? Pile shuffling is actually shuffling because if you are putting the cards on different piles, that can actually sometimes be better than just doing riffle shuffles. But that is usually not the case. I mean, if you want to count your deck, by all means do it. You are allowed to pile shuffle once per game. I think that is actually a good thing to do, like counting your deck, making sure you are presenting 60 cards. I think that is definitely something reasonable. But I do think there are faster ways to count your deck. You can also count your sideboard, and if you wanna actually shuffle your deck, I think riffle shuffling is gonna get the job done a lot better and a lot faster.
Yes.
But hey, that is just my opinion. You are allowed to do whatever is in the rules.
I like make only one piles. The first round, the first game of the round, and Twitch chat. Do you like to make piles?
Obviously, here it doesn't really matter. They still have 32 minutes. These decks are both very fast, so take your time. Make sure you're presenting 60 cards. I think Javier only has a one lander. I think he's looking at one Den of the Bugbear, but this is type of deck that can definitely keep one landers. You also have cards like Light Up the Stage that can get you out of the spot, try to help you find that second land. Looks like Christopher is not happy with his 7 though, so he is going to mulligan down to 6.
Absolutely, mono red aggro can play with Winland, but not all the decks can keep him hand with only one land. 18 lands is playing this mono red aggro. This shuffle and shuffle. Very crucial this round for both players, trying to hit the top 8, the PT for the Pro Tour, even the World Championship. Well, let's go to see the second hand for Christopher Larsen. Going to mulligan and keeping 6 cards.
Something Twitch chat is probably going to like. I was walking around the tables in the previous round, and there was one really complicated match where I think it was against Chris Larsen, actually. That was a Lotus Field player. Some of his cards were exiled, so he kind of had to go for like an alternative kill, and things were kind of really hard to execute. He also wasn't exactly sure how to sequence it in the best possible way to have as much mana as possible. And that one round of the Lotus Field player comboing off actually took 21 minutes. So that kind of reminded me of if you remember X, Stan Cifka winning the Pro Tour in Seattle. That was very similar. But back to the game. Javier starting with Kumana faces Kakazan. Turn to Swift Spear, but no land. So stuck on 1. Meanwhile, Christopher has a pretty good start, which is of an into Bloodtide Harvester.
Yes, Kumano flip. Javier is still missing the land drop attack with both creature. Harvester is trading with this Kumano so fast. Larsen didn't think so much about that. And light up the stage, trying to hit that land. No lands for Javier.
Oh wow! Even in that is unfortunate. Not only do you hit a horrible matchup, you are also kind of getting unlucky. I mean, Javier is playing 18 lands and one Spike Field Hazard, to be fair. So this is just ought to happen every now and then.
Finally, he draws a land. Ramona Brains. Attacking for 2 with this Swiss Spear. Adding 1 damage, playing this Subscar Mage, and make 1 damage with this Ramona Rims to play this Lava Runner. The second oven for Christopher Larsen.
Yeah, Christopher is looking for the cat now. That is the one card he wants to find. Double oven. That's a lot of life gain. As soon as he finds it, that is pretty much going to lock up the game, unless Javier has something like a Rampaging Ferocidon and Christopher doesn't have an answer. But I would very much expect Christopher to ditch 2 cards here from his hand if he doesn't have a cat now. Doesn't really matter what my hand is. Like, cat is going to make my board position so much stronger, and it's going to make it so much more likely that I win the game that I would very often be discarding 2 here. Claim the Firstborn, Fatal Push. And I can't quite make out the other 2 cards. But Claim the Firstborn combined with Witches of End, definitely a pretty good turn available for Christopher. Stealing one of the creatures. Here's a Swift Spear, untapped.
Attacking with both creatures, the Goblin and the Swiss Spear. Put a treasure. Killing the Soulscar Mage with this Fatal Push.
getting an extra, getting an extra point of damage out of the Swift Spear thanks to the prowess
Look, that
ability.
turn for Larsen, that was a very good turn for him. Treasure and pass. Food and pass. While Javier still missing land drops and draw a Soulscar Mage. Not very good position. He needs to deploy. Stomp on Harvester.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you're in a position playing Mono Red where you have to start killing your opponent's creatures and not even attack, then the train is slowly leaving the station for Javier. Obviously, Christopher hasn't found the cat just yet, but his board position is quite decent regardless.
Don't missing a lot the cat because all the other permanents are work properly for Christopher Larsen. Did they dispute? Oh no, sorry, Harvester. Ooh, has already the fervent and can't play because Javier is still missing lands. No lag today for Javier in this game.
This is an interesting attack because it can signal, light up the stage, which you obviously want to deny. At the same time, there's also skewer the critics, but maybe you don't want to you don't want to use your creatures to trade against the lava runner in this case. Maybe you just want to try to attack Javier and try to get this game over with before he finds the missing lands.
Soulscar Mage and pass. Larsen is
Oh
crushing
wow,
a blood token.
that was a mayhem devil off the top, and there's a
Ooh.
lot of treasure tokens. There are blood tokens on the battlefield, so
No cats is needed to end that game. Could it be?
yeah, I think Christopher is going to be able to machine gun down Javier's board this turn. Yeah, and Javier just sees the writing on the wall. It says, okay, well, I had a good run. It's not going to be the top 8. Hopefully, Javier is going to squeeze into the top 24 anyway and pick up the PT slot. Christopher was 11th before the round started, so his tiebreakers were pretty decent. Whether it's going to be enough for top 8 or not, we will see in maybe 20, 30 minutes. So stay tuned for that. We're going to be able to switch into our backup feature match. And there it is. We have Samuel Estrati, who took an intentional draw last round, which turned out to kind of screw up the whole math for everyone, and he was actually forced to play this round instead of being able to draw again. So he is paired up against Arnie on which looks to be a Rakdos Sacrifice. There's a Cauldron Familiar in the graveyard, Croxa. But I'm seeing an Atraxa on the other side of the battlefield. Samuel has a great... Wow, the match is actually over. Samuel is... deck is a bunch of different combos together. One of them is Luca turning a creature into a Atraxa, and that seems like that was enough to win this match. So 2-0 for Samuel Estrati, a Pro Tour winner. That moves him to 12 wins, 1 loss, and 2 draws. That should definitely be good enough to log him for the top 8 now. So one of our top 8 players will be Samuel Estrati. Meanwhile, Arnie is going to 11-3-1. I think that is going to be just shy, but I think that's still going to be good enough for the PT slot. So congratulations to both.
We have a...
All right, looks like we're going to go to the booth for a second before we find some more backup feature matches. Let me check that real
table,
quick.
I guess stays table 4.
Yeah, I think we have
Mateo Ferreira.
unfortunately both of those tables ended up finishing the game at the same time, so it's going to take us a couple minutes maybe to move the players to the feature match area and get them set up for possibly game 3.
Yes, this is the last round, the 15th round here in the Legacy European Championship, the regional championship for Europe zone, and are being a weekend so crazy, with very good players playing for hitting this tournament, for hitting this place in the PT train.
Maybe we can quickly take a look at the standings again. We can try to put them on the screen. Let's see if we can show you what the standings were like coming into this round. We had two players that were able to take the intentional draw on table 1. I think it's coming up right now. Here it is. So table 1 was Josep against Adrian playing Gruel Vehicles against Lotus Field. They were able to intentional draw. So both of them should be in the top 8, bearing some unforeseen things happening. Then after that, we had Christopher Larsen playing against Javier. So Christopher won. We'll see if his tiebreakers are good enough. Nobody else, to my information, 2K draw. So all the other tables had to play it out. Something looking at the top of the standings also tells me that, yeah, Lotus Field might have been a really, really good pick for this tournament. If you look at the top 16, Lotus Field 2nd, 6th, 7th, 10th, and last round was actually 5 copies in the top 16. We now have 4 in the top 10. That is a pretty insane showing for this deck, and I guess most people just didn't respect this deck enough this weekend, and you know how powerful it is. So we have 4 Lotus Field in the top 10. Some of them are going to be in the top 8, some probably not. We'll find out. There's a lot of Rakdos decks as well. We see Rakdos Sacrifice number 5, Rakdos Midrange number 8, another Sacrifice 11, 15, another Rakdos Midrange deck. So right now, top 16, 25% of that is Rakdos decks, 25% of that is Lotus Field. You know, a little bit of everything, but these 2 decks are certainly probably the breakout decks of the tournament. Looks like we have the backup match ready.
This is a backup. Yes, Mateo Ferreira again with the Lotus Field combo against Marcin Klimusko with Enigmatic Fires. Wow.
Wait. What happened? Wasn't Mateo? He was 10-0, right? I think he was 11-0 at some point. So yeah, his last 3 rounds did not go as planned, and he found himself at 11-3. His tiebreakers must be really good though. So if he does win the match, that should put him in a really good position to top 8. On the other side, we see Martin with Enigmatic Fires.
What is the score? Can we?
Yeah, we're trying to get that updated. I think game 3, they have 16 minutes left. So from what I remember from last season, I remember Ondřej Strasky testing this Fires of Invention deck. He played it. I believe that was the first RC in Sofia, and I remember he was in a really good position, and then he played against 2 or 3 Lotus Field decks in a row, saying this is the worst matchup. You really don't want to play against this deck. And yeah, his tournament ended in an awkward fashion, unfortunately. And here we have the same matchup, so Martin probably doesn't feel too great about that, although adding Enigmatic Fires into the mix means that there is a lot of, one-offs in the deck that could possibly, stop Mateo from comboing off or doing his thing. We don't exactly know what's in Martin's sideboard, so it will definitely depend on whether he finds his sideboard cards or not, because if he doesn't, then Mateo's average turn 4-ish Goldfish would definitely be good enough here.
Absolutely. Enigmatic Fires doesn't have a very good matchup here. Fires of Invention is a powerful enchantment. I can wait to see that enchantment making very good castings, but Mateo plays so well this deck. I enjoy a lot this weekend watch the Mateo play with Lotus combo field.
Yeah, Matej certainly looks like someone who's played the deck before. He plays it very well. We've been watching him all weekend, and he certainly knows what he's doing. It's like he took a mull to 6. I see 2 Mystic Disputes in Martin's hand. I believe that's the card that looks like it has white borders. I think that's the RC promo from last season. There's a Lotus Field in Mateo's hand, so definitely a good starting hand for him as well.
Mystical Dispute sounds a very good card against that combo. Sylvan Scrying, trying to ramp, looking for, Otawara. Otawara is the target of this Sylvan Scrying.
If you're watching this tournament thinking, okay, what am I going to play next week? There's a lot of Lotus Field. What do I put in my sideboard to stop this deck? Damping Sphere is the easiest card to put in your sideboard. Being an artifact, it kind of fits into almost every deck. If you are playing black, then adding Necromentia into your sideboard could also be a good choice.
Very good card. Well, Lotus Field. Lotus Field is in game for Mateo. Very good beginning for that deck. And Marcin is trying to play this Fable of Mirror Breaker. Mateo untap the land, play the land.
Okay, so no Thespian stage. This is usually the situation where
Why?
the Lotus Field player says, okay, I have a lot of time, I'm going to play the Thespian stage, end of turn I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to try to go off the turn after. No Thespian stage is going to make it a lot harder for Mateo to try to combo off next turn, but I mean, he is in no rush.
Okay. Mateo is going to add mana. He is preparing the tokens. The token goes away of the Fable Passage of the opponent.
Look at all the lands. So channeling Boseiju to get rid of the Fable. There's also an Otawara in Mateo's hand, but not a lot of action. I think there is a hidden strings. And I can't quite make out the other card. I think that's a Thespian stage. We know that Martin has 2 Mystical Disputes in hand, so even if Mateo, who is probably hoping to draw into Pour Over the Pages, even if that happens, Martin is quite ready for that.
We are on the run number 15, and this tournament is open deck list. Mateo knows about that Mystical Dispute in the Marcin deck, and can play a round of that cards. Path to the World Tree. It's an enchantment very useful for this enigmatic incarnation. Looking for the lens. Well, look, that white border lens for Marcin. Very stylish. More lands. Land
Wow,
and
Martin just
pass.
passes the turn, so he does not have a lot of
Upkeep.
proactive cards. Both players kind of just channeling lands, destroying each other's lands and enchantments, but not a lot of proactive stuff.
Could be. Because about that mystical dispute. Another Bithier for the Mateo's hand. It's time. It's time to go through the combo, Mateo. Show us. Math is for blockers and for combo. Okay, we clean this Bithier. Draw a land. Another cycle here.
Yeah, Mateo is just looking for action, floating some extra mana, but unfortunately for him, not finding anything. Just has to pass the turn back with a lot of stuff in hand that just doesn't really do much at this point. Even if he draws into the blue card draw spells, we know that Martin has the dispute. So if this actually keeps going on for longer, then the disputes are not going to be as relevant. And I'm sure if you're in Mateo's seed, you're looking at Martin with quite a lot of cards in hand, you're probably thinking, okay, well, what kind of reactive cards do you have in hand? Cards like Leyline Binding are typically not all that great in this matchup because you cannot target lands with them. You don't really want to have them in the deck for, Arboreal Grazer. So you're very likely going to have some other reactive cards, and Mystical Dispute comes to mind. So Mateo might try, start playing around that. We also know that both players do work with perfect information. This is a tournament with open deck lists.
mana and tapping the lands of the opponent, trying to hit the blue mana for Marcin, trying to be safe the next turn to go through the combo. No spells in response by Marcin. Okay.
Wow, and pass a turn. So path to the world tree gets sacrificed. Gain 2 life, draw 2 cards. Let me put that card on the screen for you. Looks like Mateo picked up a discontinuity. He can definitely use that as a time walk effect at some point, but right now I think he would much prefer something proactive.
Hidden strings. Discard the hidden strings. Okay, Marcin survived this turn. Draw a card. A lot of lands in his hand. Attacking with token. With the green beer. And thinking about this turn. Okay.
There's a Nihilious Presence. Draw a card for Marcin. Still neither player with anything proactive, just playing lands, passing the turn.
For 3 mana. Ooh, Knight of Atom.
Well, 4/3 body, you know, good enough.
Good enough, yeah. Yavimaya Coast. A land for Mateo. This is the draw of the turn. Pass, pass, pass. Very good bodies right now for Marcin in game. Hitting by 6.
I think I saw a enigmatic incarnation possibly drawn by Marcino. There's up the beanstalk, draw a card. Okay, so now, oh wow, looks like Marcin just straight up drew the card, expecting, you know, no response from Mateo. But we know that there is a discontinuity in his hand that he can use to just stop the turn and effectively also counter the spell. So the beanstalk should be on the stack. That's exactly what the players are now trying to explain to the judge. Hey, can I still respond? This kind of happened too fast. You know, can you please sort it out?
Remember, there's a enchantment from Wilds of Eldraine. The last set was released. Have a trigger. Have a trigger for draw a card. And Marcin draw a card so fast. And judge is trying to solve this situation.
Yeah, I think the ruling here is gonna be, yeah, let's put the card back. We're gonna shuffle your library. Let's put it back on top. We're gonna shuffle your library. There it is, and the beanstalk is still on the stack. You're gonna get a warning for acting a little too fast. You know, no harm done. Obviously, that was not intentional.
And
It is definitely easy to forget, you know, about a card like discontinuity, as that is in my opinion, not a card that you normally have in most of the lists. So a little bit of a different build by Mateo. So thanks to the judge, we fixed the issue, and it looks like Mateo is going to use the discontinuity and stop the turn, counter the beanstalk. I think now the confusion is, well, did you do that when the trigger was on the stack? No, of course I wanted to counter the whole card. Why would I do it with the trigger on the stack? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so now the discontinuity finally resolves. Up the beanstalk gets exiled, no card drawn.
Cycle. Cycle the Triome. Another cycle. And tap. Well, Marcin. Attack fork 6. With this Knight of Aton and this token.
There's another up the beanstalk. Okay.
Okay, no problems right now. This time. Another up the beanstalk.
Yeah, so the card draw engine for Marcin is on the battlefield now. Can he find some more expensive cards?
Tawara. Of the Knight of Autumn.
And I think that was an impulse of the top. So finally something Mateo can use to find something more proactive.
Impulse.
That's a land.
Looking for choose wisely.
It is a little too late now, though, with all the Mystical Disputes and Mateo being on only 6 mana sources for this turn. Obviously, he's not taking lethal damage just yet, but I think he only has this turn and then the one after that to try to find his combo.
This is a Chandra. A hand. He impulses that Chandra.
Yeah, this is a game where the Lotus Field deck kind of just braked on everything. Normally, you're watching Lotus and you're like, okay, well, you have the turn 4 win again, or you have the turn 1 Grazer, put a second land into play, turn 2 Lotus, sometimes they win on turn 3, everything's going right. This is a case where the deck kind of just looks like, dude, what are you playing? You're kind of just not doing anything. Like, what is this deck supposed to do? But yeah, Mateo kind of just drawing, a lot of lands, a lot of cards that are not very useful in this situation. Tries to go for Chandra, makes a lot of mana, plays the hidden streak. He does play around that Mystical Dispute. So, but Marcin does have a lot of mana up. So if he does indeed have double dispute in hand, I think he would probably be very happy to use that on the Chandra here.
Marcin is thinking in this Chandra if.
Or is he thinking, well, I have a Leyline Binding in hand. Maybe it's better for me to just let you resolve this and then binding it. There's the first dispute.
Mystical Dispute, the first one and the second one. Paying a lot of mana. And Leyline.
Leyline Binding just as a 1 mana draw card.
Another up the beanstalk. Drawing a card.
This doesn't really look like Pioneer. This kind of looks like, two friends playing a friendly game of Commander or like whatever cards I had, at home in my box.
This is a Tranquil Frillback. That exiles the graveyard of Mateo, keeping this Chandra in the out of the game, attacking with the token with the bear. Mateo is in 2 lives. Needs.
Yeah, last turn.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, shake hands. This. round is for Martin.
That is absolutely brutal for Matej, who was, I believe, at least 10-0 at some point. So his live 5 rounds did not go very well. Condolences to him. Congratulations to Martin, though. Going to 12-3. I'm gonna quickly take a look at his tiebreakers because I know there's a lot of Polish fans in the chat. He was, before this round, he was 9th. So his tiebreakers were very good. If you are rooting for the Polish player, I think you can you can stay tuned for the top 8 because I think there is a very high chance we're going to be seeing Matej Martin in it. So congratulations to him. Let's see if we have any more backup matches. We do not. So this looks like this is going to be the end of the round. We're going to bring you the top 8 announcement soon. Will is already lining up the players and telling them exactly what to do. So we're going to try to bring that to you as soon as possible. After that, we're going to give the players the top 8 questionnaire. They're going to be able to fill that in probably 5 to 10 minutes, and then hopefully we can start the top 8. So stay tuned. We're gonna be right back. This is the end of the Swiss. So the next round you're gonna see is gonna be the top 8. We're gonna be able to tell you exactly who qualified for the Pro Tour. We're gonna go over the whole top 24. We're gonna tell you who's in the top 8, and those players are gonna battle it out, not only for the title of the European champion, but also for 2 slots that qualify them directly to Worlds. So thanks a lot for hanging out. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. We are here in Lille, France, and it is that time. It is the Regional Championship Top 8 announcement. We started this weekend on Friday. We had 295 players battling out to try and get the last 16 slots to be able to play in the Regional Championships. 16 people were found, and they came in day number 1, where we started with 675. That is a record for us, ladies and gentlemen. 675 players battling out to get to day number 2. X and 3 was the record they needed to get into day number 2, and 162 players were able to get that record. But we've whittled them down all day in 6 more rounds of Pioneer Action, and we now finally know who is in that top 8. We know who is in the top 24 and who has gained themselves an invite to the Pro Tour. But one of these 8 players here that you see on your screen will be walking, well, 2 of these players will be walking away with World Championship invites, but only one of them will be walking into Chicago, calling himself the European champion and having these 2 trophies sat here in front of us. Matej, talk us through this top 8.
The top 8 is really good. We got at least 3 players who are known to have really good results in the past. And we're going to see 2 of them battle out in our quarterfinal 1 match. So that's Samuel Estrati, Pro Tour Philadelphia winner. With Splinter Twin. He's the first seed with the 80-card Rona combo deck. Very exciting to see. He wants us to call it Estrona because he's Estrati, so he wants to call it Estrona.
You know, if you do well with get a deck and you build it, you get to name it.
Exactly. If he wins the tournament, I'm sure it'll catch on. On the other side of the table is going to be Chris Larsen. He came in from the 8th place with Rakdos Sacrifice. Then our other match is going to be Josep Sanfeliu against Lars Henrikvag. It's an Abzan Greasefang against Groove Vehicles matchup. Yeah,
we've seen Groove Vehicles absolutely dominating so far this weekend.
Yeah, it was pretty good this weekend. On the other side of the bracket, we put 2 decks that have been doing really well this tournament. Lotus Field in the hands of Sam Rolfe and Inigo Tastet. Both are playing that, and they're going to face against Alessandro Cecconi on Rakdos midrange, and Marcin Klemushko is actually on Enigmatic Fires. A bit of a spicy one as well. I hope I get to see a little bit of Marcin as well.
Yeah, exactly. That is our 8 players. We have got them all sat down, ready to go. We've held them till now, though, ladies and gentlemen. We get to find out who is going to be able to get to the semi-finals and give them 1 game away from going to the World Championships. So let's get down to the match right now. Let's see exactly where they are. How they finish sideboard shuffling up, ready to go. Looks like they are. We're giving the thumbs up to Martin, so he can go out there, tell him, and kick off this top 8. Who's favored in this matchup, would you say?
I don't know, because Samuel Estradi's deck is just really a spicy one. A spicy chicken nugget, I would say.
Speaking to Chris was like, this is a bad matchup. He thinks the whole top 8 is a bad matchup for him, and he is on the draw throughout. Because remember, play draw dependent on your seeding is going to be how top 8 will be playing out. So we have a little look at these deck lists. We've seen Chris Larsen on camera multiple times before now. Obviously, Rakdos Sacrifice, nothing too spicy or out of the place here. But looking at this 5-color spicy chicken nugget.
No, I mean, it's already, you can see part of the reason why Samuel was doing so well with his deck, and he already had all the ingredients in hand. He has turn 2 Sylvan Caryatid. He also has a Paradise Druid. However, the thoughts, he's discarded a Luca Coppercoat Vanguard, who is really instrumental in putting out early Atraxas, refilling the hand, and making it that much more easier to combo for Samuel's deck.
Well, Chris, turn 1 forces into turn 2 Cat Oven combo, kind of what he would want to see against more aggro synergy decks, not really these combo decks that can kind of go over the top of him. How are we going to advance our board here? We've got, well, thank you very much, Chris. The Battle of the Companions. Who's going to win? Is it going to be Kahira or is it going to be Yorion? Let us know in the chat. Who are you rooting for? As we just advance a few more mana dorks onto the battlefield.
Yeah, and there's the Caryatid and a Paradise Druid taking one of the mana confluence, and Chris indicating, I'm going to sack my cat, I'm going to bring it back. You just write down that you lost 1 life. The last card in Samuel's hand is a Keenan. And maybe that's, with so much mana available to him, maybe that's a way to win the game. He's down to his last card, and in an 80-card deck, it can be a bit difficult, but he has access to Yorion. That's why he's playing 80.
Yeah, it's going to be a big top deck here. I do see a Mayhem Devil here for Larsen on the right of your screen. That's going to be pretty good with a Cat Oven combo. Does he decide to go that route? Didn't get a good look at the rest of the cards in his hand. Also has, it could play something like Fable the Mirror Breaker here. Not sure if that's going to be as much impactful as his Mayhem Devil. No, Chris decides that Mayhem Devil is the line we want to go with. Untapping here. Big draw step for Samuel. That was Ooh, that was
Was
an
it
alternate.
Luca?
Don't know if it was a Luca.
Okay. So now it's a,
Yeah,
the Tyvar.
Yeah, it's Tyvar. I'm about to say it's the Phyrexian alternate art one.
Yeah. But now we're going to see the Keenan.
Okay, so how much
Kinnan?
mana does this generate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana we got?
Yeah, so whenever he taps a non-land permanent for mana, it's 1 mana of any type that permanent produced. Meaning that he actually, I think, so that means Sylvan Caryatids make an extra mana.
I think we're going to be forced into doing this. This is going to be end of turn.
Mhm.
Make a food token, trigger Mayhem Devil. That's going to do 1 point of damage.
Goes
Oh,
face.
face.
Doesn't
Oh,
go for Keenan.
okay.
Leaves the cat.
Okay, talk me through that line. What's maybe potentially maybe another second Mayhem Devil in hand, or?
Maybe he has a second Mayhem Devil.
Yep. Yes, I
You don't
do.
need me here. Well, you're doing it on your
Okay,
own.
well, I'm just thinking that what's the reason behind not doing it again? Now, of course, every time we sacrifice something, it's going to be 2 triggers. The reason we left the cat in the graveyard is so now when we use this food trigger, we'll get extra triggers, not just the extra 1 that we would have gained before. Now we're going to gain 2 every single time. So just sacrificing that food, bringing the cat back, that will give us 2 triggers on Keenan, and we'll be able to, get it off the battlefield. Because realistically, that is all we've got going on. We're spinning the wheel, 7 mana, looking at the top cards. We get to pick a creature, a non-human creature.
Correct.
Non-human creature into the battlefield.
So it looks like it's going to be a Fae of Wishes.
Not an Atraxa, which is, Chris has dodged one there.
Yeah, there's 3 Atraxas in the deck for Samuele. He did say it was one of the key cards here.
Yep.
So now he's going to sacrifice the food to bring back the Cauldron Familiar, and he's going to shoot down the Keenan before Samuel untaps and can do it all again.
Thinking, if we hit land off the top, could we bring it back and spin the wheel again? I think we can.
Yeah, but I also
With the
think
Tyvar?
we're going to see. Yeah, there we go. And then he still has that Witches Oven active as well.
Yeah.
So he's thinking he maybe wants to shoot down the Paradise Druid that it now is no longer has hexproof.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Because
Forgot
it's
that.
tapped?
Yeah, forgot again. It loses its hexproof. I think that's a good idea because he does not know about the Tarbar in hand, but we do. Obviously, that can return a creature of converted mana cost 2 or less from the graveyard back into play, and it is not a tap ability, so we could use it straight away if we had enough mana floating. But yeah, Chris is in the tanks right now.
Yeah. This deck, especially when you have 2 Mayhem Devils, you can go pretty crazy with all those triggers, and so he does go.
He is going for it. 1 face, 1 to you. And then he might. I wouldn't be surprised if he leaves the cat in the graveyard here.
Yeah, I think so too.
And yep, just to pass the turn. Okay, draw step. What are we going to find? Land.
Just the land there.
I think it might be a tap land as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be a Botanic Sanctum.
And the damage is also adding up between the 2 Mayhem Devils.
Oh
and,
yeah, they close
and
the
the
game
mana
down
confluence
quick.
on his side of the board. Can get pretty painful pretty fast there. The turn 1 Thoughtseize was the most important play of this game so far. Getting rid of the Luca meant there was no Atraxas coming, and that just cleared the way for Chris to do his thing. So
Could Chris have
Tyvar.
attacks there with one of these Mayhem Devils? Do you think it was a free attack?
It's going to be a free tick eventually. I think he's just trying to be cautious.
Like if he attacks, there's no good blocks the 1/4 because we've got a spare point of damage there that's floating around anyway.
Yeah, I believe we're going to see an attack. So he milled. He used the minus ability to mill 3 cards and returned the Keenan to the battlefield. But it doesn't look like a winning play to me.
No, it's not the best, now, especially as we can get both of these off the battlefield. And yeah, Chris is going to do it. I'm going to kill it again.
Yep. So another 2 coming to Samuel's face from those Mayhem Devils.
Go and face. Remember, draining gain of 1 from the cat and its ETB.
Unlucky Witness.
There's another Cauldron in hand, oven in hand. Sorry.
Fatal push as well. So he fatal pushes the Fae of Wishes.
Is this? I'm thinking. Is this a lethal? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We might be 1. Oh, but
Yep.
Yeah,
Shoots
might-
down the Keenan. And
Might
already
just be
starts
lethal.
swinging with those Mayhem Devils. Already close to lethal, I think. If
about
yeah,
that, I think
I think it is lethal, yeah.
we might be lethal with the second oven in hand that
Yeah, exactly.
Samuel does not obviously know about.
Yeah, thinking about blocking here.
It's a bit scary dropping down. It's dropping down the fort. Yeah, it just
Yeah, he
shows
just shows
oven.
the oven, and yeah, that's it. So game 1 going over to a Rector Sacrifice.
Yeah, Chris is the one to play around. If he's dead, he'll scoop. If he knows you're dead, he'll just show you. He's not like, look, please don't make me go through the actions. I
Yeah.
don't want to. But we do have sideboards. It is an open deck this tournament. Let's get them on the screens for you. Let's have a little look. See, starting off over on the left of your screen,
Right.
five color. We're not calling it five color.
Yeah, it's we should call it Estrona combo as the
Estrona
Estradi Estrona combo, but it's basically combining a couple of different things from multiple decks. So it has the recently adopted Luca technology from the Rona combo deck. So meaning that you play your Sylvan Caryatids, your Paradise Druids, and even your like Elvish Mystics. So you play your mana dorks, your early mana dorks, combined with Luca. If you use the Luca's ability on a two casting cost creature, you can find a Traxa because that's the only more expensive creature in your deck, and you can then refill your hand. This deck is really good at really refilling its hand with a Traxa because it has so many different card types. You have a bunch of planeswalkers, bunch of creatures, but also a Mox is an artifact, Oath of Nis as an enchantment. There's a bring to light as a sorcery, retraction helixes are instant, and so on. Another aspect of the deck is, of course, the Rona combo itself, which is Rona, a Herald of Invasion, combined with Mox Amber, as well as Retraction Helix. Means you can get infinite mana with those three cards, because you play the Helix on the Rona, you tap the Mox for mana, and you return with the Helix to Rona, your Mox to your hand. When you play the Mox, it untaps the Rona. You keep doing it all over again to get infinite mana.
Net one mana every time, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So you get infinite mana, and then you either go Fae of Wishes or Karn to find something in sideboard to win the game on that spot.
So what you're telling me is someone in Nivea built a new deck in Pioneer, turned up to this tournament, and managed to get into the top 8.
Yeah, the innovation comes here that he basically combined this Rona combo with the Bring to Light package, which we saw from the Omnat Bring to Light decks. So running an 80-card deck with access to Yorion in the sideboard, and the Bring to Light with a couple of spicy targets such as Valky, God of Lies that we know, but also able to find Unmoored Ego, Witch's Vengeance, or part of the combo.
Well, let's go across to the other side now. Let's have a little look what Chris is working with. The full 75 of this Rakdos Sacrifice deck. Thank you very much.
Many fewer cards, so the cards are a bit bigger.
Yeah, and we fit on the screen.
I'll just say one thing. Our last regional championship was in Athens. It was also Pioneer. Chris Larson made the top 8 with Rakdos Sacrifice.
He is a good player.
Surprise, he's here again with Rakdos Sacrifice. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't even unsleeve the deck and just brought it, all 75 cards.
If you knew Chris, you would know how true that probably is.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he changed a couple of cards here and there, but I think he was fairly set on Sacrifice early on. And, it's the typical, black-red deck with the Witch's Oven combined with Cauldron Familiar. But rather than what the mid-range cards are playing in some form of like top end, like Shieldred, here we see Mayhem Devils, Deadly Disputes, Claim the Firstborn as well to combine with some of your Sacrifice effect, but still having those Thoughtseize, still having those Fatal Pushes. So an overall very solid deck, and it performed decently well at the tournament. There were a couple more in the top 60 and top 32.
Any powerhouse cards here in the sideboard that you think Chris should be bringing in?
I would be quite curious about how he approaches this sort of matchup. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Maybe the Meathook Massacre just to be able to get rid of the Sylvan Caryatids, but he maybe also has to still keep in mind, try to find a way to deal with the Traxxas. So I'm sure the Furnace Rains are probably going to stay in, but we'll see what the rest of the cards are going to be.
Yeah, I'm going to be super interested to see what he brings in. He's got access to obviously Obnix, this is his name, more Duresses if he wants to go that route, go blanks if he wants to try and attack the hand and maybe might hit a vital combo piece. We'll see how it goes up. We'll go back down to the match now, see how they're getting on shuffling up. If you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the top 8. This is our first match of the quarterfinals. Chris Larson is up one game with his trusty Rakdos Sacrifice deck. We'll be on the draw. In fact, he'll be on the draw all top 8 as long as it lasts for him. That was a quick mulligan there on the left for Samuel.
Yeah, Samuel with an 80-card deck, it can get a little bit difficult, to get good opening hands. I mean, shouldn't really matter that much. He has more lands to accommodate for the fact, but when you're playing this sort of like deck that is, made out of so many different pieces, you get a lot of like bad hands, right? Like a hand with all planeswalkers, right? But you need a mana dork early, probably to get going.
A good combination of it.
Yeah,
One thing to point out: Kruger still on the battlefield, so Meathook doesn't look like that came in.
Oh, so the Gigantha, you mean?
Gigantha, sorry, yep.
Yep. You saw way too much of Karuga in the last couple of rounds,
a lot of
right?
Kruger going on, and there's one in our top 8, remember as well. Asking how much money is on the line. It is a $100,000 cash prize for top 64 this weekend. If you go on the Legacy website, you can see all the cash payout on there, and I'm sure it's been tweeted out by now as well, so you can see how all these players will be winning depending on how far of a run they get. That was a yep. They'll push straight to graveyard.
It just, yeah, that's just the way Chris plays the cards. He just doesn't even put them on the battlefield, just straight to the graveyard. Fatal Pusher, 1-drop.
Yeah.
It's always a great way to slow down the Rona combo deck. Someone already has 2 of the 3 pieces in hand. So he has the Mox. Oh, look at that. The Mox gives you extra mana thanks to Keenan.
Okay.
So that's another reason why you want to run this sort of combination.
So what's the last card we're waiting here to get the infinite mana?
Sorry?
What's the last card we need here to get infinite mana?
We need Retraction Helix. And there's a Thoughtseize, just a Boseiju.
That's a whiff.
So that's a small whiff there.
Does have a fatal push in hand though, I can see. Which one is more?
It's gonna go for the Rona there.
Because Rona, obviously, if it flips, can do some severe damage.
Sylvan Carroted, that's nice as well. That's gonna give some additional mana. And actually, I think he's gonna be able to start using the Keenan very soon. Gonna rebuys the Yorion as well. That's a nice sequence there.
Fatal push. Yep, let's get that off the battlefield. Stop that shenanigans.
Or it did quite enough, you could say. Very 3 fatal pushes and a thoughts. It's very disruptive hand here from Chris Larson.
And that's what he needs, right? And it's going to follow up with a little bit of pressure here, getting the very powerful 2-drop Blood Tide Harvester on the battlefield. 3/2 brings along 8 blood token. That means we can use some of our redundant lands in hand and cycle them away.
There's the Yorion, so a big 4/5 thread, at least to get something in the air. But Samuel's strategy, he's hellbent. No cards in hand. He's purely relying on top of his deck to win him this game. So far, he's a little bit in the lead with a nice 4/5 flyer that is not that always easy to deal with from the other side of the board. No more fatal pushes. But there is another Blood Tide Harvester there. So
I say Chris has got no way of dealing with this big 4/5 flyer. Nothing.
Well, Furnace Reigns, I think. He can steal it and then sack it, potentially.
Okay, no direct way to do it. There's no,
Unless
there's no dread balls or anything like that floating around this deck list.
Yeah, just no attacks, though, for Estrati. He recognized that those Blood Tide Harvesters can probably outrace his Yorion there. And he also has the Plaza of Heroes that he just drew, that he can use it to protect them. Just takes the Giganta back.
Yeah, Giganta going to hand, land for
Companion
turn.
battle.
Top deck war here. Who do you think's top deck's favorite in this match? Okay, that's a good one.
Keenan is very good here. But
That's
a
1, 2,
Blood
3,
Tide
4,
Harvester
5,
can
6,
deal with it.
7 mana on the battlefield. So can this fatal push in hand, I believe. But no, we're going to use our...
Yep, so
one of our
using
Blood
7
Tides.
mana. Yeah, Mox and Sylvan Carroted give you an extra mana.
Spin the wheel.
And now we're going to see Keenan.
Top 5, look for an Atraxa. Finds an elf. Not exactly what he's after, but, 5 cards. Going to 4 cards going to the bottom. 1 elf entering the battlefield. 5 mana. Here is Giganta, the big 5/5 elemental elk. Just not worth attacking here, clearly, because there's a big 4/5 on the other side. That's an open Nissa.
Quite good here.
Look at the top 3. That's an Atraxa.
Finds an Atraxa that could be
Can we
huge.
hardcast it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we can hardcast that. This is a great find off the oath. Look at the top 10 cards. Pick one of each card type into our hand. I see artifacts, land, planeswalker, creature, enchantment. So that's going to be a good 5 cards we stock in our hand here.
That's why he plays the deck. This is the kinds of things you can do. It's 4 cards and still can take creature.
If you can't get a 4/5 off the battlefield,
What
you
about
definitely
7/7?
can't get a 7/7 with extra text, flying vigilance, death touch, and a lifelink, of course.
Samuel drawing pretty well here, I would say.
Yeah, I was asking you which deck do you think top deck's better. Well, I think we answered the question.
Yeah.
Can Chris do anything? Obviously, if he can kind of make a big swing, like
just show,
stealing it.
What did you put in your hand? Here it is. So Oath of Nissa, Tyvar, Mox Amber, Mana Confluence, and Elvish Mystic. Still a Mana Confluence and Elvish Mystics are gonna come down. But yeah, I'm not even attacking with the Yorion.
Chris is just like, okay. So it's Deadly Dispute plus. Oh, there's a dress off the top. A little
too late.
How do I navigate my way back from this? I suppose if we attacked last turn with that Yorion, we would have had lethal next turn, but playing it safe. We are a game down. Remember, a lot on the line.
Yeah.
We're both players 2 games away from gaining themselves an invite to the World Championships next year. Don't know where the location that is, but we know that both these players have secured themselves Pro Tour invites to Chicago in February. 2 more cards for Chris. Treasure token on the battlefield. I saw a Fable the Mirror Breaker. Don't think that's going to do too much here. Potentially.
That's part. He did really well to stem the bleeding in the early turns, but he didn't have any pressure to follow it up. And in these sort of situations where, hey, you stop your opponent from doing his thing, but if you don't really pressure their life total, it's not going to do much there. Taps the Giganta for mana, and now Duresis sees the Mox, Tyvar, and the Oath of Nissa. Gets rid of the Tyvar because it could bring back the Keenan, which would generate a lot of mana.
Fable the Mirror Breaker. Bring yourself a Goblin Shaman token. Still, we're working out the mana here. Yes, I tap 2, use 1 from this.
Use the red from the Giganta and 2 lands to pay for it.
Kind of the hidden mode on Giganta, right? Normally you just want it as a big 5/5 beat stick. Here using it as a pseudo Bird to Paradise. As another land off the top. But I think the damage has been done.
With both, yeah. So a big
11,
chunk.
Yeah, 11 damage coming across. Gaining 7 life going up to 24. Another Oath.
Yeah, legendary. So he goes to bin. Finds 2 Ronas. Takes 1.
It's 3 mana. Rena's going to come down. Oh, 2 mana. Sorry, Rena's going to come down here. Land for the turn. 1 card left in hand. Pass turn back to Chris. Got to be a big top deck. That was a claim the firstborn. I don't think that's
he
good
can still discard 2 cards. Goes for a Cauldron Familiar. And it just throws a bunch of witches of it. He's like, no,
Judge.
he would probably have to go very, very, very deep to find the answer that he needs for the Attractor.
Yeah, I think he was a one out of there.
Yeah, he was just trolling us, as one does. I am sure Chris and Samuel have seen each other for quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
Really, like, long-time Magic players. You know, if you missed it, Samuel Estrada actually a Pro Tour winner. Back in the day, the first Modern PT.
Say the deck and watch chat go crazy. Go on, say it.
He played Splinter Twin.
Controversial. Is that worth unbanning or not in Modern?
That was a great top 8, though. The first one, in general, a really fun tournament because it was the first time Modern was played. There was all these like busted decks. You know, I still fondly remember Sam Black.
I was about to say Sam Black.
Show.
That's the one that sticks out to me. Sam Black.
That's the most memorable. But there was also the Zoo deck that was played by you know, Brian Kibler, Luis Scott Vargas, and Josh Utleyton was in the top 8 as well. But
saying those names in one top 8 is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, it was a really nice, like, Wild McCuddle based deck with, but like counter spells out in the sideboard as well to fight against a lot of the combo decks and big mana decks that were present there.
Back when Wild McCuddle was too powerful.
Glimmer Post was still legal. Green Sun Zenith was still legal.
Seems like the Wild West.
It was very wild.
West
yes.
of Modern.
Indeed.
But we are playing Pioneer here this weekend, remember, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to get a game number 3 between these 2 giants. Advantage for Chris is he gets to be on the play here, so hopefully he can go and use that to his advantage. Let's get the deck list back up on the screen one more time for you. Here it is. Here is the Estrati combo.
Yeah, Estrona.
Estrona combo.
Because he's called Estrati, but he's playing Rona, so it's Estrona.
Estrona.
I'm adding the Italian flair, especially because I know Samuel will like that part.
I'm sure there's a lot of Italians in chat. I'm interested to know where you're all watching from right now. Tell me where you're watching from. You're in America, you're in Europe, you're in Asia. Let us know where you're watching. And good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are watching.
Yeah, I don't anticipate this deck sideboarding like that much. Just in general, there are a lot of targets for Karn in the sideboard, so a lot of artifacts that are present there. There's just an extra retraction helix in the sideboard as well, you know, that you can get with maybe Fave Wishes too. So there's a bunch of ways that you can combo off, but there's a negate that wouldn't anticipate him bringing in. Fatal Push or Thoughtseize, probably not. He might just shave or add 1 or 2 cards here.
Can you just talk through the 2 different type of combos in this deck? Chat's asking, someone's asking, like, they're not entirely sure what this tech does.
Yeah, so it basically has 2 kind of combos. One is the infinite mana combo with Rona, Mox Amber, Retraction Helix. So you Retraction Helix your Rona, and then when you have Mox Amber, you can have it make mana among of the legend that you have, and you tap Rona. Thanks to the Retraction Helix, you can tap Rona to return an online permanent to its owner's hand. You return the Mox, but when you play the Mox, it untaps the Rona, so you add 1 mana at a time for every iteration. Basically, you can say you've made infinite mana, and then you just find a way to finish off the game with, you know, like something like a Karn or a Fae of Wishes trying to fight something from your sideboard. I assume there's some sort of win condition that you can go there. Yeah, you can.
I suppose you can infinitely stone brain, probably something
Yes,
crazy like that. Because
yeah, there's like so you can like get to a point where you're like once you get infinite mana, you can play Karn, find a card from your sideboard, bounce it with the Rona, replay,
Yeah.
find another card. So and that's how you get the infinite
oh,
stone.
the stone brain exiles itself when you use it, so you can
Exactly,
also, you
you
just
can
keep
fetch
finding
it
it from
again.
the card.
Exactly. The second kind of mini combo in the deck is just the Sylvan Caryatid or Paradise Druid together with Luca, Copper Code Outcast. So it's kind of like a Transmogrify slash Indomitable Creativity. However, it only looks when you choose a creature with Luca, you search up something that costs more, and then only Atraxa is more expensive than all the other creatures in the deck. So you can find Atraxa, reload your hand, and then either win with Atraxa or try to find enough of the combo to do that thing again. And there's like also all these small intricacies where like Tyvar really helps you give haste kind of to your not just mana dorks but also your Rona. You have the Keenan. We just saw the 7-mana ability means like you can turn to your deck and start putting creatures into play. So eventually like it's very easy to find a way to win.
Happy days. I don't think we need to see Chris's sideboard. We kind of all know what Rakdos done.
Yeah.
We'll go back down to the matchup now because I'm sure they're going to be very close to kicking off that game at number 3. Looks like we are looking at our opening hand here. And a mulligan for Chris here. And we are off to the races. We're starting with a turn
Not
one
a thought,
oven.
please. Just an oven.
There's retraction. Okay, we've got a lot of people watching. We've got people watching in Australia. We've got people watching in New York, Buffalo. We've got people watching in Yaren 4. Know what that is?
No idea.
That is a Star Wars reference. North Pole, Germany, Florida, Texas. Welcome, everybody, wherever you are watching from. This is the European Regional Championships, where we are looking to crown a winner. We're looking for someone to walk into Chicago in February, calling themselves the European champion. And they're going to get for the trouble 2 of these trophies in front of us. And 2 players in this top 8 are going to gain themselves World Championship invites. Of course, they've all already won a bunch of money and Pro Tour slots for Chicago, but it can get a little bit sweeter for 2 more players. Which one of these 2 is going to advance themselves into the semi-finals? Is it going to be Chris Larson on the right of the screen on Rakdos Sakphos, or is it going to be Samuel Estrada on a 5-color combo?
Yeah, turn 2. You're deadly disputing away your Witch's Oven. It just means that Chris really doesn't have a great hand and has to build up something here. Where Samuel goes for the turn 2 Keenan. Also adds a Paradise Druid.
So explosive at times, isn't it?
Very explosive, yeah. The Keenan just powering out.
Colligan's command.
Very nice.
Let's go. This is one of my favorite commands, I think, out of the cycle that was printed. Obviously, this is quite a lot more play now.
Yeah, it takes care of not just the Keenan, but also the Mox Amber. A nice 2-for-1 there. And I see Bring to Light. I see Luca.
We can cast Bring to Light this
Yeah,
turn. We can
tracks in
cast
hand. No,
Luca.
just needs 1 mana. It's just probably going to see a Yorion go into the hand for Samuel, I assume. It takes 1. Still no pressure on the board, so he still has a bit of time.
Yeah, just setting up. You smell a little bit of weakness going over on Chris's side. That's a Fable the Mirror Breaker off the top.
Yeah, we already have our first semi-finalist, by the way.
Who've we got?
Like Adrian Inigo Tastet has already defeated Martin Klimushko.
And what deck is he playing?
I think Inigo's playing Lotus Field.
I'll just double check.
Combo.
Correct.
Yep, so he defeated Martin, who was on Enigmatic Fires.
Yeah, Enigmatic Fires. Unfortunately, a little bit of spice in the top 8 has died at the first hurdle, but get to take a big chunk of money away with you, plus the experiences, and you'll get to see each other again in Chicago. Which one of these 2 players is going to join him, having to watch on the sidelines? Which one of these 2 is going to be in our feature match next round playing for a world invite? You have to stick around to find out.
Yeah, there's the Fable of the Mirror Breaker with a Goblin Shaman token alongside it, and just a land there. Not a land there for Samuele, but Samuele has a Sylvan Caryatid. So if Chris Larson doesn't find a response for those mana creatures, next turn we're going to see a Luca into an Atraxa.
That's another land off the top, but we can discard it 2, draw up to 2. Looks like he's moved 2 already in his mind. Fatal Push and a land.
Draws another Fable and a land. Not the greatest cards here. Gets a treasure. Caryatid, no fear. Runs in front of the Goblin Shaman.
With Hexproof, it's
Sylvan Caryatid. What a card. I love it.
But we tap in 2 mana here. It's going to be another Deadly Dispute. We're going to try and go a few cards deeper, try and hit some sort of hand disruption, maybe a Thoughtseize or Duress.
Another Fable.
Another Fable. Look at these beautiful tokens. What?
We're going to see a Bloodtide Harvester. It is.
So I think Chris is basically his plan is: do you have it? I'm applying pressure. If you've got it, there's a good, I don't think I can beat it. But if you don't have it, there's a good chance I can try and turn open sideways and get there.
I like that one card that is in a different sleeve, which is the Yorion. But now we're going to see 5 mana, takes 1 damage here, goes for the. We can go for Luca. Yeah.
And
those minus.
Only one target we can hit here, right?
Yeah, but I think he already has 2 Atraxas in his hand. That's the third one.
He was only 2 cards away from drawing that one as well. So Luca, it's obviously the tick down ability we're using here, where we can exile type creature you control, and then let me just find the rest of the text on it. Exile target creature you control, then reveal cards from the top of your library into a reveal creature card with higher converted mana cost. The only creature, of course, in the deck with higher converted mana cost is Atraxa herself.
Not the best.
Put that card into the battlefield.
No Mox Amber, I don't think. He's already likes the Plaza of Heroes. He has.
What we got there? Bring to light, creature, sorcery, planeswalker. It's still going to be 4 cards in hand, right?
Yeah, so we're going to go for Tyvar, the second one. Still Bring to Light as a sorcery. And a creature still. So either Fae of Wishes or a Paradise Druid. Someone took actually quite a bit of damage now between the mana confluence, right? And now he's actually facing the 2 Goblin Shamans and Bloodtide Harvester.
You can take a bit of damage though once you've got a 7/7 life link on the battlefield.
Yeah, there needs to be he needs to find a solution to the Atraxa as well, right? So it's a big roadblock there for Chris Larson. But if there's maybe something like
it's a 1-outer. It's a 1-out. That's all he's got. He's got 1 chance of getting this on his side of the battlefield, and then if he's got a way to sacrifice. Other than that.
So he flips one of the Fables. And now has the second one. Discards 2 more lands to the Chapter 2.
Fable Push, and Thoughtseize.
I don't think he's fully out of this one yet, but the Atraxa is a huge problem for him.
Yeah, I think he's got a turn or 2.
I think Samuel forgot to discard hand size. I think he had 8 cards in his hand. I think Judd reminded me that he needs to discard. So he discarded one of the Bring to Lights because he has another one in his hand.
That's fine. Easy fix. Nothing affected on the board.
Don't think there was any malicious intent there.
Okay, we're going to fire off this Thoughtseize, have a little look. Might not like what we see.
Big selection available. So there's Retraction Healing, 2 Atraxas, Yorion, Bring to Light, Fae of Wishes, and a Tyvar. The Bring to Light hits the bin.
Makes sense. Obviously, that can pretty much cast
he could,
any spell in our deck.
Yeah, that could be, for example, something like Witch's Vengeance, saying Goblin.
Oh, yeah, that'd be bad.
That
would
be pretty nasty. But I think someone has quite a few options still.
Well, we can get the mana draw off the battlefield. There you go. Fatal push there, but we are definitely fighting an uphill battle. I wonder if there's any way. I think we literally have to be able to find
Fable the Harvester enough times to get up to 4 bloods, and then hope to.
I suppose, yeah. But Retraction here is going to stop that. It's going to stop that in its tracks. It's going to be pretty rough. I think we just have to have a Furnace Reigns off the top to steal the Atraxa and then have a way to sacrifice it to really be in a chance of taking down this game number 3. There it is on the screen for you. It is just obviously a classic 3-mana steal effect. You get this in most standard sets when they're printed here. You always have a slight
act of treason.
Yeah, a slight upside on this one. You either get yourself a treasure token for your trouble, which is exactly what Chris wants to be doing, sacrificing permanents, winning against Mayhem Devils down. I guess there's a real weird small line that potentially a Mayhem Devil and enough triggers in one turn could fire down the Atraxa, but
sure,
it's going to be pretty hard.
So now
ticking up
plus is Luca.
Both of us having to have a look, see what that plus is again. Plus is exile the top 3 cards of your library. Creature cards exile this way. You may cast this card from exile as long as you control a planeswalker called Luca.
Well, exile Rona and Lana Elves. He also has the Tyvar in hand. Just misses the Mox Amber for the combo.
3 Mox Ambers in the 95. Oh no, wrong. There's 4. There's one in the board for the Khan.
With Fae of Wishes.
And Khan, right?
Hmm?
And the Khan.
Yeah, of course. But can't fetch the Helix. It can fetch the Mox. Fae of Wishes can get any of those. In the sideboard, of course.
Having a little thick through.
Yeah, he has a lot of. Samuel has a lot of cards, and a lot of options in his hand. I mean, he's still in
Exactly.
pretty
He's in the
comfortably.
driver's seat, right? He's thinking, how can I lose this game?
Exactly.
It's mine to lose here. I've got all the tools I need. Haven't got all the tools to go infinite or do some sort of crazy combo, but I do have an Atraxa on the battlefield, and
He
that
also
is a
has
7/7.
Yorion in his hand. In theory, he could play it and blink Atraxa as well, get even more stuff in his hand. But he is in the driver's seat now.
I
Was
suppose
able to do his Luca thing.
we've attacked this turn already, haven't we?
Yes.
Yeah,
He's up to 23. That's why.
So if we do play the Yori in this turn, as you said, that would be lethal in
Yes,
the
correct.
air.
Yeah.
Does have the Fair Wishes, as you were speaking about, can go and find something from the sideboard if need to, but it looks like we're just passing the turn back.
Interesting.
Okay, Chris, what can we do here? Big draw step. That was a claim the firstborn, I believe. Not exactly what we need. We do need a steal effect, just not that one. Fable flips. We do now have an active Fable, remember?
Yeah, double. There's some Fable shenanigans that are available to Chris here. Remember, if you copy Fable with a Fable at the end of turn,
You make lots of
you
Fables.
get another one. You can have as many. Can make as many as you have mana available to you, and then try to maybe go for like a big attack. But it's with the Traxa being there, like sitting in front of him, it's going to be difficult.
Does Plaza give it indestructible and hexproof? Yeah, hexproof. So he can't even be stealed, right? Like he knows that there's only one out for Chris realistically, and if we can keep this Plaza up, give it hexproof. There's no way of targeting it. We're going to be able to ride
That's
this.
why he kept
Traxa
Hey,
to
that's why
victory.
Samuel just kept his mana open because he has that Plaza at his disposal. I'm surprised he didn't at least try to play like in Llanowar or something similar. Okay, he's going to copy the Bloodtide Harvester. He has one Reflection of Kiki-Jiki that is active. The other one is still summoning sick.
Samuel's having a little think. Do I want to do something like bounce it, or how much does this affect? What does this do? Obviously, Chris realistically after extra blood tokens, because he does generate enough of these, then the blood ties will be able to take down the Atraxa, but he is only going to have 2 turns to try and do that. Of course, 11 life is a 2 clock swing. 2 cards in hand. Big grip for Samuel on the left of your screen. This is the top 8 of the regional championships of Europe. 3 games. 3-game victories before you can call yourself the champion of Europe. Who are you rooting for, chat? Let's get some 1s in the chat if you want Rakdos Sacrifice on the right of your screens to win. 2s in the chat if you want 5-color combo to win. Where's your money at? What flavors you want? Let's have a little look. See, where does your allegiance lie?
Okay, so -4/-4.
Making it a 3-3.
Okay, that's the results. I'm like, okay, now -4/-4 again. Now here comes the Plaza of Heroes.
I'm not sure if Chris seen that or just
He was just
had to force it.
Maybe he was just thinking like, yo, he has to miss it.
Yeah, that's
His hand is not very good. Just claim to firstborn and a fatal push.
not ideal. Kind of really played into Samuel's hand there.
I feel like that was
the
really,
battlefield.
really desperate. I think he could have tried to play a little bit slower here.
Now we can start cycling these blood tokens. Claim firstborn, going to the graveyard.
Find
That
the Croxa.
If I say, was a Cruxer?
Not good on this sort of board.
Cruxer and a trigger, no, can't come back from it that way.
Yeah. Like, to be fair, it wasn't really an easy position. Even if Chris tried to play it slow here with those harvesters, like, he really would get anywhere. He just dies in the 2 swings anyway to the Atraxa.
Mayhem Devil, it was the card drawn from the blood
Not a
token.
bad card.
Can he generate enough next turn to get Atraxa off the battlefield? Not entirely sure, and even if he does do that, there's multiple in hand that can still be cast later on down the line. Samuel will be at 30 life once this Atraxa. It doesn't even turn, doesn't even swing, it just fuds. Of course, because it has a vigilance. This cannot block it because it doesn't have flying.
Cheekily, like,
a
small little 7. Gain 7.
Now what we're going to do?
Now what? That's the big
Access to
question.
4
What's-
mana.
No more. I don't think he has land in his hand.
Nope.
Has
I
to
mean, like,
decide- he
Chris
still
can
have
deal
those
with the
creatures that he can play exiled with Luca. He still hasn't used the ability of Luca either. Maybe he can start unloading some spells. So I think we're gonna see a Tyvar. I don't think life totals have been updated yet.
No, I'm pretty sure someone should be at 30 life. Tyvar is going to come down here. It's going to mill top 3. We're going to put a creature of red may cost 2 or less into the battlefield.
There we go.
We've only got 2 of them to choose from. We're going to go with the one that produces mana.
Paradise Druid comes back.
Now what we got? Are we going to play this Elvish Mystic from underneath Luca, or are we going to play the one from hand potentially? Take 1 damage from the Mana Confluence.
He can afford it. He's on 30.
Yeah, like, you know,
Play the Llanowar Remember, both Llanowar and Paradise Druid can be used right away thanks to the Tyvar. Plays another Llanowar, like an Elvish Mystic.
combo.
Plus
Combo.
this, finds the Sylvan Caryatid. Now he can use the
2.
Paradise Druid to play the Sylvan Caryatid.
Jesus,
Because
this
he's
looks
showing,
great.
yeah, it says you may activate abilities of creatures you control as though these creatures had haste. That was a really explosive turn again here for Samuel. Even if Chris Larson finds a way to deal with the Atraxa, I'm sure the card advantage over this game, there could be just another Atraxa come in the next turn, and also threatening a combo right away. But maybe Chris can do some magic.
It's going to have to do something. It's going to have to be pretty exciting.
Triple Mayhem Devil, attack with the Goblin Shamans. I can see it. I can try to see a comeback here. There's a 1 Mayhem Devil.
1, 2. So we double copy. We attack with both goblins. We produce 2 treasure tokens. We sack 1 treasure token, deals 3.
3, yeah.
Sack the other one, deals 3. We've got another treasure token on the battlefield.
That's
That's
9.
a 9.
So you can deal 7 to the Atraxa, 1 to Paradise Druid, 1 to Llanowar. And
I suppose we could make 3 Mayhem Devils.
yeah, you can also, in theory, like wait
Doesn't
for his
look like he's
opponent's
gonna
turn
do-
as well.
I'm pretty sure I want to be making Mayhem Devils because at least I can still attack with them.
Mhm.
I can get both these Planeswalkers off the battlefield.
The problem is that Chris knows that even if he mows down this sort of board, there's more Atraxas coming. He has to find a way possibly to deal with the Tyvar as well.
I think he's got the resources that he could do this, right? So if we,
I mean, he can have a big turn. I'll leave it up to him how he decides to play it because it's I think he's going to take his time really trying to figure out what he wants to do here.
yeah, like I think he's got the resources, but how is he going to be able to deploy them if he does? It's going to be very tight on mana, on the treasure tokens, on the combat math.
Yeah.
And he's decided first I'm going to start off with attacking with both of these,
Yeah, attack.
generating 2 more treasure tokens.
So blocks just 1 with the Sylvan Caryatid.
Says they're both going to
They
be
both
going
attacking Tyvar. Okay,
Okay.
sure. He's trying to bait Samuel into blocking with his Atraxa.
Now what?
Doesn't bite here. So he's
1.
gonna copy the Mayhem Devil. Yep.
Is that- Wait a second.
Wait 1 second. In
Oh
response.
no! It doesn't have haste anymore because Tyvar went to the graveyard.
Yeah, you can't tap it anymore because the Tyvar's gone after
Is this-
combat.
this the
Samuel
break
Estratic
Chris
forgot
needs?
about that.
Is this going to come back and haunt him? Tap,
Yeah, some
tap, copy,
small
copy.
misstep. Yeah, no Tyvar on the battlefield anymore. Now he's gonna make a copy of the Mayhem Devil. He's gonna make another copy of the Mayhem Devil. Yeah, and now, oh look, Samuel is like,
I don't think we're still not in a terrible place.
Yeah.
But we have give Chris an out. It's going to take all these treasure tokens to get the Atraxa off the battlefield, and we can get 2 of the mana dorks off. That would leave him with 6 mana, unable to cast another Atraxa.
So he sacrificed 2 treasures and he deals 6 to Atraxa. So sacrifices another treasure, so that's the 7 damage. He has 2 more damage left to divide.
It's got to be the 2 mana dorks. You know about the Atraxas in hand.
Yeah, I think he knows about 1.
I'm pretty sure he knows about both.
Hmm?
I'm pretty sure he knows about both
Yeah, he
of them for the
probably
Vortices.
likely has no. But if he mows down all those mana creatures from Samuel Ellis' side, it would be an issue. So still 2 more damage to divide from the Mayhem Devil copies. And he also has a bunch of mana also left, so gonna go.
1, 2.
Is this the big swing? Is this the big turnaround? I can
It'd
can
be a heck
feel
of a
the
turnaround if it
momentum.
was. But if we just rip a land here and play another Traxxas, I think that might just be too much.
No, but doesn't have that much mana to do it.
Three mana, let's
He
play
uses the
for
mana to
treasures.
get he gets back the Giganta.
Copies are going to go end of turn. That's another 2 damage, remember? So 1 here and 1 here.
Yep.
Open deck list. So Chris is fully aware that there's only 3 Atraxas in the list. 2 are in hand. 1 has been dealt with. So the Luca tick down doesn't do too much.
What he's explained, at end of turn, there's 2 triggers that are happening where you have to sacrifice the copies. So the first one triggers, and you still get 2 pings with the Mayhem Devil, and the second one you get 1. So it worked out this way. Look at that, just a Sylvan Carrier
wasn't a
tip.
land.
Not a land, yeah, just a. Yeah, and he can he can untap and do it all again, right? Untap, get
Jeez.
those 2 Mayhem Devils. I mean, 29 life is still quite a bit. Now someone has
Chris
to
is
think.
sitting up in his seat now a little bit more than he was a couple of moments ago. It's going to be huge. But, how does kind of making these like a minor mistake there that obviously kind of get a little bit punished for, how does this affect you, especially with all the pressure, stress, 9 rounds of Magic, or no, 15 rounds of Magic played so far this weekend. You need to bounce back from that, right?
I'll be a bit honest if you rewind the situation back. Even if he had blocked with the Atraxa, like the Goblin Shaman, to make his Tyvar survive, it would then had taken 2 damage. So even if he went for the Retraction Helix play that we saw there, there was still a moment where Chris could respond by activating the other reflection of Kiki-Jiki and still got him to do some of the shenanigans and didn't have to shoot Atraxa suddenly for 7, just for 5. Right? It still would have played out in a way that I don't think Samuel was particularly favored.
Okay, here's 4 mana. Are we going to cast Bay of Wishes?
Okay.
Bay of Wishes, remember,
Heating Needle on the reflections of Kiki-Jiki. Okay.
and we know that the one way of getting that off the battlefield, the Colligan's command is gone, right? Doesn't that cast get cursed earlier on in the game? Or was that game number 2 and I'm mistaken?
So Pithing Needle turns off the reflection of Kiki-Jiki plus his Luca to get a couple more creatures available there. And we still have the Fae of Wishes on an adventure there, just hidden a little bit under the playmat.
So Giganta and Fatal Push in hand. Big draw step for Chris. Just
The
another
land.
land.
He's a big board. Cannot make copies of Mayhem Devil, but still has 2 Goblin Shamans, and the Mayhem Devil has a long way to go. But once he swings with everything, it could be just like 2-turn clock.
Well, this is 11 damage on the board currently.
And combined with the Mayhem Devil triggers as well from the treasure and why he also has like a Ramineb Ruins among his lands as well. Yeah. So attacks with 4 creatures.
9 to face, 2 to Luca.
Yep.
2 treasure tokens made. 5 mana left for the turn. Land drop Giganta.
4 takes 1 for the Ramineb Ruins.
Oh, Cruxer from
Crux
the graveyard. Okay.
Interesting.
This can be a clock.
Yeah, it's a big.
Trax is getting discarded. I think that's my favorite art for Epiphany as well, just throwing it out there.
Of course it is. Let's see what Samuel Strata can do. He just
Another
took a
Ronin off the top.
huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, Ronin off the top there.
Yeah, that's not really what he wants, though. I mean,
No,
he has
it
the
isn't.
Helix. Maybe he can play Yorion. We'll have to take another damage.
Is Chris about to come back? Is Chris
would be
pulling
one
us
of
in
the
jaws
biggest-
of death?
One of the biggest comebacks I've ever seen in such a competitive setting.
It's huge. It's huge if he can do this, but not over yet. Still a lot of
Yeah.
life total to go.
You were like, there's no way for the deck to deal with the Atraxa. And
there
Chris
wasn't.
found a way.
He found a way. That's why he sat there in that top 8 and I'm not. That man is an absolute genius, but remember who made him good at Magic?
Not you.
Okay. A lot of Magic play. Samuel needs to recover here. We're going to start off with Yorion. We're going to flicker.
Yeah, that's going to
Basically,
bleeding a little bit here. Is able to exile the Sylvan Carrier at the end of turn. He's gonna get the
get his
ultimate
land.
a trigger again,
That's what he needs.
but that's end of step, so he wasn't able to play the land there.
Now there's a blocker. Big draw step, land, not what Chris is after.
He still has those. It's still going to be a huge attack there for Chris.
It is going to be a huge attack.
I'm just wondering,
but
like,
he is dead on the backswing, remember.
True.
So we've got 4 tokens. We generate another 2. Chris needs a way to sacrifice something.
Well, I think Chris will have enough enough mana to deal with the Yorion here. He's going to have 4 treasure tokens, so that's 4 damage. He also has a Ramineb Ruins.
The
so he can
ruins.
sacrifice the ruins itself to get another trigger. But I think
Jeez.
so he sacrificed 2 treasures, sacrifices the
That ruins. I've seen him twice. That's 2 games in a row now. I've seen this round of ruins come really relevant for Chris
Yeah.
in this deck. That's
I
so
just explained
huge.
that. Okay, I'm sacking 2 treasures to get 2 red mana. I'm putting all the damage on the Yorion. You two, yep. So the Ramineb Ruin also deals some damage itself. Now, once he attacks with the creatures, he gets 2 treasures from the Goblin Shamans, finishes off the Yorion, gets the Croxa trigger as well. There we go.
Like you just discard. Yep, discard.
Starts
Don't take any
Rona.
damage
Yeah,
from
it's
that. You can
easy
move
one
to
to
block.
discard.
That's how much damage is that? 9. 1, 2, 3, 4,
he has
5,
to-
6.
might have to chump block.
15 coming.
15 coming. He's on 16, so.
That's
so
if we don't chump the Croxa. If we chump the Croxa, it's going to be
Chris
less.
Larson, you utter Danish magician.
Absolute master. And
Incredible.
of course, if we block the Croxa here, then that's one of our mana sources out, and we're low on mana. There's a mana confluence on the other side doing damage to us.
Yeah, similar recognized that he probably needed to survive, but he can't afford to take the damage here. He's gonna go
That's
down.
11 points, dropping to 5.
Yeah, and we
My word,
draws
Chris
Plaza
Larson.
of Heroes.
Oh
That's
my
it.
word! No way. He managed to take that one down. Congratulations, Chris Larson, getting himself into the top 4. What did we just witness?
Yeah, like we thought like he had no way to deal with tracks. We thought he's like already throwing the game away by
yeah.
piling on Bloodtide Harvesters on Atraxas. And he still found a way thanks to Reflections of Kiki
literally
GP,
got
copying
goosebumps.
Mayhem Devils.
That is crazy.
Great comeback from
That
Chris
is an
Larson.
amazing comeback. That is one for the highlight reel, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I'm going to check. Do we have a backup feature match?
We should do. I think
I'm
they're
getting the head shake. No, we don't.
okay.
Looks like they're still backing up, but we've got some results of how they're doing currently, though. What? By the way, what's it? I don't know where to start on that. How do you break that down? I genuinely was like, Chris has got no more outs. He's done for. How is he going to deal with 7? There was a real niche line that he needs to have multiple Mayhem Devons, got the Mayhem Devils, able to turn them on, make more ones, deal with it in one turn, and then got there.
What is a niche line to you? Was
It's
an
easy
automatic
for Chris.
easy play for Chris
Easy
Larson.
Chris.
Remember, he's top back-to-back top 8 competitor here in Pioneer. He knows this deck in and out. He knows the limits, and he played to those limits. So let's hope we can show the top 8, the top 8 graphic.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get, at least talk through who is going to be in it. I think they're looking to see if they can move.
Yeah, we
the
already have
picture
a
match
couple of
around.
results. So if you can show the top 8 graphic, that would be great, so that we can at least have something to talk about.
I do have an update on one of the back tables. Sam Ralph is 1 game up currently.
Maybe some more updates. We'll see. We're getting all of our staff trying to show us as much magic as possible.
Yeah, they're running around in the background, but I'll remind you, everybody, what's happened so far this weekend. We did start yesterday with 675 players battling it out to try and get into day number 2. They needed a 6-3 record or better. Today we invited back 162 players. Those 162 players have whittled it down to the final 8, and we're trying to whittle those 8 down to the final 4, so we can see who is going to be playing off to get a world invite. I'm getting a thumbs up from my team behind.
Yeah.
That would potentially move someone
Going to
across.
see one of those
to
players fighting for Worlds and the championship here. So let's see if we
That's
can
what we
go
want.
to our match. We'll figure out who it is.
Here we go.
Oh, okay. I think we're in game 3
Game
here.
3. Abzan Greasefang versus Gruul Vehicles.
Oh,
And it's-
right on time per Helion.
Let's get that one on the screen if you're all okay. This is a 14, is it 14 or 13 point life swing? I think it's a 5/5 itself, generates 2, 4, 4 angels. So that is a 13 point life swing coming across. Of course, the vehicle will get returned to hand, but the angels do stick around.
Exactly.
This is not looking good for Joseph on the left of your
Yeah,
screen.
I mean, we saw these Gruul Vehicles decks do some crazy shenanigans with Voldar and Thrill Seekers and other cards, but now there's still, I think I see a...
I see a skyboat in the graveyard
yeah,
as well.
I think it's just a little bit too late.
I got a question for you. This is Parhelion 2. What's Parhelion 1?
Oh, you don't want to know.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. That's
Just
the one
wait
that
for
didn't make the
Parhelion
cut.
3.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it'll come out in Modern Horizons 3. Who knows?
There's
No,
the-
that is the handshake taking it down. Lars advancing on Abzan Greasefang. He's moving to our top 4. Unfortunately for Joseph, it does fall short, but does have an invite to the Pro Tour in Chicago and a bunch of money to go with it. I'm pretty sure we've got no more people in our feature match.
I mean, it's probably like maybe Sam Rolfe is still playing, I assume, because we know we have the winners. So we have Chris Larson on Ragdoll Sacrifice making it through. We then have we just saw Lars Henrik Vack to make it into the top 4 as well.
What side of the bracket are then? Is that going to be a match, or are we waiting to see who the winners?
No, they were 1-8 against 2-7, so they're on the other side of the brackets.
Okay.
So I think we're going to see Inigo Tastes is going to play. So yeah, there we have the bracket there. So we're going to see Adrian Inigo Tasted on Lotus Field against Chris Larson. And then we're going to see Lars Henrik Vark against Sam Rolfe or Alessandro Cecconi. We don't really know what the result is.
Yeah,
but we'll figure it out soon enough. I assume we don't have any more matches left.
No, I don't think.
So I think we're going to get ready for the semifinals soon. So
yeah, that is going to be it for this round. We've got no more we can possibly bring you, though, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. We just gave you an absolute treat with that game. Out of
Yeah,
all
that
the
was
4
great.
matches, I'll be very surprised if any of them came down to nail-biting, flip it on your head decision like Chris Larson just gave us. So, my name is Will Hall. That is Matej Zatlkaj. That is going to be the end of the quarterfinals, and then we're going to move on to the semis back to back. So make sure you stick around for more high-level Pioneer action here in Lille, France. See you all soon.
Welcome, Alia and Martin here, and now we are playing the semifinals of this Legacy European Championship. We are ready right now.
Yeah, let's go to the semifinals. We have a match for you between Christopher Larsen. Okay. These are these are both the semifinals. So we have a match for you between Christopher Larsen on Ragdos Sacrifice and Adrian Inigo Tested, who is playing the Lotus Field combo. That's going to be the main feature match, the match number 1. And then we have Sam Rolf on the Lotus Field combo against Lars Henrik Vark playing Absent Greasefang, and that's going to be the backup feature match. They have instructions to make sure that they stop the match when one player is up a game, so we're going to be able to catch the rest of that match later on. But right now we can move on to the first match and we can start because I think the players actually already started. I'm getting the information that Chris mulliganed to 4 this game, which is very unfortunate. At the same time, this is a matchup where he probably wants to mulligan into a faster hand. He doesn't really want removal spells. He wants to find cards like Thoughtseize. Adrian already resolved a turn to Sylvan Scrying, so he is going to have access to Lotus Field.
Arboreal Grazer. Well, Block's Harvester is hitting, and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker for Christopher Larsen. Adrian is drawing with this so good lands for Lotus Field combo in this deck. This is playing the semifinals.
Grazer is a card you want to have in your opening hand. Obviously, Lotus is the most important card, but Grazer just allows you to play Lotus already on turn 2. It blocks against the aggressive decks. So despite looking very innocent, just at 1 mana 0/3, it actually is probably the second most important card in the deck right after the Lotus. When it comes to the opening hand, obviously.
2 blue mana.
We're probably going to see Chris playing pretty fast because he does have a flight at 9, which is 3 hours from now. That sounds like a lot of time, but he is flying out of Brussels, so he still needs to drive 2 hours to that airport.
Need to be fast. So, okay. 2 Lotus. Drawing card. Digging in the deck.
And remember that we have 2 Worlds invites on the line. This is the top 4. The top 2 qualifies directly to the World Championship. All the players already picked up a qualification slot for the Pro Tour in Chicago in February.
Absolutely. Congratulations of these 24 players qualify for this PT Chicago. Bye-bye, Harvester. And Chandra is in the game. Christopher Larsen, hurry up, hurry up. Untap.
I think if Chris misses his flight and wins the match, he's going to be pretty happy. I think either way, he's going to be happy. He's had a great weekend, making back-to-back top 8s right now in the top 4 with the World's qualification on the line. So even if he has to, buy another flight, I think he's going to be fine. Lotus Field, definitely the deck of the tournament. We have 2 in the top 4. At some point, I remember looking at the standings in round 13, maybe round 14, there were 5 Lotus Field decks in the top 16. We had one Italian player, I believe, who started 11-0 and then lost his next 4 matches, unfortunately. So lots of Lotus Fields in the top 16. And yeah, Adrian, just really quick draw. Chandra on turn 3, I believe, and Christopher just backs it up. Mulligan to 4. Not a lot of resources to work with, so with that flight in mind, he says, let's just go to game 2,
Well, that was so fast. Let's go to the sideboard.
All right, so Adrian, with his Lotus Field deck, what is he going to bring in against Ragdos Sacrifice? Let's take a look at the sideboard. So you can expect Chris to most likely take out the removal spells. So cards like Fatal Push, cards like Claim the Firstborn are probably going to go out. That said, this is not a matchup where I believe Adrian really needs to sideboard all that much. He is already pretty well set up against Chris's deck, so he might bring in the second Chandra. He might bring in a Dragon Lord Dramoka. I'm not sure if the sweepers are really all that important. Maybe on the draw you want to bring them in so you can kill a Mayhem Devil and a couple of other creatures. On the draw it sounds reasonable. On the play I think I would like to be more proactive. But these Lotus players typically sideboard in some extra win conditions against all these decks with Thoughtseize so that they have more individually powerful cards. So let's take a look at Christopher's deck now because he's going to be the one that really gets to upgrade his deck after sideboard a lot more. If you look at his main deck, 4 Fatal Push, 3 Claim the Firstborn, 1 Furnace Reigns. These cards don't really do anything against the Lotus Field deck. So Chris is going to be bringing in those Goblang. He's going to be bringing in that Duress. Unlicensed Hearse is going to come in as well to exile the cards from the graveyard so they can be flashed back with Leer or targeted with Balagad Recovery, for example. Reckoner Bankbuster, not great. It's pretty slow, but you can still cast it on turn 2 and then use Mayhem Devil or Bloodtide Harvester on turn 3, crew it and attack. So I believe that is going to come in as well. Obnixilus also sounds pretty reasonable because you don't really want to have all these removal spells. So we'll see what Christopher does, but the discard spells and the unlicensed Hearse are definitely coming in.
The players are still sideboarding. This is a very important matchup because this is the semifinal for this European Championship. Today will we know the regional championship champion and the 2 players will we go to the Worlds and the top 24 players qualifies for the next PT in Chicago. Whoa. Look that piles. The fast piles.
I believe Adrian mentioned that this is going to be his first Pro Tour. Chris obviously already a Pro Tour regular. He already played a bunch of Pro Tours, but every time you come back, it's always nice to see all the familiar faces and try to take another shot at top 8ing the Pro Tour, winning the Pro Tour, maybe qualifying for Worlds. So both players definitely very, very excited.
Absolutely. Adrian is a Spanish player with very excited by the Magic the Gathering this is so young, and he is knowing Magic right now. And Christopher Larsen is a classic player of all the PTs and GPs for alone.
Yeah, Chris has a lot of very, very good results. Very strong player. But he is definitely disadvantaged in the matchup. He did have a great matchup playing for the top 8 when he got paired against the mono red player where the Witches Oven combo with Cauldron Familiar. That was definitely at its best. Now on the ropes, 1 game down.
Let's go to see these hands. Whoa, mulligan for Christopher Larsen. Down to 6. And Adrian hands looks keepable. This is the first semifinals, but we have one more table. Another 2 players battling for the first and the 4th to play in the finals. Well, Simscape Christopher Larson is thinking about the card to cut.
Yeah, this is not a matchup where you need card quantity. You need the specific cards. You need the cards that can actually disrupt your opponent. You're not gonna, win the game by playing Cauldron Familiars and Unlucky Witnesses and attacking for one. You need the cards like Thoughtseize. You need the cards like Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You need something aggressive. You need Bloodtide Harvester, maybe that Reckoner Bankbuster if it made it into Christopher's deck. So he's definitely going to be trying to find an aggressive hand.
Why show Christopher Larson the card?
I'm not sure. He just,
I know.
he just likes to sometimes do fun things.
Reconner. Not a fast card. Espion. And Christopher Larsen is draw a card, playing land, and playing a Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Okay, so unfortunately that is a 2-power creature, so he's not going to be able to crew the Bankbuster. Relatively slow draw. At least Chris does have some proactive cards, so depending on Adrian's hand, we're going to be able to tell you on this turn how it's looking for Chris. If Adrian has a Lotus Field, float some mana. Wow, actually just
Ooh.
plays another Thespian stage, so not a great draw for Adrian here, who used that impulse hoping to find Lotus Field, but it was not in the top 4, 5, 6 cards so far. This is the second game. Both players sideboarded. Adrian up 1-0.
Yes, the first one was so fast. Okay. Harvester, creating a blood token, and crewing this Reconner, attacking for 6. Adrian is right now in 14 lives.
If you are interested in the deck list, you can head over to MTG Melee, and the deck list should already be public. This was an open deck list event, so you can already check out everybody's deck. So Chris attacks for 5, plays a cat. At the end of the turn, Adrian is using Thespian Stage to copy one of Christopher's lands.
He copy a black pathway land. Ooh, this is a Lotus Field. This is the draw of this turn for Adrian. Math is for combo too. Adrian is thinking about the numbers of the mana. Look, that cut on the Christopher game table. Waiting for a oven, for example. Lotus Field. Lotus Field.
Oh wow, there it is.
Trigger, adding to mana and maybe discontinuity. Absolutely, yes.
So Adrian uses Discontinuity on his own turn. That makes it 4 mana cheaper, so it only costs 2. Plays the Lotus Field, puts the trigger on the stack, ends the turn. That basically counters the trigger. So now he's up to 6 mana sources, passes the turn back to Christopher saying, well, what do you have in play? 3, 4, 7 damage coming in. That's probably not gonna kill me. So I'm just gonna use the Discontinuity now, effectively tap out, and see what you can do on your turn.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker flip. Very good table with creatures for Christopher Larsen. He can push with a lot of damage this turn. Another Fable, creating a Goblin Shaman token. Crewing this Recorner, attacking for 10 damage. And Adrian is in 3 lives, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
He
Adrian down
needs.
to 3, but
Look, that double
is
oven.
is Christopher gonna be able to find lethal double oven? That means 2 cat triggers coming back. That would only put Adrian to 1, so he has to pass the turn and hope that he is not dead. So let's see, does Adrian have it?
Come on, Adrian. Let's go to draw cards. You need to survive this turn to win this turn.
Yeah, so what Adrian
Whoa.
can do is he, he's just deciding to play it out, with his cards face up, telling Christopher, "This is what I have."
Okay.
So if he has discontinuity, he can use that as basically another time walk. He can also try to go off, having the Lotus Field. He could try to activate the second stage, turn it into a Lotus. If he has hidden strings, he untaps both of the Lotus Fields. That can give him 7 mana. He also has a land drop available this turn.
Okay.
Oh, it is actually true that no, discontinuity is not a time walk. It's Chris does have the Katanovan combo in play, so he would be able to put Adrian down to 1 at the end of Adrian's turn and then untap. And even if Adrian casts discontinuity, Chris can always respond by using the oven and bringing the cat back. So Adrian does have to win right here on the spot. This is the last turn he's gonna get this game.
Adding mana for sure with this Lotus Field. Wait, we need to think. We need to think a lot of possibilities. We see you. This is the land of this turn. Okay, 3 more mana with this Lotus Field.
This is I don't envy Christopher's position, just sitting out there, unable to do anything. All right, do your thing. This kind of reminds me of the X Pro Tour, when Stan Cifka won with the second Sunrise deck, and we saw a
Yeah.
lot of these games where the other person basically just wrote F6 on a piece of paper and and could pretty much just leave the table. Yeah, do your thing. Start doing some game actions and tell me if I'm dead.
1 green mana. This will say you. Blue. Dark Petition. Looking for a card. Could be no, Chandra. The Liar.
Yeah, Lear with hidden strings and a lot of instants in the graveyard. I think Adrian should have it. If he has enough mana to play it and still have 2 mana left over for the hidden strings, then he's going to be in a really, really good spot. Yeah, Lear 2 floating. That is not a coincidence. Cast the hidden strings, untap 2 Lotuses. So he's down to 0 mana in pool, but has 2 untapped Lotus Fields now.
Flashback.
So pour over the pages with 2 Lotuses effectively nets you 1 mana. So you draw 3 cards, discard something, plus 1 mana in your mana pool. I think Adrian still needs to discard a card. There we go.
Okay. Discard a land. And 1 Balagad Recovery in hand. Needed to go through the combo with Chandra.
If you're in this position, playing the Lotus Field combo, you just want to make sure you don't mess up. Even though, Chris can't really do anything, everybody's looking at you. Okay, do you have it? Just take your time, make sure you execute your combo properly and you don't mess anything up, because you really don't want to do that when you have the World's qualification on the line.
Impulse from the graveyard. He can draw one of these cards. This is another hidden strings. And adding more and more mana. Hidden strings to flashback on top. Whoa, this is
So Adrian was able to get so much mana that he can just hard cast Omniscience, and now it's gonna be a lot easier for him to go off. Sylvan's crying.
omniscience, making all the spells from the hand of Adrian will be free.
So I believe, is Adrian casting the Dark Petition from his graveyard, looking for the Emergent Ultimatum, casting the Ultimatum.
Choose one of these cards is returning on the deck, and one Chandra and another Balagad recovery is in hand.
So the way this works is once Chandra is on the battlefield, you can use Balagad Recovery to target 2 more Balagad Recoveries in the graveyard, and then you just kind of keep getting more cards from the graveyard
Shake hands,
back into
Adrian
your
is
hand.
winning.
Everything is free, and you can just reuse Chandra by shooting your opponent for 5 damage, then use the Balagad Recovery to bring that Chandra back into your hand. Do it again, use another Balagad Recovery to bring back Chandra, copy it with Chandra, bring back 2 more Balagad Recoveries, and you kind of get to keep going, and you can keep shooting your opponent for 5 every single loop.
Well, this is the another semifinals with Sunrolf in Lotus Field combo against Lars Henrik Barks with Athan Gracefang.
So congratulations to Adrian qualifying for the World Championship. So he is one of our finalists. He's gonna be definitely pretty happy about that. If you missed that, Worlds was last year. That was a last week. That was $1 million tournament. So if things stay the same, then Adrian is looking at qualifying not only for his first Pro Tour but also for $1 million World Championship later next year. All right, let's move on to match number 2. Sam Rolf playing against Lars Henrik Vark. Another Lotus Field combo. I'm sure Twitch chat is going to be very happy about that. Playing against Absent Greasefang. And we can tell you that Lars was saying that he really likes this matchup. He brought this deck because he expected a lot of Lotus Fields, and he thinks he is very advantaged in this matchup. That said, Sam was on the play, and we know what this deck is capable of. You know, turn 1 Arboreal Grazer, turn 2 Lotus Field. You're definitely capable of some very, very fast opening draws. Sometimes you can even win on turn 3. So we'll try to have the graphics fixed.
Also fix it.
All right, looks like it should be correct now. Lars is actually up a game, so this is game number 2. Sam does have the Lotus Field on turn 3, but no Grazer.
Not Razor.
Uses the extra 2 mana to play Sylvan's Crying, gets a Thespian State, so he is pretty well set up. Looks like he would be able to combo off in the next 2 turns. Does Lars have something to say about that? There's the Greasefang, brings
Whoa.
back the Chariot. 2 free tokens. Through the Chariot, attack for 7.
This is very impressive. Gracefang doing the Gracefang things.
I guess it makes sense because you are playing a combo deck that Goldfish is turn 4. You also have Disruption in the form of Thoughtseize and probably other discard spells in the sideboard.
Well, Sam tap and adding mana trying to being hurry against this Gracefang.
Is Sam going to be trying to combo off right away? I think he does, because seeing that seeing that Greasefang on the other side of the battlefield makes you think, yeah, if you have the Parhelion next turn, that would be 13 damage coming through plus the extra from the creatures. So yeah, I think Sam is definitely incentivized to try to combo off right away. And the way he's drawing the cards one by one pretty slowly kind of makes me think, yeah, he doesn't really have it in his hand right away.
Yes. Lotus Field is in graveyard.
This is definitely not an easy spot to win from. Just untap with a Lotus Field. Obviously, you have a full hand, but you do need to find a lot of hidden strings. Looks like he's just passing the turn. Wow, so
Wow, wow,
Sam
wow.
didn't find what he was looking for. He is forced to pass the turn. Hope that Lars doesn't have it.
If Lars put this turn upper Helion in graveyard, could be the victory for him. We can't see the cards in hand because put a vehicle this turn in graveyard. Graveyard call so is critical. Oh, Lilian of the Veil.
Okay, Sam has to feel pretty good about that. Liliana, discard a card. Okay, that's fine. My hand is full. I'll discard an extra land. No big deal.
Ooh.
But it actually what it does is Liliana allows Lars to discard the chariot. That means he's going to be able to bring it back from the graveyard. And thanks to the cat tokens that are in play already, he is able to attack for lethal. So our second Worlds player is Lars Henrik Vark, winning 2-0 against Sam Rolf in the semifinals.
Well, we have finals. We have two finalists. Congratulations to Adrian and Lars. And well, let's go. Congratulations too, because he is qualified to Worlds. Very exciting tournament for the next year in Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, so the finals is going to be Greasefang against another Lotus Field player. So if Lars is right, he has a pretty good matchup coming up for him in the finals. And also we have one more information for you. A lot of players were asking how do the invitations work this year, because if you look at the invitation policy at Magic.gg, it mentioned that those rules were for the 2022-2023 season. We can confirm to you that the pass downs work the same way. So whoever finished in 25th, 26th, not sure exactly how many players were already qualified for the PT, but I think at least 2. So if your favorite players, finished 25th, 26th, they're already also qualified for the Pro Tour. So the pass downs are going to work the same way they worked last season. So with that, we're signing off. We're going to hand you over to Will and Matej, who are going to be delivering the finals to you. And stay tuned, and we'll see you guys next time.
See you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as TheWillHallExp. This man to my left, well, that's Big Z, Matej Zatlkaj, and we're going to bring you the final round of today. We need to crown a champion. We started this weekend, 675 players battling it out. We invited another 162 of them back today, number 2, and we've avoided it down to the final 2. But there can only be one, just like Highlander. Is that going to be Lotus Field, or is it going to be Grease Fang on the right screen? We have a graphic to get up on the screen. The team behind have been working super hard on it. This is going to be it. It's the first time I've seen it as well as you have. Look at that.
Nice.
Beautiful, beautiful. One little bit of information about both of these players. This is the first time they've qualified for a Pro Tour, which means it is definitely the first time they've qualified for the World Championships. We have Lars on the right of your screen there on Abzan Griesfang. He thinks he is super favoured in this matchup. I have to agree with him because he only managed to dispatch Sam Ralph a nice clean 2-0 victory. It didn't even look close. He looked too much discard in the early turns, followed by the combo moving forward. Do you agree with him, my friend?
Yeah, I think so. He has a really disruptive version of Griesfang. I think he can definitely take it down. But I would not underestimate Adrian Indigo Tastet. He's been doing really well all tournament long.
Great.
His Lotus Field has been performing. I would say it's the breakout tournament of this breakout deck of this tournament.
Okay.
And I think he still has a chance. He's on the play.
I'm about to say,
that's
the
a big
key
advantage.
part here is he's on the play, being the higher seed, 4th seed versus 7th seed, of course. The players are sat down there, though. They are ready to go. We're going to get straight down to that matchup. We need to crown ourselves a winner and give someone these 2 trophies here in front of us. So let's move down to the match right now.
Finals, let's go.
Let's go. Let's find some hype in chat. Who do you have? Let's get 1s in chat for Griesfang, 2 for Lotus Combo. Who have you got to take this down? Who is going to walk into Chicago calling himself the European champion? I need to know, chat. Lots of 1s. Okay, here come the 2s. Keep it going. Opening cards being drawn for both these players. What sort of cards are we looking to keep in our opening 7?
For Lars, he wants probably Thoughtseize to
Yep.
have some or duress, some disruption for him in the early turns. Then ideally into maybe like a Refinzen format or Grizzly Salvage, something to put a Power Healing in his graveyard, and then turn 3 Griesfang. That's how they draw them up. But and I will note that Lars has a really disruptive version, not just with the Thoughtseize, he also has duresses and a Collective Brutality in the main deck as well.
Says is his key card so far this weekend. He says putting in a lot of work.
Yeah.
One thing for Lars told me, he hasn't played against Phoenix at all weekend.
Really?
He's managed to dodge it. He said, that is the one match I didn't want to play against. I feel like it's with my version, how I've built it is really bad against that deck. I've managed to dodge it all weekend long, and now he's in the finals against a deck that he tailored his deck to beat. Is he going to be able to do it? Let's find out. Looks like both players have molded it down to 6. You can see the dices there on the table. Give us a little bit of info here. So yeah, it looks like it's a keep for Adrian.
Adrian seemed to have a okay. I saw an Arbory Grazer. There's a Balagid Recovery. I think a Sylvan's Crying as well. Let's see if Lars can have a decent hand as well here. He's taking a bit longer to decide. Makes me think that maybe his hand is not that great.
And I think that's a keep from both players. We're going to be off to the races momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. We have given them the thumbs up. They can start. And we are off to the races here of the finals of the Legacy European Championships.
There's the Balagid Recovery. It has to. We want to see the right card, so please flip it.
Judge there, making sure the stream is going to be as nice and smooth and crisp for you all at home watching. We appreciate you all watching here. All these will go up on YouTube and the VODs on Twitch momentarily over the next couple of hours. If not, maybe tomorrow we'll find that out for you. But make sure if you missed it, you can go back and have a little watch. I guarantee you will think that the top 8 match with Chris Larson is mind-blowing when you watch that game free. But here's the Thoughtseize on the stack. Looking at this hand, what should I take him?
I mean, I like the look of taking Sylvan's Crying here. There's the rest of the hand doesn't look very impressive to me. There's a Balagid Recovery, Arbory Grazer, a Vizier of Tumbling Sands, and a Thespian Stage. So no Lotus Field here. And you know, Will, there's few things I like doing more on turn 1 than a Thoughtseize. It's one of my favorite cards of all time.
What would you say you prefer? What beats it? Ancestral?
Maybe winning on turn 1 somehow. Oh, look at that!
Oh my word! Thoughtseize bug is real.
Yeah.
Even when it's not online, it's still real, ladies and gentlemen. Silver scrying off the top after being forward. That, of course, is going to go find a Lotus Field, the namesake card of the deck. That's what we need to generate all our extra mana so we can combo off. Lars is going to be a bit upset at the forward bug. Bit him in the butt this time, but how can he recover? What is going to be our turn to play?
We'll see what can muster up here. It's going to be a nice set of turns for Adrian with setting up his mana, but he doesn't have that much action going on yet. So maybe Lars can set up an early Grease Fang or have some more disruption.
Online, talking to both players just before this matchup, said the pressure is lifted off their shoulders now.
True.
Worlds was the invite they wanted, but now they realize that they're both going to get trophies, but one's going to get a slightly bigger one. And of course, the main prize of the weekend, they get to have an interview with yours truly. That's the highlight.
With you?
Yeah, of course.
I'll take it.
You're probably sick of it by now, let's be honest.
It's been a great tournament, to be fair. And I really enjoyed seeing the Pioneer meta. You know, I think Pioneer gets a really bad rap. Quite unfairly so. I know that it can be swingy. Die rolls can influence a lot of things. You know, early plays such as early Thoughtseize can really have a very big impact on how these games turn out. But the meta was fairly varied. We had, the biggest present deck on day one was at 12%, but loads of deck were still playable. And you can see someone like on Absent Greasefang made it all the way to the final. Lotus Field broke out as well in this tournament. Look at that. The thoughts and Duress as well.
We kept this is game one, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Duress in the main. It is designed to pick apart these Lotus decks for this reason. One thing I need to mention for everybody at home, you mentioned there that Pioneer gets a bad rap, but yeah, we've had some amazing games on coverage this weekend. That is down to yourself, my friend, finding all the amazing matchups in the room, looking at the top tables, and make sure we pick the stellar games to get on the feature match for everybody at home. It's not just mono green mirrors all day long. So, hats off to that chat. Please give Matej some love in the chat for all the hard work he is doing behind the scenes, not just the amazing voice and those big shoulders carrying me all weekend long. As both players kind of setting up, going through. Remember, that's 3 hand disruption spells already have happened. We do have the Parfalian in the graveyard, I believe, at the top. A little bit of glare on it, can't quite
there's a
make it out.
Parhelion. Yeah, Parhelion was discarded to the Rafine's Informant. So all Lars needs is a Grease Fang here to start the attacks. But on the other side of the board, Adrian is also really ready. He already has 2 Lotus Fields set up, thanks to the test piece.
There it is, off the top. Can't deploy it this turn, though. So, it is realistic who's going to be drawing it first. Who's going to be able to get in there and get their combo going. Only 1 card, though, for Andrian on the left of your screen. It's going to be pretty hard for him. But, something like a Pour Over the Pages can also just turn this game straight on its head.
He already has enough mana to even play something like the Emergent Ultimatum, right? So
yeah.
Because
yes, he does. That's great.
The Vizier of Tumbling Sands just untaps a permanent. So you can just generate 9 mana already.
3 damage coming across. Obviously, we don't want to block because we do want to be able to leave ourselves up with this 9 mana. Big draw step. It was...
I think an Omniscience. I think
it was an Omniscience.
I think he has an Omniscience and a Hidden String. So he's actually going to go
hard
for it.
Cast. Let's go.
Very cool.
All right, what have you got? How much damage have we got on the battlefield this turn? It will be 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 damage, but we do have a blocker on the other side. We're looking for something like Land Fatal Push.
It's going to come down to the top of Adrian's deck, I feel. If Lars has the Grease Fang that you talked about.
Yep, he managed to get last turn from the convey trigger. Yeah. Here it comes down. Powerful 4/3. Returning a vehicle from the graveyard. It's going to be Parhelion 2. We're going to crew it. Combat. Swing.
Smash. Thinking about not attacking with his 2/1, but I think he can afford to attack with everything. So the key card.
Oh, yeah. You attack with everything here, right?
Yeah. Grease Fang, remember, brings back a vehicle from the graveyard to play. Also, is very big, has a lot of power to crew, so the Parhelion can attack right away. It gets returned to the hand at the end of turn.
But the damage is done, right? There's going to be 2 angels on the battlefield as well. Remember, they are attacking. Yeah, we're going to block. That's going to go to the graveyard. We're going to drop down to 2. Flip top card. Besager is not it. We're going to go to a game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, where Lars is going to find himself 1 game away from calling himself the European champion.
I mean, yeah, do we get a nice applause
there's
for
there's a nice little audience out there surrounded by both these players. Both got a lot of, nice little cheering crowds behind them. But let's get their deck lists up on the screen one last time to have a little look. So starting off, Lotus Field combo. Anything out the sideboard here you think we should be bringing in?
I don't want to talk about the sideboard. I want to talk about the main deck. For those
All
of
right,
you,
let's go for it.
For those of you who haven't seen actually the tweets overnight, or some of the chatter haven't been watching, this version of a Lotus Field combo has been doing extremely well this tournament. And by this version, I mean the version with 3 discontinuities in the main deck. It's not a very common play. It works really nicely with Lotus Field because on turn 3. You can play the Lotus Field with a trigger on the stack. You pay 2, you end your turn. You don't have to sacrifice 2 lands, and that makes it that much more easier to combo off. On the other side as well, what it does, once you have enough mana, you can just end your opponent's turn at will. To get that extra time. So it's a really nice tech card that we haven't seen that often. And there was also another player, Matej Ferreira, who actually unfortunately went from 11-0 into 11-4. But it looks, I think he's Adrian's friend, so I think they've been preparing together, having the same list, and it's been working wonders for them. And I'm kind of curious how the sideboard's going to work out here. I see Silence, probably not it. Maybe avoiding Satyr to try to be a little bit have a way to actually generate a lot of mana without needing the hidden strings, because there's going to be a lot of discard from the side of Lars Henrikvak. So I'm kind of curious how he will want to sideboard, but I don't think he has that many options. But I'll let him surprise me. Let's look at the other deck now. Absent Greasefang. So this version is also quite interesting. A lot of spicy one-offs, and 1 Liliana, which is more or less common. You usually play 1 or 2 in these sorts of decks. Yeah. You can discard your stuff to the graveyard. You can also kill some creatures. Shieldred is usually more something of a sideboard card that he brings in. A bit of like an alternate game plan. 1 Collective Brutality and 2 Duress. So very, very disruption heavy. Also running the version with 3 Sky Sovereigns as well, not cutting down on those. And has the Vessel of Nascency, the cards that are key, though, is Greasefang, Parhelion, and all the other vehicles.
Yeah, doing his exact game plan that it needs to do. Going into this weekend, open deckless tournament, Greasefang's meant to not be very good in open deckless tournaments because it's kind of, on paper, meant to be a one-trick pony, right? If I just keep a 1-mana removal spell in hand and able to get it off before we go move to combat to get the trigger, the deck can kind of fall apart. But with things like Ezekiel's Chariot going on here, just being able to the ability to go wide, and if our opponent does take any turns off and does tap out, we can just try and get him with that big one-hit finisher. And then we see it here in the finals, 1 game up for Lars. So let's get back down to the game and see how the players are sideboarding. Just finishing up the shuffle here.
I'm kind of curious to see how Lars is going to sideboard, because he has plenty of options there that I kind of thought hey, he can bring maybe this 1 Terra Sunder as a sort of reactive thing. He can maybe disrupt the combo as well if he's relying on Lear or the Omniscience, things like that. But also just a bunch of other cards that I felt were there that could have an impact, but I really wouldn't know how to really sideboard optimally with Asgard Greasefang in these sort of matchups where you have to be disruptive, but you can't dilute your deck that much.
It's in his main deck. He's got all the discard in there. He's got so much in there. That's why he thinks he's so favoured in this matchup. Both players drawing their opening 7. Are we going to get some keeps? Over on Lars' side, I believe he's going to kind of look for a bit more of the same. Turn 1, discard. Turn 2, discard. Turn 3, discard. Trying to disrupt the dead. Then start trying to get his combo online. But again, we've got Adrian on the left of your screen. Is on the play yet again. Can he turn this into a W and take us to a game at number 3? It looks like
card keeps on both sides.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
See it.
Besages for both players.
I think especially Adrian, he would like to keep a Boseiju in his hand, right? Because if it gets to that Greasefang turn, having a Boseiju can really give you an extra turn because you can kill the vehicle before it attacks. Right.
Yeah.
So, but he does play 3, right?
Yeah, but so there's quite a lot of them in the deck. They play us more. A lot of the hate against their deck tends to be artifact based, so they've got a main deck's ways to go and get it with things like Sylvan Scryan. But here's just going to be a Traverse the Underworld. Going to go find ourselves a basic. Kind of doubles up as a way to filter our mana to kind of help us hit our land drops, as well as later in the game we can go find the key combo piece we need. 9 times, 10 times it's going to be a Greasefang.
I do think we're going to see a Thoughtseize, of course.
Strings,
there it is again.
Pages, Dark Petition, 2 land, one of them being Lotus Field and Thespian Sage. So all the land, that's checked. Can't take them with Thoughtseize. I don't even know what the take here is.
Yeah, it's quite a good hand here for Adrian because he has the naturally drawn Lotus Field, he also has the Thespian stage, so he can try to play it a little bit slow because there's just a lot of options there between Pour Over the Pages and Dark Petition. You know, he has something to dig, and both the Hidden Strings and the Vizier of Tumbling Sands are there then to provide the explosive mana if once he decides to try to go off.
Obviously, not starting with the turn 1 black mana means he wasn't able to do this turn number 1. Doesn't enable them to be able to do double discard this turn if we did have that in hand. So maybe we're thinking, okay, I've got another one in. I think that is another Forces in hand, actually. It's pulled to the front.
Yeah.
So potentially, if I take something this turn, next turn they're going to be floating mana. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. How is it best for me with 2 discard spells to disrupt this hand that I know about?
So he goes for the Vizier Tumbling Sands. Emergent Vein, more action here for Adrian. Maybe that could be the right way to play this out for Lars, where he goes after the acceleration. But now, no hesitation here. Just plays the Lotus Field, sacks 2 land, and passes their turn.
What do we do here on turn number 3? I think that was a swamp drawn for the...
I would be a little worried if I was Lars, just because he knows about the Thespian stage. So he knows the next turn Adrian's going to play the stage, copy the Lotus Field, and then once he taps, fireworks can start happening here. So
Yep, Lars is going to be playing that keyboard, that little imaginary keyboard that we see a lot of people start playing.
Yeah, we call them the pianists.
Pianists.
Yeah, that they bring out the keys on their piano. And
I'm aware for it. I also do it sometimes.
Yeah,
normally when I'm behind, I'm like, when I'm ahead, I'm like, no.
Or when you're bluffing.
Yeah, when I'm bluffing.
Yeah, there's
the swamp.
and
Ooh,
a Dome Blank. Okay, interesting. So that's going to get 2 cards out of Adrian's hand, which is actually quite good here. And another disruptive sideboard card that I was thinking that he would be bringing in.
He's got 2 copies in the sideboard. Obviously, we'd rather have a bit of little pressure while disrupts in the hand, but we do what we must. 2 cards going to get discarded, then the graveyard will be exiled.
You would think that Mind Rod is, not an effect that would see play in such a high-powered format, but the exile effect is just so important against a couple of the decks in the format.
Yeah.
Especially Phoenix. And combined with Thoughtseizes and Duresses, Collective Brutalities, it just really piles up.
Okay, we're going to get rid of the Dark Petition and the Ultimatum.
Yep, correct.
They're going to hit the bin.
Okay, another Vizier.
So we've got a lot of ways to gain mana if we want to go that route.
Yeah, now Adriano having discarded 2 action spells in a situation where he's going to copy the Lotus Field with the Thespian stage, but has a situation where he has a bunch of acceleration, but just a Pour of the Pages
in hand as well. I want to note that he did that at sorcery speed, even though he could have done it instant speed to play around something like Beseiju.
Correct.
Remember, open deck list, been open deck list all weekend long.
You can, if you want, just go on mtgmalay.com. You'll find the Legacy European Championship tournament right at the top of your screen. And you can click it, and you can look at any deck list in the tournament, look at the final standings, see what did well. There's a metagame breakdown in a way as well, right? You can see the win rates of decks. Look at that more disruption here from Lars. I think he's going to take
an easy pick.
Pour over the pages, I think.
You can just shortcut all that that you just said. You just type exclamation mark standings in the chat, and it will give you a direct link to MTG Millie and this tournament, and you get to see the exact 675 and how they placed over the weekend. Maybe you want to try and play this in one of your RCs coming up, or maybe one of your RC qualifiers, depending on where you are in the world. We do want to thank everybody for watching wherever you are. It has been an absolutely outstanding weekend. 3 days of pioneer action from the last chance qualifier all the way to day number 1, and now we are here in day number 2 in the finals. One of these 2 players will be joining me in the booth for an interview while I manage to give them this huge trophy in front of me. As well as this, I suppose they're both the same. 2 huge trophies to gain.
Deschain as well. I was about to say that Lars doesn't have access to white mana. He's just going to run out a Grease Fang. No vehicles in the graveyard. But Emergent Ultimatum off the top.
Word. He flipped it as well for us all at home, ladies and gentlemen. Said, needs to be good. Needs to be good. And that's it is. So here we're going to start floating some mana. We're going to start cycling these Viziers. Of course, they're going to generate 1 extra mana every time we do that. 2 mana to cycle it. Best being stage the draw. Here's another 6 mana floating. We're going to use 2 of it to untap again, tap yet again, add 3 of each.
So he's going to go.
Okay,
he's already shortcutting, just showing like, yeah, I'm going to cast Emergent Ultimatum. I have 3 blue and 1 black mana floating. If you just missed that, if that was too fast for you, basically Lotus Fields make 3 mana each. He uses Vizier of Tumbling Sands to untap once he gets the mana, and then Hidden Strings actually untaps 2 permanents you control, so he can generate a lot of extra mana with that. Was able to cast the Emergent Ultimatum. Now he's going to find 3 monocolored cards with different names and exile them. It's going to be Omniscience, I think Chandra, and I assume Dark Petition if he has another copy. Maybe he might just go for the
Yeah,
Pour
there
Over
are
the
2
Pages.
copies.
Yeah, but Chandra and Omniscience, I think, is a given.
Remember, you cannot force use the top of someone's deck. You know what I mean? No matter how much you try, you cannot do it. Sometimes
Dark
they just
Petition
have
then,
it. See,
okay.
this is the pile besides Omniscience that you're talking about.
Yep, so no Omniscience. But here, there's a, it's this situation where there's an ultimatum. One of the cards gets shuffled in, the other 2 can then can be played for free. And this is not a great position.
Yeah, it's never a good pile. Whichever card you pick,
exactly.
there's a good chance it's still going to come back. So Chandra's going to go back in the deck. That's going to get shuffled. Then I imagine this Dark Petitions might go and find it. We do have Spell Mastery, so yeah, we definitely do have Spell Mastery. So we're going to gain 3 extra black in our mana pool, taking us up to 6 mana. Here comes a Pour Over the Pages.
You can play it for free. It's going to up that. Untap his 2 lands, also
discard
a
the
card.
Visage.
Yep. Now he's going to play the Dark Petition.
So that's 7 mana now floating.
That's also for free, so he just adds 3 mana to the mana pool. Also, he's able to find. It looks like he's going to go for another Emergent Ultimatum here.
Yeah, I think we're just going through the motions, right?
Well, yeah, I think so.
Because this will go and find the what's his name? The creature, the Lyre of.
Lear?
Yeah.
Type of drowned, yep.
Go and find.
Now he can go for Omniscience, Chandra, and Lear, I think. Yep, there we go. I think we're going to see a game 3 here.
I love Game 3 of Magic, especially at the highest level you can play currently in Europe. It is beautiful for me, for you, for everybody watching at home. More Magic, paper coverage, that is exactly what makes my weekend. But we do have to go through the motions. It can be a misplay. It's been a long weekend of Magic for both of these players. This is going to be the 18th round of Magic they've played.
Wow.
So, mistakes can happen. We did see that in the quarterfinals. Chris Larson managed to take advantage of it then. I think Lars is like, sure, just you can pick that one back. It's, you can have Omniscience. I don't want to give you access to every other card in your graveyard.
Yeah, so Chandra, Hope's Beacon, and Omniscience are now the 2 cards. Now it's an interesting situation because he can play both. So plays the Omniscience, plays the Chandra, but he needs some action, still some action, right? Like either he has to use the possibility from Chandra, or has to have something in his hand to keep it going.
Well, we're adding 3 more.
Okay.
I'm missing something.
What's going on? Yeah, you don't have a Lear, so.
How is this coming back? What am I missing?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you didn't give me that one.
You got it. I think he just has a discontinuity. I think he has to plus Chandra, if I'm not mistaken. He has a Hidden Strings in his hand. I think a discontinuity and a Thespian stage. So I don't think he has anything to keep going unless he finds something in the few top cards. Remember, Chandra can still be used.
This is interesting. Was that maybe like a missed pile, maybe? Let's have a little look, see. Don't worry about it.
But he's exiling. He can only cast instant sorcery, so he exiled his Lear.
But he's got a way of that's.
But now he's Balagad Recovery, so I still want to see it played out. So he's gonna go for. Yeah, he can cast one of these. So he's going to cast the Balagad Recovery.
Well, actually, yeah,
get back Dark Petition and Pour Over the Pages because it's copied with the Chandra.
Yeah,
passive.
Chandra's ability.
Right.
Not just we've seen Planeswalkers with static effects, more moving, getting printed. This is one of the more powerful ones, being able to double up all our spells.
Pour Over the Pages. Draws another pour. Discards field. Yeah, gets some more mana. He has Omniscience, so he can cast all his spells for free.
Yeah.
Right, so he has the Dark Petition, another Pour Over the Pages.
And we'll just turn burn through our deck so we can assign the combo we need. I think that was another Dark Petition off the top, and that could or should probably seal it to find what we need to go and find. Look at the top 4 with this impulse. Put one of them into hand. And get a good look at what that one was. Are we just looking for a second Chandra here?
I think he only plays one. That's the problem, right? So
Oh,
he
yeah.
only has one. So now also he had to use the Chandra's plus ability. So now he can't minus it to put in a graveyard to do some Balagate recovery shenanigans. So I think he's just now trying to find a way. How do I put? Yeah, he's gonna find a Balagate recovery. Also use the passive already this turn. So I have a kind of like a sneaking suspicion that what he's going to try to do here is just set up his hand, as much as possible. Maybe pass the turn, try to discontinuity, and then try to go off on his own turn once he can minus the Chandra.
Can we get punished at all for doing this?
Potentially.
Like instant speed, we go Grizzly Savage and get some sort of.
I mean, with discontinuity, it sounds a bit safe, but yeah, just here's the passing of the turn. All the mana, we can put it away, but upkeep, discontinuity.
Yep, no response, no Grizzly Savage, no instant way of putting anything into
My
the
turn?
graveyard.
My turn. Yeah, so now he goes Balagate Recover, returns a Balagate Recovery and Dark Petition.
Yeah, we don't need those mana on the battlefield anymore. We know what's going on now.
So.
But this is where I would make my opponent go through the motions. Like,
This is why people,
you messed up once.
This is the reason why people are afraid of picking up the deck, because you get into these spots where you have to figure out how to combo out. You don't. It's not like an easy combo where you just have lots of redundant pieces to go off. You really have just one of some of the cards. So. Just going to generate some more mana thanks to Dark Petition. Remember, he has an Omniscience in play. So, okay.
Ojutai, bounce the Chandra back to my hand.
It's Otawara.
Otawara, so yeah. Ojutai's a dragon. Otawara.
More mana. So now he's going to go...
Kill that.
-5. So kill the Greasefang and 5 to face. He's going to bounce. Use some of the mana to bounce the Chandra to his hand. He can replay it for free. Now he's going to play Balagate Recovery on the Balagate Recovery and the Otawara.
Yep.
And now he can just go
enough.
through the motions and finish off the opponent by -Xing the Chandra. We're going to get a game 3, but it was a sweat.
It was a sweat. We almost, last time we have the early pressure to get that, the early damage in to be able to give him that one big turn hit that he was looking for.
And the most important part was that he had to use the Chandra Plus to get another spell to keep going, and that exiled his Leer and made his combo that much more.
Was it a little bit of luck there, managing to hit the right spell on? You're going to get a couple of looks.
Yes and no, right? Like in a way, like you hit the Leer.
If he whiffs, that's that.
Yeah, but he could have found like another pour of the pages or something.
Oh yeah,
like a Dark Petition
there was options
as well.
he
could have hit a lot of cards there with the Chandra Plus. But I'm looking forward to seeing game 3 here. Alaris was very disruptive, but as we talked about, he didn't have that much pressure. He didn't have those kinds of vehicles to really deal large chunks of damage, and was punished.
Last time this weekend, we are going to see this deck list up on the screen. This is, of course, Adrian's Lotus Field combo deck. With the new iteration, as you said, and this is your breakout deck of the weekend, how they've kind of tailored it to suit with some of the new cards popping up, especially for this meta. We've seen it perform well all weekend long. Can it do it one more time? Do you want to give any last shout-outs to the cards in this deck?
I mean, Lotus Field, you've done well this tournament.
Lotus Field, that's it. That's the card we're shouting out.
I mean, it's not people's favorite deck, I would say. It's it has a lot of detractors, but the reason why I think we can talk about this deck. Yes, it was a breakout deck of the tournament, but it was also because of the reason of the meta changing slightly. A lot more Phoenix showed up. Rakdos mid-range is still
still always going to be there.
Still, yeah, it's still a deck maybe that can really punish you sometimes. But if the Rakdos mid-range decks are preparing for Phoenix and creature decks, maybe they don't have as much hate for Lotus Field, and that's why we started to do so well. 2 players in the top 8, 2 more players in the top 24 qualifying for the PT. So doing really well. And Abzan Greasefang, not really like it always seems like there's like one Abzan Greasefang doing well at every tournament, right? Like always sneaks in. Last time in Athens we had the same thing. But
now we're on the play. We haven't been on the play once in this final. We managed to break serve just about. Now we're on the play. Is there any sort of cards that we swap out now on the play, or it's all discarded combo?
I would just go discard and then just try to stick a threat and try to ride it out. We saw the gold blinds. I think that's a really good addition as well to pair with those removal spells, the discard spells, and yeah, we'll see if something like a Liliana, if Liliana sticks on the battlefield, that can be a problem. So yeah, we'll just see how Lars plays it out in Game 3 of the finals for all the marbles.
For all the marbles. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is it on the line. We started the weekend, 675 players here in the European Regional Championships. 9 rounds of Magic yesterday. We invited back everybody with 6 and 3 records. That was 162 players in day number 2. 6 more rounds to determine who was going to make it to our top 8. Then we've had the quarters, we've had the semis. We are now in the finals and in game number 3. We are going to crown one of these 2 players on your screen the champion of Europe, give them this huge trophy in front of me, and have a great players interview. 1 game away, and we're off to the races with a Fortsies. Why change when you don't need to? What do you like to pick here?
3 games in a row, a turn 1 Thoughtseize. Also, Adrian has mulliganed as well. Extra punish. There's a Perilous Voyage from Adrian there in his opening hand. That's one of the bounce spells. Just to look at it, but there's also Sylvan's Scrying, Lotus Field, Arboreal Grazer. I'm like, see, there's just a Boseiju and a Lotus Field. There's no like third land.
But a lot of them in the deck, so potentially the odds of us hitting that off the top is quite good, especially against a discard deck. We do not want to be going down to 5. Chat, let me know do you have winning this game. Is it Greasefang? 1's in the chat. Is it 2? Lotus Combo. Who do you want to have as your champion of Europe? Big decisions here.
Yeah.
Fortsies is going to take.
What is it going to take?
I don't know. I don't even know what we take. They were taking in the Arboreal Grazer.
Okay,
it's got reach. It's got reach. It can stop Alia too. Makes sense.
I think the reason to take the Grazer was just in case that Adrian draws a third land in one of his first 2 turns, that the Arboreal Grazer would be able to really kickstart him. But we have 1 more spell.
How about another
Thoughtseize.
Fortsies? Says, look, I drew another one of these. What would you like? Did not draw the second land that is needed for Lotus Field. Is the top of the deck going to be good to them? We'll find out late in moments for you, because we cannot Fortsies the top of the deck, and we found that out in game number 2. But key decisions here for Lars. We're going to take the Sylvan Scrying.
Leaving him with 2 Viziers of Tumbling Sand.
Land
doesn't have any blue mana yet. Is there?
It was a blue land. It was a Botanical Sanctum off the top. That is the blue mana that we need.
Yeah, Adrian really needed that one.
Let's have a little look.
Yeah, Lars, Rafine's Informant, maybe?
Collective Brutality? Grizzly Savage?
Oh, he has options, I'm sure.
Playing that keyboard.
Yeah. What a draw from Adrian. Not just any land, but a land that is blue and green. So he's got he can also just cycle some of the Viziers if he wants to, just for additional cards. But
let's have 8 of them in the deck, just to just a reference.
Yeah, he wants to probably make sure he can develop his mana now. He wants to land at Lotus Field.
And just a pass of the turn.
Just think Swamp and pass.
That makes me think there's got to be a Grizzly Savage in hand at least.
Never like third Vizier now.
No Vizier off the top.
Yeah. So now he has the okay. So he's floated some mana.
We're going to go a couple cards deeper here.
So he cycles 1 Vizier, and he's going to play out the other. So it's pretty smart heads up plays. If there's no remove from Lars, that's going to be a big power boost. That's something that these decks do, where they board in sometimes cards like Voyaging Satyr as well, because when you don't have a hand, you just want to make sure that you have mana. And so with cards like these, you can have a board of mana, and you can just try to top deck what you need there. Oh, look at now we're milling all the Thoughtseizes.
And the rest.
Finds the land though. No vehicles though.
Going to be happy to see this over Andrea's side. Are we moments away from being able to crown ourselves champion? Was that a shield raid off the top?
Interesting. Not too bad. That spells pressure to me.
Yeah, that's a good way to close down the game, especially when our opponent needs to be drawing cards. If you do not know what Shieldred does by now, I don't know where you have been. She is, of course, the powerful 4-drop. In black, the Phyrexian Predator. Death Touch for a 4/5 body. Whenever your opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life. Whenever you draw a card, you gain 2 life. 2 mana. We do have access. We do have a land drop if we wanted to hit this. Oh, I think we might have a way to kill the Vizier here.
Vanishing Verse is in hand.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Guess
Well,
I
brought
can,
that in as
you
well.
can exile Challenger as well, I guess.
Yeah. Lear Omniscience as well.
Deciding this.
This is a tense game.
This is tense. This is, you know, I mean, oh, what if I did this instead of that? What if I done that instead of this? So we're gonna start fighting the mana here. Getting that exiled. Land drop for the turn is going to be a mana confluence and just a pass at the turn back. What's on top of the deck? Another Vizier.
Lars saw 4 Thoughtseize, and Adrian saw 4 Viziers.
Okay.
Hey, a Raffine's Informant is not too bad.
Well, that's if we have a vehicle in hand that we can actually discard. I'm not entirely sure we do, and we don't.
Maybe
have,
you should just slam the Shieldred here.
that's what I'm thinking. You know, we don't have a Greasefang in hand. I don't have a vehicle in my graveyard. Potentially, yeah, I do get another draw step to do it. But yeah, here comes the Phyrexian Predator coming down. What was it we had left in hand? We've got 2 Viziers, and what was that other card?
And a Perilous Void. So it's a bounce spell basically.
Return
2 mana,
target
2 mana bounce
element.
spell.
You control it. Okay, so we can bounce the Shieldred in our upkeep if we want to go that route.
He can also respond to it. He also has he drew the Thespian stage, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he's gonna, in response, I think, to the Shieldred, he's gonna cycle the Vizier. Yeah, he just now confirm in response to Shieldred, cycle Vizier, get an extra mana.
Didn't know what that way was. So we've got 1 mana float, and we tap again, add 3, go up to 4, copy the Lotus Field with 2, then 2 mana float, and that's when we can use the Voyage to bounce it back to hand.
He also drew a Hidden String, so he definitely can generate quite a bit of mana. He doesn't yet have the action though that's needed. Okay, cycle still will probably still in response, still going. He adds 1 mana. He taps the Lotus Field for 1.
That was the breeding port.
And then untaps the Lotus Field. So
copy of this.
Yeah.
And yep, sure, Shieldred resolves. Pass the turn.
Doesn't rush the Perilous Voyage. He still needs to make sure that he's able to have all the pieces.
Okay, so we're just gaining a lot of mana here.
Yeah, it's another Thespian stage. Copies the Lotus Field now.
Hoping the top of our deck is going to be good to us. We're going to draw a card, gain 2 life, but it's not too relevant in this matchup. That's just a land off the top.
And we know that there's Hidden Strings. I think Breeding Pool?
Yeah, Breeding Pool is the land in hand.
Yeah, and the Perilous Voyage. So no action yet from Adrian, but we know his deck can top deck.
Let's have a little look.
It's before combat.
We get
Lars plays the Raffine's Informant.
Draw, trigger, gain 2 life. That is a Liliana of the Veil, I believe, off the top. We do have a land drop for the turn. I was just deciding on which card.
Really tense.
It's really tense, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, so it's the final, the pressure's meant to be off them. Going into a game number 3 here, discarded an Overgrown Tune.
Swings for 4.
No,
now the Perilous Voyage.
That's going to get bounced. Do we have our 3rd land drop to be able to deploy this Liliana Veil? Doesn't look like we do. Looks like we're just going to be applying a bit more pressure to... Oh, it's Collective Brutality.
Okay, not escalating. Yeah, he's thinking about it, but...
yeah, I'd just like to do this one, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so he just discards the Hidden String. So no more spells for Adrian, but he has all the mana in the world. He has 9 mana produced from his land. Does he draw an Ultimatum?
What was it? He's looking...
Oh, Breeding
just
Pool
a pass. That might be probably just a land or another way to generate mana. Go blank.
Interesting. Again, Lars now in the tank. Oh, do I replay the Shieldred?
The finals is best of 3 for everybody watching. So this will determine the winner of the European Championships. Is it going to be Greasefang? Is it going to be Lotus Combo? Whose deck is going to be nicer to them? 2 damage is going to cost though. We'll start with that. A little bit of chip damage coming in.
That's easy enough.
Yeah, that's the easy bit. Now, do we do the go bank? Do we do the Shieldred? Do we add a bit more pressure and turn through our deck? What do we need to do here?
That's what Lars is asking. So he goes for the Shieldred.
Don't hate this play at all.
Yeah, I like it. It kind of can deal with Pour Over the Pages in a way, right? The Pour Over the Page suddenly becomes a 6 damage hit.
That's a Dark Petition off the top.
Okay. So he has access to 11 mana.
Spell Mastery is on.
Yeah, well, with Go Blank would have exiled the Greer. There wouldn't be any spell mastery. He decided to go for the Shieldred now.
Here we go.
Here we go then.
So do we have enough mana for Ultimatum? Yes, we do. Because the black from the Spell Mastery is obviously being added to the pool. Do I have 4 of the pages coming forward? Challenger's also getting moved to the front.
It's getting ready
yeah.
getting ready for the ultimatum, I assume.
We're shortcutting. We're shortcutting. Just having a little look, see, little last check. Don't want to be making any more mistakes this time. Another Dark Petition get moved to the front. Definitely got to show us the ultimatum first, though.
So, and there you go.
There we go.
Takes his
I
time.
would like this. Here's my mana to cast it. We're going to have
he's
one
gonna have
mana
one
floating
mana
there.
floating. Yep, correct. Yep, so he gets the additional mana there. He should have one. Oh, maybe he had 3 black. Yeah, he gets an extra mana. Yeah, so it's an extra blue because the ultimatum costs 3 green, 2 black, 2 blue. So he does have 1 black and 1 blue left over. There's Dark Petition. So he's going to shuffle Lear back.
Yep, so Dark Petition plus 4 of the pages left. Remember, we get to cast them for free. Shuffling deck cut. We're going to start off with 4 of the pages.
Yeah,
draw
take
3.
stakes.
Oof.
Scars the Temple of Mystery. Gets to... Yeah, has to untap
Yep,
the 2
untaps
lands. Now
2.
you're going to play the Dark Petition.
Dark Petition adds some more mana.
Yeah.
Go searching again.
I think it was exiled. He put it in his hand, I think, by mistake. But now he's going to find Lear, maybe? Yeah.
But what? I suppose we can cast Dark Petition yet again from the graveyard. Okay, I was like, isn't there just a load more draw spells in his graveyard?
Yeah, but he has a bunch of stuff in his graveyard too, right? So
It's mostly draw spells, though, isn't it? I suppose it's Dark Petition is the real one, so it's a dead answer. But yeah, finding the way here. It looks like we're just going through the motion, letting the wheels burn.
So takes 3, those 2 blue. Yep, Lear resolves. Still has a
Definitely
3 mana floating and a Lotus Field activation. He can start off with, he has the Perilous Voyage, so he can use that to bounce the Shieldred. That was a good sideboard card. Really proving its worth here.
Yep, coming out of the void, bounce that Shieldred back to your hand.
Gets
Sure.
exiled.
Now let's start turning and burning.
Okay, so Hidden String, so it's 4 mana. It uses 2 to play Hidden String, so it has 2 floating. Cypher.
Well, I said we got to pay 2 for
Yeah,
it,
you
right?
got to pay 2 for the Hidden Strings, correct? Yeah, he didn't pay the mana. I don't think so, yeah. Maybe there was another shortcut.
Yeah, maybe we missed.
that
We
we
don't
missed.
have mics down at the table, so we're not entirely sure what the players are saying to each other. We're just watching the same as everybody at home.
So now adding a bunch more mana to the pool. Lots of blue mana.
Double Dark Petition in the graveyard. First, we're going to start off with a 4 of the pages. It's going to bring more cards to hand, which is now safe because Shieldred has been bounced back to hand. Yeah, I'm pretty sure
I think
pretty sure we have a European champion.
I think we are really close to crowning the European champion. That one decision here. If he had played Go Blank, that would be spell mastery.
It would have. I'm not going to personally tell him, but he might watch this back, might be kicking himself. But I also don't hate the Shieldred play.
I like it
perfectly
too.
fine.
Yeah, I liked it too. Still 6 mana floating. Remember with Lear, all the instants and sources in the graveyard have flashbacks, so that's gonna just make sure he's gonna start churning through his deck with the 4 of the pages. There's the Dark Petition's not gonna get played. This 3 black mana finds a card. Is it time for Chandra already? Just gonna go for ultimatum again.
Gotta get a win con somehow.
Yeah, true.
There's a little bit of math involved because remember we don't have something omniscience
so
on the
3
battlefield
green,
yet.
2 blue, 2 black. Has 3 floating. Another emergent ultimatum that gets exiled. We're going through the motions yet again. Now I think we're going to see Chandra, Omniscience, and something.
Maybe another pour.
But the recovery, probably, yeah. Is a good
Okay,
shout as
Chandra.
well. If he wants to get more use out of his cards
Omniscience.
there.
Pour is going to
Like
move
the
to the
pour.
board. Okay. Which one would you like to pick back into my deck? It doesn't
These emergent
matter.
ultimatums are such a dagger.
Things you got to sit there. You're in the finals. There's that 0.1% chance the player that you're playing against does mess up.
Chandra gets shuffled in. So he
All spells are now free.
yeah. So, but all the other cards from hand. Remember, you with Lear, your cards when you play them with flashback, they don't have they're not for free. So now he plays the Pour of the Pages for free, untaps those 2 lands.
Gets ditches of attack.
His
Doesn't need that.
Impulse, I think he already has the Balgate Recovery. If he has enough mana, he can play the Dark Petition from his graveyard to try to find the Chandra, play it for free thanks to the Omniscience. He's still figuring out if he has to. Okay,
Yeah,
Impulse first.
Let's see if we can
Play it
find.
for free.
Looking for the red card. There's only one of them in the deck. Just going to turn and burn. We're going to go through the deck till we find it. Let it
Another
enter the
Impulse
battlefield.
from hand.
Still no red cards, but more ways to dig
Another
deeper.
Pour of the Pages. He can also now cast use some mana to play the Impulse from the graveyard if he really wants to. He's just going through the most. Pour of the Pages.
There can't be many cards left in this deck.
Yeah, true.
If he is that a black card? Is that another Dark Petitions or maybe a?
I think he just takes.
I think a Dark Petition Ritual. So
Discards the Lair of the Hydra, has the Hidden Strings.
yeah, we're getting our camera time in here. You know what I mean?
Of course, he wants to. He can't find the Chandra to save his life. It's somewhere in the bottom half of his deck. Now he's gonna flashback.
There's no chance of a whip here, is there? It's got to be locked.
I don't think that. Yeah, I think so.
Like
now he's gonna find the.
There it is. Okay, cool. We found it. Here it is. Will you concede, or do you want me to go through the motions one loop?
Now we're going to get to the final part of the combo. It's going to use some mana, I think, to flashback Dark Petition again. Finds another Balagate Recovery, I assume.
And then just go. These are the cards.
Yeah.
Are you happy? Lars has got nothing in him.
Yeah, he's
has
tapped
to just
out there.
watch his opponent go through the motions. He knows it's over. Super run from both of these players, though. Never going to an RC before on Lars' side. This is his first RC. Managed to make it all the way to the finals. Has got himself a Pro Tour invite. Has got himself a World invite. But over on the left of your side,
2
your
recoveries.
Screen, Andre taking it down,
And
showing you
Otuara.
all 4.
There
There's
it
the
is.
handshake. We have now got ourselves a European champion, and their name is Andre with Lotus Field Combo. Congratulations to them. What a weekend, what a tournament, what a player, what a pilot of this deck. Congratulations to them.
What a great story that really the tournament dominated by Lotus Field Combo on day 2, all over the top tables. And it just, it just makes sense that it wins the tournament.
I think it put more copies than any other deck in the top 8 as well. I think there's 3 copies,
There's two copies. Yeah, all the rest was 1 copy each, but there were 2 or 3 more in the top 32. So really great performance from the Lotus Field deck. And also, they brought their own version. I think that's really to be applauded. 3 discontinuity in the main deck to get you the earlier Lotus Fields to end your opponent's turn when you feel like it. I think it was a great innovation. Worked well for him and Matteo Ferrari, who was also in the top 16. So great run from both of them. But one of them can take the trophy
Only
home
one person
and
can
stick
take
it in
the
his
trophy.
face.
Exactly.
I won, you didn't. So, but I'm sure they'll be happy to test for the Pro Tour and the World Championships as well.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely awesome for both of those players. So we need to get them in here. We need to give them these trophies. We need to have an interview, ask them a question. If you've got any questions for them, make sure you put it in the chat, and I'll ask it for them.
I have questions.
Here he comes.
I have questions.
What's the question?
Please ask him how he came to the discontinuity. That's what I really want to know. All right.
Continue from Matej.
Okay, I'm off.
Okay, well, let's get you in. Ladies and gentlemen, here is our European champion. Congratulations, my friend, on taking this whole tournament down. First off, how does it feel?
I don't know. I don't have words.
You
right
don't
now.
have well, I'm going
No.
to try and get some words out of you.
I'm exhausted, and but
It's
yeah,
been a long weekend of Magic, right?
Yeah,
18
yeah.
rounds grinding here, but you now, sir, are the proud owner of both of not only this trophy here, which I'm going to pass to you, but
yeah,
also this trophy, double trophy winner. Congratulations to them. We'll put it on there, and I'm going to ask you a few questions. Chat is obviously going wild for it. There's one thing. The first question we're going to start off with is from Matej himself. He wants to know about how did you get to the conclusion of bringing Discontinue this weekend, something we don't usually see in these Lotus combo decks.
Yeah. So I think that's a new approach of the deck. We have a testing team in Spain for Lotus Field with like great players like Mateo was like 11-0 today, and like I think some of the guys saw that someone was playing it on Magic Online, and we decided to try it, and then we actually realized it's like great because it takes a satyr spot and yeah, it just does all that you need.
What would you say is your the key card of this weekend? Is it going to be Discontinue? Is that like we know about the combo, we know how it works, but you know this is the spice in it. Is that the one you went? Well, I'm super glad I had that in my deck this weekend.
No, I think I mean the key for winning with this deck is drawing Lotus Field a lot.
Well, yeah, that helps. You know, we
But,
saw the Forksleeves bug a couple of times there in the top 8.
Yeah, I didn't draw actually Discontinuity that much, but I think it's still better than a Satyr that just goes to the graveyard as soon as you play it. So.
Okay, well, this is the first RC of the season. Okay, there's a couple happening this weekend, and they're filtering all the way down to December. Why did you bring Lotus Field to this one, and do you advise people play it in the future at future RCs?
Yeah, I mean it's a great deck. Like as we have seen, we can win from like any spot, and it's a bit hard to play, but I would recommend people give it a try. And if you like someone enjoys these kind of decks, like just play them, and they will do good with decks.
And what do you think the deck's good against? Like you bought it this weekend because you obviously expected a meta. What was that meta that you were hoping for so you could get here and get to the final and win these trophies?
I mean, we liked it a lot against Phoenix and Red Black with our configuration. And we feel like with a good sideboard plan, we have like game against almost every deck. Even the bad matchups, if you like draw good and have a good plan, you can still beat them. So that's why I think it was a very solid deck. We wanted to beat Red, Black, and Phoenix, and then like get lucky in the bad matchups.
And how many times did you play against Phoenix and Red Black this weekend? Do you remember?
No Phoenix.
No Phoenix. That's same for Lars as well. He said he's fought no Phoenix all the way to final.
Yeah, that's maybe why we are here, but no Phoenix. And I think I played Christopher twice with Red Black Sacrifice, but that's a good matchup. And Red Black Midrange I did not play against. So.
Okay, last word. Where can people find you online? So shout out your socials. Maybe you got Patreon. Maybe you're about to start a Patreon because, you know, basically right now there's no better pilot of this Lotus Field combo deck than you taking it down here, calling yourself the European champion. Where can people find you?
No, on Twitter.
What's your handle? Shout out. People are going to start following you now.
It's Adro with 2 eyes at the beginning. And yeah, I mean, for all Lotus Field related, I would follow the Manland. He's the one that taught me, and I think he...
Humble shout out there.
Yeah,
they're going to be happy as well, seeing you managed to take this down.
Yeah.
Any final words?
What?
The floor is yours. Any final words before I let you go and get all the casters back in?
I don't know, just thank you very much. I'm exhausted, and I'm like really, really happy, and we'll see you in Worlds Pro Tour. And,
yes, you will see everybody in Worlds. So last time for me, congratulations, my friend, taking this
down.
Take these 2 trophies back with you. You can get them. We're going to get you to go out and go celebrate with your friends. Then we're going to get all the casters back in. So if you're happy, just pass the headset back to Matej. You'll be good there. We'll get all the cast in. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We're going to have to start wrapping up this weekend. Of course, one last time, it's 675 players, whittled down to 1. And his name is Andreas. He fighted Lotus Combo all the way to the finals. Matej's back. I asked him his combo. He said if he saw it online, their team saw it online, they brought it back, and it did really well.
It worked.
Didn't cast it as much as he could have this weekend, or thought he would have, but you know, it got him to the final, got him the trophies. So conclusion there.
No complaints there.
No complaints at all. So we need to start thanking everybody. First up, we're thanking the Foxhound crew behind the scenes. You don't get to see them. They're working hard behind the scenes, doing all the lights, the cameras, the action that all you guys get to see. Next up, we need to thank the casters. Not just us 2 here, but the 2 that were also on between and the casters on Friday. There's been a big variety of casters throughout the whole weekend. And lastly, we need to thank you for watching. If it wasn't for you tuning in here, we'll just be nobody's talking to absolutely no one, and no one would get to see any magic. So thank you very much all weekend long for being here. Matej, final words?
What a great tournament.
What a great tournament.
Like whittling down the field to just one, and it being Lotus Field, worthy winner, and a great tournament. Some great games matches. If you haven't seen all the coverage, you know, if you're in the US, for example, go watch the VODs. It's worth it.
Yeah, the VODs will be going up shortly. And obviously, you need to watch that Chris Larson game. I can't get over how that got swung around so quickly. But for me, from the team, from Legacy, from everybody, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you next time we go live. Make sure you hit that follow and see you all shortly. Good night.